agenda by President Trump. A core question for me in terms of policies, will he uphold equal justice under law, or will he direct the department's energy to pursuing someone who has taken our country in such a wrong direction as opposed to prosecuting dangerous criminals? And last was, will he show himself capable of independence from President Trump? He still sees himself as Trump's personal lawyer. In fact, said that early on in this confirmation hearing, and isn't likely to stand up to the president, to give him negative advice, or to refuse to carry out his agenda of retribution. He got defensive when I pressed him about the pardoning of the January 6th rioters. He said that he was not bragging about it when I quoted back to him remarks that he made at CPAC. He said that he was simply commenting on the fact that the generous pardons that were handed out by the president were done. Generous to cop beaters, generous to those who assault law enforcement, generous to those who had no good reason to be pardoned. I think that was one of many things where he simply should have said either that he did actually disagree with the president or that he was willing to support him. And in this, I think he supports him. I'll summarize. The people of the United States deserve an attorney general who serves them, who serves the Constitution, not someone who solely serves the president and his personal agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Dick. I think you have a pretty good sense of where the Democrats are in this nomination. But I will tell you, I think the Republicans ought to be really deeply dissatisfied with this nominee and the way he showed such disrespect for some of their pointed questions. Not only was he disrespectful, he was contrived and disingenuous in the way that he answered Senator Cornyn's questions about the absolute tax immunity that he personally, Todd Blanche, signed off on for the president. Todd Blanche said the IRS regularly grants this kind of immunity. Not so. He said that the slush fund, I call it the thug fund, is dead. But the President of the United States said it was a great idea. The President of the United States is the client. He is the plaintiff. It's his call, not Todd Blanche's, whether the slush fund is dead. And that equivocation and ambiguity in response to Senator Cornyn's pointed questions and mine, I think, show that he's playing this committee. He's counting on skating. Denying, evading, avoiding, dodging, and counting on Republican colleagues to lack the backbone and spine to stand up for justice. This vote will be the ultimate test for Republicans on the Judiciary Committee. They take that oath to the Constitution as well. They're on a committee that has a special status in the United States Senate for upholding the law independently. It's on them to look through Donald Trump's bullying and bluster and insist that the Attorney General of the United States put the American people first, not serve as Donald Trump's mob consigliere, which is what Todd Blanche has been. Not serve as Donald Trump's personal henchman, which Todd Blanche has been. In response to my questions about the pardon that was reportedly obtained as a result of a $2.5 million payment by David Gentili, possibly to Father Mann, who then talked to President Trump, he evaded the question about whether he'd instructed the investigation of that impropriety to be shut down, as apparently he did. through one of his top people, calling the Eastern District of New York. He said it was a leak, as though it being a leak justified the impropriety. The leak is the way we know about it. The leak merits investigation. He declined to also commit to investigate the potential deportation of Iranian evangelical Christians or others, dissidents, minorities, to Iran in collaboration with the Iran government. And that is the topic of a lawsuit, also pending with credible allegations. He refused even to investigate it. He's going to turn a blind eye to anything that is politically inconvenient. And Republicans will reap the whirlwind of this improper and illegal conduct if they vote for this man. The tragedy here really is that he is demeaning and degrading an institution that deserves respect. It has my reverence as well as respect as an institution. I worked in the Department of Justice before I was State Attorney General, as a number of us have. It is seen as preeminent in upholding the rule of law. It has become the opposite under Todd Blanche. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Amazing.
The Department of Justice.
And we're just listening in here to Senate Democrats react to the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing that went down yesterday. And again, that will resume again at 9 a.m. Eastern time today. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. But when we come back, more coverage ahead. And welcome back in. And you're taking a live look there over New York City, where you can almost kind of see where the skyline is, where you can see the skyline, but it does appear to be kind of like a smoggy day over there, as we are tracking the air quality over there in New York City, as a massive outbreak of Canadian wildfires is sending plumes of smoke all the way down to the New York region this week, impacting air quality, according to the National Weather Service. Some of the latest that we're following here, courtesy of Fox 5 out in New York, is that the air quality index is no longer at level red in some parts of New York City, according to Air Now. A level red constitutes an air quality index between 151 and 200, which is considered unhealthy, and it's recommended that New Yorkers avoid any strenuous activity while outdoors and remain indoors if they can. And this is where we want to bring in Gabriela Ortiz. She's over at the Fox 5 New York station right now. Gabriella, what can you tell us about the air right there when you're kind of walking into work today? How is it outside?
Yeah, it's definitely not great out there. Even yesterday, I really felt it's a deadly cocktail out there, I would say, between the heat. We're really, with the heat advisories too, it was 100 degrees about yesterday, and the air quality was not great at all. And they are urging people to stay inside and stay away from strenuous activities. And I decided to go for a walk, which was not the best idea. So I would definitely suggest that everyone stay indoors, especially for those sensitive groups out there. Later today, our air quality index is about to hit, expected to hit around 200. So definitely for the sensitive groups, outdoor workers, I think it's important to stay hydrated, especially it's something I forget to do, but you really start to feel the effects when you're walking around the city and going under the subway. It's very different here because everyone's either walking to work or taking the subway. So there's no way to really avoid the this awful air quality. But New York is gearing up. Governor Hochul announced that they are releasing, kind of giving out 100,000 high quality N95 style masks, handed out by the MTA, and they'll distribute those at commuter areas like Penn Station and Grand Central. Definitely, if anyone's ever been under the subway, they know that the air quality even under there is just really, really tough. It's tough to breathe when you're walking around. And I would say right now, walking to work, even my trainee Jack, right? Do you want to pop in and just, give an account?
I bike to work every morning, and I try to e-bike so I'm not sweating by the time I get here. But I picked out an e-bike this morning that I think was faulty. And so by the time I got to work, I was huffing and puffing really a lot, especially considering the air quality situation that we've got going on.
And you're over in Colgate. So, I mean, you went to Colgate, so the quality over there is not well, right?
Yeah, I just graduated from school upstate up by Syracuse. And I mean, we have it bad in New York City, but it's way worse in other parts of the state. As you go upstate, the air quality reaches up to 500, which that's the limit. So it's definitely a little bit more hazardous.
Yeah, so even looking at the sky and the clouds as well, does it look very smoggy when you look up as well?
Yeah, I would even say last night it was one of those weird things where the rain started coming down, and at 8 o'clock it starts to get a little bit darker now, but the sky was like super orange and hazy. And then yesterday I walked along the East Side River after work, and it was super, the air I would say is super thick. You could almost see this kind of like dense smoke in the air. It's just like this clear film in the air that you could kind of see when you're walking around, and you could really feel it when you're breathing in. And,
As Gabriella was saying, there's this really like deadly cocktail, which I like how you put it, like that thing going on where yesterday it was like 98 degrees. The air quality is really bad. And then we also have storms going on in the afternoon. So all those things with the humidity, it's really just like smoggy and heavy to walk around outside.
And so can you tell us what that feeling is like, almost like in your chest? Is it just like short of breath? What are those kind of symptoms when you know, like, hey, I got to get back inside?
Yeah, I think so. I think you get that feeling much quicker than you normally do on a given day. As I was walking, I walked maybe 12 blocks, which is not that long of a walk for me, but I was really feeling it by the time I got to and from wherever I was going.
Yeah, no, I am about like a 10-minute walk from work now, but just getting into work, like it feels like a stuffy nose. It almost just feels like there's like a towel over my nose. Like it's hard to really take in air because it just feels super thick out there. And just looking at some of what the exposure to the air quality could do is it's going to cause irritation to the eyes, the nose or throat, coughing, sneezing, runny noses, and shortness of breath. And I would say I definitely have felt the shortness of breath yesterday when I decided to go on a 6-mile walk, and that was not the smartest thing to do. But even today, I'm starting to really feel like the effects of that really bad air quality out there.
And are you hearing anything from the city right now as far as how long this could last? As we were just talking moments ago, that the FIFA World Cup will be in New York City on July 19th. Is there any preparations for that and how that could maybe even affect the athletes?
Right now we're standing by. We're kind of getting information as it comes in. We've been hearing from Hochul just saying, for everyone, if you're gonna stay outside long, and outside workers, just make sure to take breaks, make sure to wear masks, make sure to, drink water. We're hoping this goes away by July 19th, but I think it was last year we were experiencing the Canadian wildfires, and it was probably 3 or 4 days where, it just keeps on moving down the air quality and keeps increasingly getting worse as Canada passes down all that smoke down to us. But we're hoping because around here, the FIFA World Cup, especially at MetLife, has been a huge thing. Even on July 19th, I pulled up the information. They're going to be hosting a watch party at Central Park, and they're expecting about 50,000 people just on that one great lawn for free for everyone that enters the ticket lottery. But we're hoping that this air quality does get better, because it would just be a shame. There's going to be so many watch parties happening. The FIFA fever is rampant around here between indoor watch parties, bar watch parties, and it would be a shame that this air quality kind of hinders it. I also kind of took down just staying connected with New York City. So at New York City Emergency Management is where we're getting updates, newyorkcity.gov. And for people that need cooling centers, they just need to call 311. But we're definitely hoping that this doesn't affect the great World Cup around here, because it's also going to be an amazing halftime show with Justin Bieber, Madonna, Shakira, BTS, Burna Boy, Gustavo Dudamel, and PS22 chorus featuring Coldplay. I would say FIFA around here has been a big deal for us. So hopefully that air quality starts to slowly shift down. But as of right now, I was looking at airnow.gov. It looks like it's only going to get worse, the air quality for today. But Fox 5 New York is a great place to watch. Stay tuned. Our reporters are covering it today, and we will update the public as we get more news on that.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's been a party in New York City for the last several weeks. What's been like the Knicks, then you had Taylor Swift's wedding, and now you got the World Cup. So, and they just got to keep the party going as best as they can and do what they got to do. We just have this post here from Mom Donnie saying here, tomorrow's combination of dangerous heat and unhealthy air is serious threat to New Yorkers' health. If you can, stay somewhere cool with air conditioning, limit your time outdoors, drink plenty of water, and check on your neighbors. A lot of this, which you guys have been saying there right now, especially older New Yorkers and anyone with health condition. Our agencies are mobilizing citywide to support New Yorkers. Cooling centers are open tomorrow. Call 311. A lot of this you guys have already touched on here, so you hit the nail on the head. Before we go, is there any other big stories right now coming out of New York City that Fox 5 is covering today?
I would say we're just following up on the horse carriage ban of, I was speaking a little bit about it yesterday, about the 18-year-old who came here from India and that sad, tragic death. So it's between, horse carriage riders saying, this is our job. And then the other side saying, this isn't ethical and look at what it's causing. So one of our reporters is covering that today. But a bit on the lighter news, Jack was just informing me because we're still riding on that Knicks high, I would say, just a couple weeks ago. And
so the ESPYs were hosted last night at Lincoln Center right here in New York City. So the country's biggest athletes were all in attendance, and the Knicks swept. They won every single category that they were nominated for. So we're really just still riding the high of that Knicks championship.
Definitely an exciting time to be living in New York City. Thank you guys over at Fox 5 New York. It was great to check in with you. I'm sure we will again soon here sometime.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. And again, you're taking a live look there over in New York City. And again, if you want to tune into their coverage over at Fox 5, you can on the Fox local app, or just go to their website for Fox 5 in New York City, and you can stream their morning broadcast, Good Day New York. They always do a terrific job when we have their producers and reporters giving us their live reports to here as well on Live Now. But with that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. But when we come back, more coverage ahead. Welcome back in, and we want to pivot gears now and continue talking about the ongoing conflict over in Iran as the U.S. airstrikes hit northern Iran as it disables ships trying to run the blockade. The United States intensified its strikes targeting Iran early Thursday, hitting targets further north as American forces also fired into a ship it accused of trying to break its naval blockade on the Islamic Republic. Iran retaliated with missile and drone fire targeting Bahrain and Kuwait before dawn. And this is some of the latest video that we are getting here, where you can see those unclassified videos now and those strikes taking place there on your screen from early Thursday. Now, days of back and forth strikes by the United States and Iran across the Middle East and renewed threats to the Strait of Hormuz have shredded the interim deal to end the Iran war and could tip the region back into all-out war. Already, Iranian officials say U.S. strikes have killed more than 35 people and wounded more than 300 others. Strikes also reached into areas around Iran's capital, Tehran, for the first time of this latest round of violence. When the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran on February 28th, Tehran effectively closed the strait to shipping traffic. I do want to bring you out now to a live look there of the Strait of Hormuz that we have here, courtesy of Marine Traffic, as we continue to read off some of the latest here that we are getting from these overnight strikes. A move that sent the price of oil, fertilizer, and many other goods soaring far beyond the region and gave Iran major leverage in negotiations, according to AP News. Now, the U.S. and Iran trade threats as attacks intensify as those rising prices pose a particular challenge to U.S. President Donald Trump and his Republican Party, which hopes to retain control of Congress in the elections in November. But Washington has struggled to successfully reopen the waterway, leading to President Trump reimposing the naval blockade Wednesday. Iran's parliament speaker and lead negotiator said Iran was prepared for a fuller military confrontation if the U.S. does not live up to the terms of the interim deal. And Iran's Parliamentary Revolutionary Guard threatened to halt all energy exports from the Middle East over the blockade, saying, quote, the export of oil and gas from the region will be either for everyone or for no one, the Guard said. Trump again insisted Iran was ready to strike a peace deal, but he did not elaborate, saying, quote, they don't like what we're doing, and they do want to settle. We'll find out whether or not we settle with them or we just finish them off, he said Wednesday at the U.S. Army War College in Pennsylvania. We do have this ex-post here from Central Command. I want to bring this up on your screen. It says U.S. forces struck Iranian command centers, air defense sites, missile and drone capabilities, and coastal surveillance facilities to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten innocent mariners crewing commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM used precision munitions to hit targets in multiple locations, including Bandar Abbas. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable at the commander-in-chief's discretion. So just some of the latest that we're bringing you there when it comes to those ongoing developments between the United States and Iran. With that, we do have to slide away for our final commercial break here of the hour. But when we come back, more coverage ahead. Welcome back in as you are taking a live look there over San Francisco, where we are continuing to follow this story of Alcatraz boat tragedy as officials identified one victim, as the Coast Guard has now suspended the search. So some of the brief, quick bullet points here that we know of is Clifford Bozia, 79 years old, died after a 49-foot craft sank in the San Francisco Bay. 16 people were recovered. Authorities have suspended their search for the 3 remaining passengers at sundown on Wednesday. Now, the search for 3 people still missing after that recreational boat sank in the San Francisco Bay near Alcatraz Island has been suspended after authorities have identified the elderly man who died in the tragedy. Now, we do have some comments now from officials on the latest from this case, and we're going to go in and take those comments now.
I'm the Sector Commander of Coast Guard Sector San Francisco. First and foremost, I'd like to send my deepest condolences and my thoughts and prayers to the friends and family of our 3 missing individuals. They're going through an extremely difficult and challenging time right now, and we are in close concert and communication with them, and we'll continue to do so throughout this search effort. I'd also like to recognize all of our Coast Guard crews and our state and local interagency partners who are part of the Unified Command. These teams have been out on scene, now searching ever since the initial call came in, continuously. Their dedication, their commitment to the search effort is impressive. I'd also like to recognize and thank the Good Samaritans who were on scene. Those Good Samaritans called this distress case in initially, made us aware of it, and then rescued people from the water. You all saved lives. Your actions saved lives. Our crews have now been out there for 23 hours straight. They've cumulatively covered 950 square nautical miles. In addition, they've searched over 1,700 miles of track line, utilizing 11 surface assets and 4 aircraft. We have completely saturated the search area. We were there, as I said, immediately upon notification of the distress, and we've been utilizing our search and rescue optimal planning system, as well as taking into account tides, currents, and prevailing weather conditions to ensure that we have the best search possible. Despite that extensive effort, we have been unsuccessful in locating any survivors within the search area. Suspending an active search is one of the most difficult things we do as Coast Guard commanders. I don't take that responsibility lightly at all. Our goal is always to bring home families' loved ones, and we understand that families want answers, and that is never lost on us. That said, as I look at the extensive search effort we have put forth to this point, I look at the probability of success of locating a survivor within the search area, given everything we've put forth and all the environmental conditions. My intention is to suspend active search operations at sunset this evening. The families are aware, they've been notified, and our crews will continue to diligently search until we reach that point later this evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dean Crispin, Chief San Francisco Fire Department. Fire Department units assisted Coast Guard with a comprehensive search through the evening last night with the resources available on Fireboat 3, Fireboat St. Francis. At 6 o'clock this morning, the Coast Guard notified us that our services were no longer needed. However, they are continuing to conduct search and rescue operations on the bay. I would like to thank our regional partners and our city partners for their incredible collaboration and communication throughout this very difficult and challenging rescue operation. And I'd like to make a special thank you to the members of the San Francisco Fire Department for their courageous, brave, and professional actions during this very challenging and difficult rescue operation. I would like to share the final numbers that we have at this point. We have 1 individual who has been declared deceased. We have 1 canine who has been declared deceased. We have 3 members who were rescued and brought to Gashouse Cove and transported to the emergency room, who have now been released from the hospital and are doing okay. We have 13 members who were rescued and brought to Gashouse Cove, who received services in the reunification center and are now home safe. We currently have 3 individuals who are still unaccounted for, and the search continues and will continue until the Coast Guard deems it to discontinue. Thank you.
First, I want to express my condolences to the family and friends of the known victim and to those friends and family of the 3 that are still missing. The search will continue through till nightfall. I want to say thank you to Captain, to the U.S. Coast Guard for their incredible service. I want to thank our police department. I want to thank our chief, Dean Crispin, our fire department, for their heroic attempts yesterday and heroic efforts to bring safely back 16 members of that trip out on the bay. These are the moments that you do not want to come down as mayor and see a loss of life. But I am also incredibly proud of the all-hands-on-deck effort by multiple agencies throughout this region, from Marin to Oakland to San Francisco to the Good Samaritans. It was a truly all-hands-on-deck effort to save 16 people, and so my heart goes out to the families of the victims. And we will continue to partner with the U.S. Coast Guard in the coming hours. And once again, I want to thank everybody. Chief, Commander, thank you for all that our local law enforcement did and our partners throughout the region. We're happy to take some questions now.
Okay, questions, Gary. Can anyone share the name of the person who's being honored at the memorial in relation to the passengers?
I don't think we have that answer.
Sir Jeff.
We talked with one of the fishermen, Good Samaritans, who was pulling people out of the water, and he described what he unfortunately believes were people inside the boats who were not able to get out of the boats. Is there a possibility that those 3 who are unaccounted for are likely still in that boat, and is there any way of locating them?
It's a good question. Certainly, that's a possibility. I'd be speculating to say whether or not that was the case. What I can say is a 49-foot cabin cruiser had 3 different levels to the vessel. There was the weather deck up above with the canopy, but then there was the main deck and a lower deck that are both enclosed. So there is a high possibility that individuals could have been trapped inside the vessel. We've done survivor debriefs, and we do know that individuals were in the main deck and potentially below deck, so we know there were folks there. So that is a possibility. However, that is going to come out in the investigation stage of this. We're still focused on the search and rescue, trying our best to see if we can locate the 3 missing individuals.
We're hearing different stories about how that boat may have gone down. We'd heard there was a possibility of a fire, then we heard that there wasn't a fire. We talked with 2 gentlemen who were there who assisted in rescuing those people, and they reported seeing either steam or smoke. Is there any idea or any intel from those who were on the boat about what may have caused it to go down?
So first and foremost, the report of a fire is unsubstantiated. So after talking to survivors and talking to folks on scene and our own crews that were out there, there was no evidence at the time of a fire of any kind. What it does appear is that the vessel took a wave and was listing heavily and lost a little bit of stability, and then it quickly rolled over. The cause of that, though, at this point in time, I don't know. We're going to look into that as part of the investigation.
What are the survivors telling your team about those 3 people who were stuck inside the boat? You know, why weren't they able to get out? Some of the people that we interviewed said there was only one window that was open. The captain was out of the boat. What happened to those 3?
So all indications are that things happened very quickly. When the vessel took on a wave over the side, it quickly rolled to starboard, and then many people inside fell over. And then, as you can imagine, if a vessel were to capsize and go beneath the surface of the water, folks could get disoriented. It's dark, and obviously it was just a very challenging environment to put somebody in very suddenly.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Can you talk about how deep is the boat? How difficult does that make for divers to get down there? And has anybody been down there to actually eyeball to see if there's anybody in there? Because we don't quite get how all that.
So we're going to have to identify exactly where the vessel is on the bottom. We do know the last position. We know where it sunk, and where it is within the bay is approximately 130 feet of depth there. Obviously, the vessel, as a vessel sinks, it doesn't necessarily go straight down with the current, so it might move. So again, part of the investigation, but I know San Francisco PD is working with Cal OES to see if we can identify the location of the vessel, and then we'll go from there.
But is that too far to send divers down?
If you get below, from talking to our interagency partners, the police department and the dive teams, if we get much below 120 feet, it'd be extremely difficult to be able to dive on that.
Yeah.
The medical examiner that identified the deceased male, the 3 people that are unaccounted for, are they all members of the same family along with the deceased person?
What I can tell you is they were all close friends and family. Many of them were related, but I don't have the specifics on each individual person who they're related to, but they were all close friends and family.
Will there be any attempts to lift up the boat?
Leave that to
Chief, will you just identify yourself, please, sir?
Sure. My name is Commander Brian Hu. I'm the Commander of Special Operations Bureau. I do want to extend our condolences to the family that was impacted. And then also we want to thank the people that helped out and responded and rescued people. As for the question about the boat being lifted, that is a feasibility that we are looking into. Once again, it's all dependent on the capability of how deep the boat is underneath the water and whether or not we can lift it. And part of that process is we have to locate the boat first. And then once we locate the boat first, we have to send a RSOV or a underwater drone that will look at the feasibility and see how the boat is structurally sound. And then we could look at the feasibility and working with our partners on raising the boat if needed. Thank you.
Was there an opportunity to put a GPS device on the boat before it totally sank?
No, there was. We didn't have that capability available to do anything like that. We did mark the position. Our crews were on scene as well as our interagency, state and local. So we know the latitude and longitude of where it went down, and using some underwater capability, it could potentially be located.
First, forgive me if you said this at the beginning, and for the morbid question, but is there any chance those 3 people missing are still alive?
Well, we always hold out hope, right? That's why we're still searching. So while we haven't located them in the search area, doesn't mean that it's not a possibility, and that's why we're still out there.
And you talked about the Good Samaritans that came in.
So,
did the quick actions of the fishermen actively save lives?
100%. Those individuals were first on scene. I know that there was, in addition to the fishermen, there was also a kite boarder that was out there that allowed at least 4 or 5 people to cling to their sail and their board. So no question, no doubt, with all the cases we see here in San Francisco Bay and the dire gravity of a person in the water type situation, those folks save lives.
I see a hand in the back that I don't think I've seen. Go ahead.
Hi, Maddie, CBS News, Bay Area. Do you mind saying the owner of the boat, who the captain was, whether they were trained for bay and ocean trips?
We're not releasing that information at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Once it changes, if it changes to a recovery effort, what does that look like for you? Is that still boats on the surface? Is that all underwater? What does recovery mean?
Well, I can turn that over to our partners, but the Coast Guard does surface searches and rescue operations. So once it becomes recovery, we'll step back and turn it over to our partners.
I want to make sure I've gotten everyone once, and I can go back to people listening.
He's going to also just a little bit.
So once it turns into recovery, then of course, we're going to look at options that companies that can do that. Like we mentioned before, is it an extreme depth that our divers cannot go past? So we're going to have to look for a specialized company that can help with the recovery and help lift the boat. So once we figured all those factors, then of course it is an ongoing process. This hasn't happened as long as I can remember. So we're definitely going to have all hands on deck to think about how we're going to safely, recover the boat, and also safely with the safty of our divers.
Sir. Is there any sense for if there were any life jackets on board, and how many of the people who were on the boat were using life jackets?
I don't have a count of how many people, but we do know that individuals were recovered with life jackets on, and there were life jackets on board the vessel.
And the person who died,
I don't have that detail.
I would do last couple on second round, Sergio.
Was that boat registered with the Coast Guard? And with 20 people aboard, was that a lot of people for that size of boat?
So the vessel was documented. It's home ported out of Stockton, California. As I mentioned, it's a 49-foot boat with 3 levels, multiple living spaces on board. Certainly capable of handling that capacity of people, but there's a lot of things that goes into account when you consider stability of a vessel, but certainly capable of having that many people on board.
And we're just listening in here to officials over in San Francisco give an update on that capsized vessel there that left one person dead, and the search has since been suspended. We do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. And welcome back in, and you're taking a live look there at the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight. President Trump will deliver his address to the nation. What he is teasing as will be big news in his primetime address tonight. And what we know, just a little bit of what this could possibly be about, as we're hearing some quotes here saying it's really big news, it's really, really big news, and our country has to shape up, he continued saying. What we're going to talk about Thursday, it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. So that could possibly tease that we could be talking about the election process here in the United States and what this could mean. And to break this all down, we want to bring in political analyst Rich Rubino back onto the program. Rich, always good to be with you. So what are your thoughts right now of what we can expect to hear from the president tonight before when he makes his address?
I think the president is basically going to say that the Chinese have interfered in elections. He's going to be very retrospective. I think he's going to be talking about the 2020 presidential elections, which he has contended were rigged and that there was foreign interference. I think he's probably going to say that he really won the 2020 presidential elections. So that's what I think is going to be the foundation of his address tonight.
And bringing in China to the conversation, has he speculated to any evidence before as how China could have been influenced in some sort of elections?
It's very interesting. The National Intelligence Council has said that there's a high probability that the Chinese were not involved, that they did not think that it was worth it to be involved with meddling with the election infrastructure because they could deal Joe Biden and Donald Trump about the same. So that's what they've been ruling. Basically, there is a minority. There is a minority report. There are some in the intelligence community that do believe the Chinese meddled, but the vast majority believe that there was no meddling, which is why it's interesting that the president seems to really be focused on this 2020 presidential election. I think that some members of his party would wish that he would move on and talk more about affordability issues as they head toward the 2026 midterm elections, which are just coming up in early November.
What's the certain sentiment we're getting right now with Americans and their trust in our elections right now? As some certain primaries that we saw just a few weeks back, several weeks back, including California, with how long it took to count their votes, even just for a mayoral race. What's the sentiment among Americans right now and their trust in election systems, where the President Trump feels the need to make an address to the nation tonight that could revolve around elections here in the United States?
I don't think it's really a flagship focus for most Americans. Most Americans are more interested in affordability issues. They're interested in the economy. They're certainly interested in what's going on overseas with the war in Iran. The SAVE has really championed is relatively popular, at least when you kind of explain it in a very broad way. Sometimes when you get into some of the details of it, like having to have a passport, for example, if that's true or not, the poll numbers do go down a little bit. But I think that Donald Trump is not so much going to be talking as much about the future as much of it's going to be about the past. And I think he's going to say that we need to learn from the past. And that's why he's going to try to basically advocate for the SAVE Act, which has really been the flagship issue domestically for the president, at least in the first 2 years of the second term. I think he knows there's a possibility that the Republicans could lose control of the House and the Senate, and it would be very hard for the SAVE Act to get passed. So I think this is where he's really going to do all he can to try to shepherd it through the Republican Congress.
And you bring up the SAVE Act, which I wanted to touch on as well, which we know President Trump has really been pushing for the SAVE Act, which the Save America Act would require documentary of proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote and photo identification to cast a ballot in federal elections. And we recently heard from Senator Slotkin said the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the Save America Act, would make it harder for Democrats to win elections, which prompted some Republicans to say that she said the quiet part out loud. And on the White House website, they quote a Pew Research Center saying 83% of Americans favor requiring all voters to show government-issued photo ID to vote. So where is kind of the dilemma here when it comes to Republicans and Democrats trying to get some sort of bill that would kind of help, I guess, secure elections or argue to secure elections more with photo identification?
It is something that's very much favored by Republicans, and it is favored by the American people, at least when you talk in broad terms. It reminds me a little bit about gun control. The background checks, for example, at gun shows, they're very popular, but they're very popular, certainly. The Democrats are almost ecumenically in favor of them, and many Republicans are as well. But it's very hard to get it through because the vast majority of Republicans are against it, even though the American people tend to favor it. At least when you talk in broad terms. Again, when you talk in some of the details of it, and the devil can be in the details. For example, will people have to have a passport? Will people have to that don't have photo IDs? People that will they have to get photo IDs? People that live, 3 hours away from a place they could get them theoretically. So that's when you get into some of the details, just like you do when it comes to the gun show loophole. So it's a very interesting, perplexing topic here. But I think that the president knows that in broad terms, it's a very popular act, and that's why he's spending so much political capital to try to get this through. And I think he also wants to brand Democrats as being obstructionists and not getting something through that, as you say, 83% of the country is in favor of passing. So I think he does see I think this could be somewhat of a political masterstroke in that he could be using this as a wedge issue, and certainly using this as a cudgel over Democrats, particularly Democrats like John Ossoff in Georgia, who come from swing states or swing districts, respectively.
And we're seeing some Democrats right now already opposing this address, as AOC says networks have an obligation not to air President Trump's address. So what are some of the concerns there that some of these Democrats have, like AOC, from even having his address broadcasted?
I think for AOC and others, this is a partisan address. This is not an address where the president gets up and explains policy or necessarily promotes policy, but rather this is something where the president talks about the 2020 election, and then it's basically that it's going to be that it's going to be Donald Trump being able to elucidate upon as a master narrative that the election was stolen, that Donald Trump really won the 2020 presidential election, and then to promote the SAVE Act and to really kind of excoriate, if you will, the Democratic Party for the 2026 presidential election. So I think that's where she's basically coming from, and she thinks that the network should not air an address which is so, which she would believe is so explicitly much a partisan address.
And how are these addresses usually go? What typically do they address when presidents do want to make a certain addresses like this, where some Democrats like AOC says that this is something that the network should be obligated not to air?
Yes, well, I think that usually when the president makes an address, it's either for promoting legislation. For example, Lyndon Johnson gave a speech talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Bill Clinton in 1993 came in talking about the Budget Discretionary Act, where he would raise the top income tax from 3.5 to 35%, rather to 39.6%. Ronald Reagan gave an address after the Challenger blew up, and he was supposed to deliver actually a State of the Union address, but instead he gave an address when the Challenger blew up. Gerald Ford gave an address when he announced that he was going to be given an unconditional pardon to Richard Nixon for any crimes he may have committed during his presidency. So that's usually when a president gives these addresses. Sometimes they can receive a bump. Because this is, because there are sometimes low interest or low propensity voters that would not normally follow the election process, but because they just happen to turn on the television set and their favorite show is not on, they hear the president and they might have a more advantageous or a more favorable view of that president. So sometimes you see that, but I think that there usually are partisan addresses, but sometimes the president we use this to try to unify the country or to try to galvanize support for legislation that he wants to get through the United States Congress.
And we're hearing a lot that this could, or President Trump rather, teasing a lot that this could be about election. Could we hear any other topics by chance be touched on today as well?
It's hard to envisage a scenario where he does not talk about Iran. Iran is very, very unpopular war. The American people are looking for it to wind down. The president has to make the case on how he wants to wind it down kind of his way. Also, obviously that the 2026 presidential elections coming up. The American people are looking at affordability issues, are looking at economic issues, and Donald Trump has to make the case that he has either made it better or he is going to make it better. And obviously, if you have prime time, then you really have free reign to speak to the American people the way you want to speak to the American people, without the filter of the media, without the filter of social media. So that's really what I think the president's going to address. But I think he's certainly going to address Iran. I think he probably will at least touch upon affordability, and those are kind of, I think, going to be the touch points of the president's of the president's oration.
And what could be the strategy if the president does touch on Iran, as strikes are now ramping up once again? As we know, just overnight, the U.S. hit northern Iran, and we hear time and time again from President Trump that Iran wants to make a deal, they want to make a deal. And then it seems like the strikes start back up again. What will he have to do to ensure Americans here and make Americans more comfortable here in the place that the United States is in right now with Iran?
The first thing he's going to say is that Iran is a party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement, and because they are a party to that, they are not allowed to build any form of nuclear weapon. So he's going to basically say that, and he's going to say that that's his primary objective. But beyond that, I think he's going to make the case that somehow the economy will actually improve once this war is over, but that the United States has to go through the process. He's going to have to defend the strike. Certainly, I think a lot of people thought that there was a fait accompli in many respects in terms of what was happening over there. So he's going to have to make the case, and he has kind of he has certainly the tools to talk to the American people, and that's the ammunition I think he's going to basically use, and he's going to defend the strikes, and he's going to say that Iran, under no circumstances in his view, should have nuclear weapons.
It'll be interesting to see what he says tonight. Definitely, President Trump always can be unpredictable. Rich Rubino, any other topics or points that you want to make before we wrap this up?
Just that the midterms are coming up in 2026. Generally speaking, the party in power loses seats in the House, loses seats in the Senate. The president has a very thin majority in the House of Representatives. The Senate is relatively thin as well. The president knows that if he's going to get any part of his legislative agenda passed through the United States Congress, as partisan as it is, he needs Republicans to be in control of the House and in control of the Senate. So I think he'll work full throttle to try to make that happen. Obviously, Democrats have a different idea, and they're going to try to work the opposite way to try to make sure that Democrats take control, in which case, theoretically, there might be an impeachment of the president in the next 2 years. And I think Steve Bannon, his former White House advisor, knows that. And I think Donald Trump is certainly cognizant of that.
Rich Rubino, thank you so much for joining us. As always good to talk to you.
Always good to talk to you, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. And with that, of course, you can watch President Trump's address to the nation tonight here on Live Now. That address to the nation is scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, you can watch that here on Live Now from Fox. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. And welcome back in. You're taking a live look there over Detroit, Michigan, where we are tracking the latest with the infections from the diarrhea causing parasite cyclospora are surging, with state-level data suggesting that 2026 is already the nation's worst year for reported cases. And over here in Michigan, we are tracking some of the latest here as well, as they are reporting high numbers as well. In Michigan, where more than 3,300 cases have been reported, officials say early information points to lettuce or salad greens as a possible culprit. And to talk all more about this, we want to bring in Dr. Lee Vinokur, our medical expert, onto the program. Dr. Vinokur, it's so good to be with you here. So what are we seeing now in terms of the rate in which this is spreading here?
Well, I think it's not contagious, so it can't spread person to person. So probably if people are being more careful now, it might not be quite as bad, but it does take a week until you see the symptoms. So people that maybe weren't paying attention or didn't realize, maybe they were eating contaminated lettuce and they still haven't found the exact source. I know they're investigating some fast food chains, but you need to find the source of where they bought the lettuce, if that was the culprit. And they're still investigating it. So we don't have answers. So until people, I believe Taco Bell voluntarily pulled out some of the greens and lettuce, but they're looking at other fast food restaurants in other places. So until they pull them, we still might see some cases.
And that's what I wanted to talk about actually was Taco Bell, as they're under investigation for a possible link. In a statement, they say public officials have not stated any proof yet. So how does an investigation into fast food chains work when it does come to health? Like you said, they also have to trace back the source of where they got that vegetable from or where that could be contaminated. So what goes into that investigation when you are basically trying to track down where the source of it comes, but starting with the fast food chain?
Yeah, well, they start with, they epidemiologists, they talk to people that had been infected. If they show up in the ER, they start asking questions. They investigate those charts. Then, it's a fact-finding mission. So then they start to talk to these chains and find out where they're sourcing their vegetables from. The FDA is involved. That's part of what they do. They send out investigators and they keep tracking back until they can find a source from, either a farm or a packing plant that's obtaining the fruits and vegetables, mostly vegetables. I guess most people are talking about lettuce now, and where is it coming from? And we've seen outbreaks in the past with lettuce, these bagged lettuces that get it from multiple sources. There's multiple times for contamination at these packing plants and things like that.
And it must be just a tedious process during the investigation, even when you're talking about a fast food chain, because there are so many stores, especially when you're talking about Taco Bell, something that you can find on almost every corner in every town. So how long could this process take to really even track down the source?
Well, it depends how many investigators they send out, and the cooperation. Obviously, Taco Bell's cooperating with the government who's doing the investigation. But sometimes it can be difficult to track it down. And that's why people themselves need to, think about certain things. Like I recommend don't use bagged lettuce at this time. Maybe get a whole head of lettuce and take out many of the outer leaves of the lettuce, and then make sure that you wash it under running water, for quite a while. And then if you're going to cut it up, believe it or not, those salad spinners that will get rid of the liquid once you've washed it. I tell people try and dry it first and then put it in one of those things to get rid of the liquids if you are going to continue to eat salads. And we know that fruits and vegetables are very healthy. The other thing is, older people, very young people, immune compromised people, maybe at this point they should stay away from something like a salad, but eating vegetables is good. So any vegetable that you can really cook and cook up to over 160 degrees will kill the parasite. So if you're a high risk person for getting this illness and having complications with it, like dehydration, maybe consider cooked vegetables.
Definitely. And with this parasite, how does it basically attach to this produce? How does it begin? As you said, that this isn't the first time we've seen this. So how does an outbreak begin and spread to the point that it is right now?
Well, it's supposedly they believe that it's like a fecal contamination, perhaps, and they don't know where. Was it in the field? Was it in the processing plants? Things like that. But that's probably how the parasite gets associated to the fruits and vegetables. And then this illness, the biggest complication, and it has a lot of bad symptoms, explosive diarrhea, they talk about stomach pains. The key is staying very hydrated. People don't feel like drinking because their stomach is bothering them, but that's really important. And you shouldn't wait if you try and wait it out, because even though it's a parasite, not a bacteria, actually we have a medication, a sulfa drug called Bactrim that is effective against it. So if you're having these symptoms of terrible stomach cramping and diarrhea and not just feeling a little nauseous, you should go see your physician. They can do stool samples where they look for parasites, and then they can, there is an antibiotic. So definitely don't put it off.
And I'm curious as well, does the summertime also cause this as well to basically not have it spread even more? Does the temperature or rather the climate have anything to do with it, or the season rather?
Probably not so much. I mean, we get our fruits and vegetables from warmer climates and other countries at other times. So we don't really eat seasonally anymore. We can get any fruit, any vegetable at any time of the year. But it depends if there's been fecal contamination or a lot of, rain and runoff. And sometimes, you can see where there's sewage spill and things like that. So, storms in the summer, if there's been a lot of rain, if there is runoff and things like that near farms or fields or packing plants, that could put it more at risk. So possibly, summertime rainstorms and thunderstorms might contribute.
And as we're looking at this expo here from CDC, it says state, local, and federal partners are working together to investigate a multi-state outbreak of the parasite. Investigations to identify the sources of illness are ongoing. And we're seeing a lot of these cases, or a large number rather, coming out of Michigan. Is there a reason as to some states are getting more cases than others?
Well, usually the first state that they start to notice these things seem to have the most amount, because they, start investigating that state and everybody comes forward if they're not feeling well. But again, it just depends. Once they see distribution channels, in the past, the FDA and CDC would say if there was an outbreak of salmonella at certain places, they would name the states because, certain companies distribute to certain states. So once they can pinpoint the source of where it's coming from, they'll know the distribution pattern to the states.
And do you have any tips for people to basically try to avoid contracting this? I know you said when you buy lettuce to remove the outer layer of it first, or to make sure to steam vegetables, or what other tips that you have for people if they do think they have contracted it, and what they can do as well?
Yeah, definitely washing all vegetables very well, running water for a while. washing first, peeling the peel of certain vegetables like cucumbers and things can help to get rid of any kind of contamination, but you should wash it first and then peel it. And removing the outer layers, several outer lettuce leaf layers, and then washing good. And the other thing is, don't wait, because there is antibiotic treatment, even though it's not a bacteria, and you want to maintain your hydration. Usually regular diarrhea or mild diarrhea illnesses, as long as you're drinking, you're okay. But this one, it's such bad diarrhea that sometimes people feel nauseous, they're not drinking enough, and that's the key. You don't want to be dehydrated, and that's what puts you at risk. There's no long-term complications from it, but the immediate dehydration from it can be serious, especially if you're older, very young, you have immune-compromised problems. So.
And is there any timeline right now to where we can see this potentially start to die down?
Well, I think people are being more careful about lettuce, and they're listening to, newscasts such as this, and they're paying attention, and all the state and federal agencies are working together to try and pinpoint it. Once they can pinpoint, a certain place where they see there might have been contamination, then they can find out, where the distribution channels are for that, and then hopefully they can stop that and get everything cleaned up. If it's in a packaging plant, it has to be all cleaned down, sterilized, things like that. They can shut down the plants until they're cleaned up.
And we'll see how that investigation here plays out. Dr. Vinokur, thank you so much for joining us as always. Always good to have you on.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Take care. And with that, we have this ex-post here from CDC once again saying state, local, and federal partners are working together to investigate a multi-state outbreak of the parasite Cyclospora. Investigations to identify sources of the illness are ongoing. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. And welcome back in. And you're taking a live look there at our nation's capital. 6:45 there in the morning over in Washington, D.C., 3:45 over on the Pacific. And we do have some comments here from Senator Majority Leader John Thune with some remarks from the GOP. And we want to go take those comments in here now.
Heavy week here in the United States Senate with the tragic and unexpected passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey was a great American patriot. He was a champion for the Republican Party, and for many of us, he was a trusted and loyal friend and advisor. And so we mourn his loss. And we welcome his beloved sister Darlene here to the United States Senate. She will take up his duties and responsibilities as a senator for the state of South Carolina. And I say all this in the context of I wish we had Lindsey here because right now we are dealing with an important national security matter, the National Defense Authorization Act, something that Congress has done every year now for the last 65 years. And yesterday we had what was simply a motion to proceed to get on the bill. Actually, it was a cloture motion to proceed to get on the bill. And the Democrats blocked it, every single one. And that, my friends, I believe is really unfortunate. This is an issue that ought to be bipartisan. It's about the national security interest of this country. And the Democrats seem to be dug in and willing to play politics with America's vital national security interests. This is not about funding for Iran. This is something we do on an annual basis, and we have for the last 65 years in a row. So I am hopeful that at some point the Democrats will come to their senses and realize that national security ought to be a priority for them. It certainly is for us. And we will give them more opportunities in which to change that vote and to express their support for even moving forward and having a debate. And by the way, I would add that there were 38 Democrat amendments that were included in the National Defense Authorization Act that we tried to get up on the floor yesterday. So national security is important to this country. Border security is important to this country. The Democrats have a pattern going back now over a year of not wanting to pay air traffic controllers, not wanting to pay border security personnel, and in this particular case, holding hostage the pay increases for our men and women in uniform. That is really unfortunate and unprecedented, and I certainly hope that soon they'll come to their senses.
Tomorrow night, the president is expected to give a primetime address and talk about the elections. Would you encourage him to not say that the 2020 election was stolen?
I don't know what he's going to say. Only thing I can tell you is we are focused on the 2026 election. At least I am, and I think most of my colleagues are.
Leader Thune, are you convinced that Senators Warnock and Ossoff are duly chosen and sworn?
That election was a closed issue back in 2020. The election in 2026 gives us an opportunity to take a run at and to win one of those seats in Georgia. And we're going to do everything we can to do that. And so, as I said before, I'm focused on 2026.
Senator Thune, obviously there's been a lot of questions about Senator McConnell's health, him now being not here for more than a month and not being able to vote. Do you believe that there should be some action taken to deal with members that are out for an extended period of time? Do they need to be more transparent with their health? How should this impact the Senate going forward, particularly because he's been out for so long without a lot of clear questions as to when he might be back?
This isn't the first time that this has happened.
Isn't that a reason to do it, though?
Well, it's happened on both sides of the aisle. Look, Senator McConnell has reported about his health, and I'm hopeful that we're going to have him back here soon. But until that time, we'll defer to him and to his staff to give us updates on how he's doing. I don't know that there's any. I think in the past there have been numerous opportunities. I can think of two immediately on the Democrat side, and one on our side where you had members that were out for extended periods of time, and obviously people have health issues, and there have been some examples of that in the House of Representatives here lately as well.
Leader Thune, what about the reconciliation bill that they've unveiled over in the House, $95 billion, including $60 billion for the Iran war? How are you guys viewing that process over there, and what about your steps, if any, that you guys are taking toward an Iran war settlement?
I guess I would start by saying that, reconciliation, as you know, is very different in the House than it is in the Senate. So we'll see what they're going to try and mark it up in the committee, and we'll see if they can report it, get it across the floor of the House, and what it all contains. The numbers that you were mentioned that have been put out there in terms of what the funding level would be for defense and other things are things that I'm sure our members are going to want to have a lot of input on. I mean, we just had a meeting, as you know, where these issues are starting to get talked about a lot more. And I think the defense number, the ag number, whether or not it's offset, what are the implications over here with respect to the bird rule and the restrictions that we have on how reconciliation is used. Do we have 50 votes for something? I mean, I think those are all valid questions, and those questions will be answered in due time. I've said all along, as you know, that it's an option, but it's not certainly the only option, and it all in the end comes down to whether you have the math, whether you can get 50 votes to pass it in the end, and whether you've got 50 votes to defeat any poison pill amendments that might be offered. And so those are all questions that will have to be answered in due time.
Leader, Senators Mike Lee and Rick Scott are both calling on the Senate to stay in session and bypass any recesses or weekends to get the Save America Act across the finish line. Is that something that you're open to and would support?
Well, if I thought there was a path to getting a positive result or a positive outcome, I'd be willing to do just about anything, because I think we are all here in favor of the Save America Act. The folks that have consistently block voted against it are all the Democrats in the United States Senate. And I think that's unlikely to change. And it's also very unlikely that the Senate Republicans are going to vote to get rid of the legislative filibuster. So we've had 5 votes on it. We have voted on the entire Save America Act. We have voted on photo ID as a separate issue. We have voted on photo ID and registration, or citizenship to register. We've had that amendment. We've had a vote on boys competing in girls sports. We've had 5 now votes on the Save America Act or individual components of it, and none of which got a single Democrat. To me, the issue here is the Democrats, and we ought to be going after them for opposing something that's popular across this country, not just with Republicans, but with Democrats as well.
Mr. Leader, follow to Chad's question. Without a guess, if you do believe the senators from Georgia are duly sworn and certified, and then a second question about ICE. Several members of your conference, probably many of them, I believe, have reached out to now Secretary Mullen asking him to put a pause on the traffic stop after the deaths we've seen in the last week. That happened. Now the president, as is his right, has reversed it. Do you believe that those traffic stops should continue? Are Americans safe right now under ICE?
Well, I think they're safe if they're here legally. ICE has a job to do. ICE agents have. ICE agents have a job to do, and so obviously we defer to Secretary Mullen and to his team there about the best way to do that job. But we're very interested in ensuring that this country, that we have safe and secure streets. As to your first question, I think that if you go back, states certify elections. And that's what every state does under our system. And the states certified those elections. So like I said before, I'm not looking back into the past, I'm looking to the future. We have a Senate race in Georgia this year in 2026, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to pick up a seat there. Thank you all.
And you were just listening to some comments there from Senator Thune as he was speaking there to reporters. We do have to head out for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. And welcome back in as we start another hour here on Live Now. And we do want to get to a story here out in Milwaukee where a former Milwaukee cop has pleaded guilty to using those flock cameras that that are set up across the country. And he admitted to using those to spying on an ex. So we want to bring you some of the latest here that we know of this story. As a former Milwaukee police officer who prosecutors said misused the department's flock safety license plate reader system to track an ex, was sentenced to probation and fined on Wednesday. Now, Josu Ayala, 34, pleaded guilty and was convicted of a misdemeanor attempted misconduct in public office in June. On Wednesday, a judge sentenced him to 1 year of probation and fined him $500. The judge initially sentenced Ayala to time in the Milwaukee County Community Reintegration Center, but stayed that sentence in favor of probation and the fine. I wanted to begin by taking accountability for the poor judgment that I exercised and my actions that brought me before the court, Ayala said. Ayala faced a maximum of up to 9 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. Previously, the district attorney's office said the misdemeanor charge was a part of a negotiation that included Ayala's agreeing to resign from the Milwaukee Police Department. His resignation was announced on March 4th, the same date as his initial court appearance. So we do have some sound here now from that former police officer. So we want to go in and take some of those comments here very briefly.
I wanted to begin by taking accountability for the poor judgment that I exercised and my actions that brought me before the court.
He's taken responsibility at this time, not to mention there's the media exposure and that has exposed this, thankfully, so that the community is aware of what's occurred here.
And we just had some comments there, courtesy of our partners over at Fox 6 and Milwaukee, covering this as well. So just before the break, we were over at our nation's capital, listening into some comments from Senate Majority Leader John Thune. About almost 7 o'clock there in the morning over at our nation's capital, almost 4 o'clock in the morning over on the Pacific. And we do have some comments now from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. So we want to go in and take his comments here now.
And forced it through his radical agenda. He said it himself. Republicans have been trying to say we want a shutdown. We don't. We've been fighting it. But Trump pulled the rug out from under them when Trump said Republicans have to terminate the filibuster or we'll have a shutdown in September. Mr. President, the SAVE Act ain't passing. It ain't passing in the Senate, it ain't passing with Democrats, and it ain't passing in the courts. It's been rejected over and over again. I'd say to Mike Lee, it's not happening. So give up on that and start doing the real work. Well, Trump said the quiet part out loud. He's willing to shut down the government to get his way. Democrats want to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, but that requires bipartisan, serious negotiations, not lopsided partisan spending bills that pour more taxpayer money into Trump's disastrous war by doing nothing to lower costs for working families. Republicans need to abandon their my way or the highway approach and work with Democrats on bipartisan spending bills. If instead Republicans follow Donald Trump towards a shutdown, the responsibility will be theirs. Tim, sorry I couldn't introduce you.
Oh, no. Here, I just popped in right as you started. I think you could hear in the leader's voice when he was talking about the war a lot of emotion, and I got a lot of emotion about it. I came to the Senate in 2013, and I'd been the governor of Virginia with a Virginia Guard that was repeatedly being deployed into Iraq and Afghanistan. And I just had to go to too many funerals and too many homecomings where not all were present and accounted for, and too many wakes. And I just said when I got here, and Chuck, has seen me do this, no matter who the president is, Democrat or Republican, I'm not going to allow war to be waged by this country via shortcuts or end runs around the Constitution. We shouldn't be sending our kids, our best and our brightest, into harm's way without a vote of Congress. And I've taken that same position with Presidents Obama and Biden, President Trump, term 1, and now President Trump. We told President Trump before this war started it would be foolish for him to do it. there was no reason for the United States, after 25 years of war in the Middle East, to get dragged back in. But he decided to do it, and no consultation with Congress, no real notification of Congress, certainly no seeking of congressional approval. And if you wage a war without a clear rationale, without a clear plan, without allies, without consultation with Congress, guess what? It's not going to go well, and it's going to be tremendously unpopular with the American public. I think I live in one of the most pro-military states in this country. One of the first 14 casualties, Robert Marzon, a warrant officer, was a Virginian from Spotsylvania County, died within a few months of retiring at age 54. Virginians have paid $1.8 billion at the pump just for more gas than they would have paid had President Trump not started the war. And there's all kinds of other inflation. So whether it's the death of our troops, the injury of our troops, the deaths of innocent civilian school kids who get mistakenly bombed on the opening day of the war, the huge cost to the American taxpayer, the huge cost to American family, it's time for this war to be over. Congress has now done something Congress has never done since the War Powers Resolution has passed. A bipartisan resolution in 2 majority Republican houses have said this war is illegal. Withdraw troops unless you get a congressional authorization. You know what? President Trump can break the law, but he can't change the law. The law is the law. Congress has declared this war is illegal. He's breaking the law by continuing the war. And we need to do everything we can, including in the appropriations and NDA process, to find a path back to a ceasefire that's working, to Straits of Hormuz that were as open as they were on February 27, to gas prices that are back what they were before the president on his own started this foolish war. I want to thank Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, because, you know, when I came to him and said, hey, look, I not only want to vote, but I'm sort of going to want one every week. And we need to just keep hammering on it. And other great Democratic colleagues, there's sort of 6 of us, Senator Duckworth and Schiff and Murphy and Gallego and I know I'm blanking on somebody. I'm sorry to do that. Van Hollen. We've forced this over and over and over again. We had 1 Republican vote, then we had 2, then we had 3, then we had 4, and eventually got the HCON res passed. But we are operating in a very, very unprecedented thing, because Congress has now definitively rebuked this war, and yet the president's doing it anyway. And that not only puts our troops at physical risk, it puts people at legal risk. And with that, thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry to be brief. Yes.
The majority leader has said that the NDAA is not a battleground. It has passed 65 consecutive times on bipartisan votes. It says by voting against it, you're voting against the troops, and you're voting against national security.
No, the real danger to national security is this war that's out of control. It's this war that has alienated our allies. It's this war that has totally diminished American power and ability to defend ourselves in the world.
Leader Schumer, do you have any concern with members of your caucus stumping with Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, including Senator Bernie Sanders, who's going there this weekend?
Let me say this. First, Donald Trump is in terrible shape, and the Republicans are in Michigan. His tariffs, his war with Canada in an economy that depends on cross-border transactions has made him look terrible. Second, Democrats have always come up with candidates that fit their states. We will do that in Michigan. We will beat the Republican, and we will take back the Senate.
Yes. The president is going to give an address tomorrow night. The White House has not been very clear about what it may be about, what could be about what he describes as election security. How concerned are you about efforts the White House may have to intervene in not only the upcoming midterms, but beyond?
Well, we're very worried about the White House. They know they can't win the election fair and square. They know the American people are against them. They know that the American people in the House and Senate are favoring our candidates. So we don't put it past them to try whatever they can, but we are prepared. We are red teaming what they might do and how we can combat it ahead of time. We have united ourselves, the House, the Senate, other governors, to make sure that we can combat these attempts to steal the election.
Leader Schumer, on Jay Clayton.
Yes.
I'm wondering what you make of your reports, the CDC
Well, I'm going to wait further to hear her at her hearings and the vote. Thank you, everybody.
What would this do to FISA if Jay Clayton is not convicted?
And there you heard just some comments there from a Democrat speaking to reporters there yesterday at our nation's capital. You see a live look there at our nation's capital, 7:06 there in the morning in Washington, D.C., 4:06 over on the Pacific. As you can see there, it's pretty orange there in the sky. As we were just talking earlier with our friends over at Fox 5 New York about those Canadian wildfire smokes that are really just blanketing a lot of the New York area there. I want to bring you on now, just do a quick live look as see some of these vantage points that we're getting. This is what we're just noticing here. As we're starting to get the sun to start coming up here and putting a better look here on the city here, and you can see just how orange this some of these shots are here. As we were talking earlier with Fox 5 New York, as that the air quality over up in the Northeast there, especially New York City, is pretty rough for them right now. So definitely they are taking precautions there. But we were just listening in to Senator Schumer there, along with other Democrats here just moments ago, as they were critiquing some of the decisions there, especially with the President Trump's administration and the Iran conflict as well. As we're taking a live look there at the White House there as we continue to talk about some of the latest here when it comes to the Iran conflict, as we just heard some critiques there from Democrats there just moments ago, as the U.S. just launched new strikes on Iran overnight, hitting northern Iran. As I want to read you off some of the latest here that we're getting here, as the United States intensified its strikes targeting Iran early Thursday, hitting targets further north, as American forces also fired into a ship it accused of trying to break its naval blockade on the Islamic Republic. Iran retaliated with missile and drone fire targeting Bahrain and Kuwait before dawn. Days of back and forth strikes by the U.S. and Iran across the Middle East and renewed threats to the Strait of Hormuz have shredded the interim deal to end the Iran war and could tip the region back into all-out war. Already, Iranian officials say U.S. strikes have killed more than 35 people and wounded more than 300 others. Strikes also reached into areas around Iran's capital, Tehran, for the first time of this latest round of violence. Now, we do have this exposed here from CENTCOM that I did want to show you here. As this says, claim. Iranian state media claims that the U.S. forces struck a civilian wheat storage facility on July 14th. This is false. Truth. On July 14th, U.S. forces hit Iranian military targets. Instead, they are to degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran has targeted innocent civilians transiting the strait and in neighboring Gulf countries. So just some of the latest there that we are continuing to track. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. Welcome back into Live Now. And you're taking a live look there over New York City, as again they are dealing with that wildfire smoke coming down from Canada. But I do want to say, though, just to clarify, that this shot does look deceiving here with that orange. It does appear that some of our cameras do have a color balancing issue here on some of these live images that we are getting. So some of these orange colors here can be really deceptive when it comes to these live looks that we're getting right now. But of course, we're working to get those color corrected here. But I do want to bring you out to some of these live events that we are monitoring here at this hour. And we have one of these going on right now that I do want to bring you into, and so we can learn a little bit more about this. This is happening right now over in, it appears to be India, is where we're getting this feed out. It says devotees in India's eastern holy town of Puri pull chariots to celebrate iconic Rath Yatra, or the chariot festival dedicated to the Hindu god Lord. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name, but let's just dip in here real quick and see what we can listen into as we do prioritize live events.
शॉट मारिया आई पता देखो राजा ने शॉट मारा टिक टिक
hasta Boulevard.
Just sitting in here on this live look over in India as they celebrate their Rath Yatra celebration there. But we do want to bring us back here stateside, tracking some of the major events that are happening later on today, taking a live look there at the White House as at 1 p.m. today, Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, is back, and she will be giving a rundown to the press at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So again, Caroline Leavitt, she is back, and she'll be making that address, and we know that she's been out for some time there. She's been subbed in by, we saw Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio sub in to address reporters, but Caroline Leavitt will be back for her address here starting at 1 p.m. And of course, later on today, we have all eyes here on President Trump's address to the nation, expected to happen tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, we will have that coverage for you here live on Live Now from Fox. So make sure you tune in to us later tonight to catch that address. But for now, we do have to decide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, more coverage ahead. Welcome back in, and you're taking a live look at our nation's capital, where we are continuing to follow the latest with that bipartisan senator basically push for the Russian sanctions, as former Vice President Mike Pence is calling on Congress to rename Senator Lindsey Graham's signature Russia sanctions legislation after the late South Carolina Republican telling Fox News Digital there would be, quote, no more fitting tribute to one of the Senate's most influential national security hawks. In a talk all about the late Senator Lindsey Graham, as well as the Sanctioning Russia Act of 2026, we want to bring in Bill Taylor, who is a former ambassador to Ukraine, onto the program. Bill, so good to be with you. So can you tell us a little bit about this latest push here from the former vice president to rename the bill after the late Lindsey Graham? What's the significance to this, and how this can contribute to the senator's legacy?
Bowen, I think this would be a great tribute to the senator. As you just indicated, he's been pushing this for a year. And he's gotten broad bipartisan support. More than 80 co-sponsors. That's a major feat, as everybody knows, in this day. So this would be a tribute to Senator Graham. He felt so strongly about how important Ukraine was, and this would be a major benefit for Ukraine, a major blow to Russia, who has been attacking Ukraine since 2014, but really intensely since 2022, so more than 4.5 years. And so Senator Graham has made this a key plank, and it would be great for everyone if this were to continue.
And then you mentioned there that this was this legislation, was it's been debated on for a while. So it's been a culmination for more than a year works of closed-door negotiations. What was basically the back and forth here behind this bill? What was so tough to agree on when it comes to this bill, and why is it getting passed here, or getting rather bipartisan support now?
Well, a lot has to do with President Trump and the Trump administration's view about this war, which I think, Bowen, has been gradually changing over the past couple of months. As Ukraine has done better and better on the battlefield, as Ukraine has taken the initiative, pushing the Russians back, striking deep into Russia with its own weapons, Ukraine's own weapons. It's firing deep at refineries, military targets in Russia. And it's been very clear to people that, in particular for the past couple of months, that Ukraine is actually winning. Ukraine is doing very well. And I think that's had an effect on the attitudes of the Trump administration, the attitudes of other nations around the world. We see that this has been reflected in the G7 statement, in the recent NATO statement, both of which President Trump agreed with, a strong support for Ukraine. So I think this reflects the change in the battlefield. The Ukrainians are doing well. The Russians are on their back foot. They're defensive. And the Ukrainians have demonstrated that they're winners. And I think that explains a lot about the support for this bill from the administration.
And that's a good point that you bring up, reflecting back even on the NATO summit here, where Ukraine is really telling, they were in attendance, or Zelensky was in attendance, basically saying that, basically pitching themselves as, we are not a liability, we can hold our own.
Not only hold their own, which you're absolutely right, they are doing, they are actually an asset for Europe. They're an asset for the United States. And we are taking advantage now of their drone expertise. I mean, the Ukrainians are the leading nation in the world on the use of drones. And we're recognizing it. Our Defense Department is over there talking to those folks. But even more important, the Europeans and the Gulf allies are entering into big contracts with Ukraine so that the Ukrainians could help them defend themselves. Ukraine's not just holding its own, it's an asset. It is providing security to us, to Europe, and to the Middle East, as opposed to being a drain on this.
And can we talk more about this this bill as well? What would those sanctions do to Russia, and how would that help put them even furthermore on their back foot?
Bowen, the Russians depend on the export of oil to run this war, to fund this war. And the sanctions go after that funding. The sanctions will put really clamps on any nation like India or even China, or Brazil, who buy Russian oil. If they buy Russian oil under this bill, they can be sanctioned. Tariffs can go on imports from there. This will mean, and it's shown to be effective. President Trump did put these sanctions on India a year ago, and the Indian refiners stopped buying Russian oil. That's the key. Stop the flow of funds into Russia so that the Russians will have to come to the table and agree to a ceasefire.
And I'm curious to see your opinion here when it comes to President Trump's relation with Zelensky, where it stands today. As we know in the past, we've seen some fiery moments, if you will, when they were speaking in the White House together. It definitely seemed to be much more of a calmer demeanor during that NATO summit. Can you speak to the United States and Ukraine's relationship with the two leaders here as of right now?
You are absolutely right. Much better now than it was a year ago. And I think a lot, Bowen, has to do with what I mentioned. That is, the Ukrainians are demonstrating that they're winning. The Ukrainians are demonstrating that they have the cards, that they can push the Russians back. They can stop the Russians. They can inflict real damage on the Russians deep into Russia. And all of that goes to show that the Ukrainians do have the cards. The Ukrainians are winning. The Russians are losing. And I think that's had an effect on the relations between President Trump and President Zelensky. They now respect each other. And that was clear, as you say, in that NATO summit.
And then I just did want to touch back on Lindsey Graham here just for a moment. Can you speak to some of how vocal the late senator was when it came for support for Ukraine?
Very vocal. I mean, there was no more welcome visitor from the United States than Senator Graham in Kyiv. He would meet with President Zelensky. He would have press conferences. He would be very articulate on why Ukraine is so important to us, to the United States, which is why he championed this cause. Ukraine needs to win so that they can stop the Russians in Ukraine. And Senator Graham made that point over and over and over. I think he made it to the president. He certainly made it to the American people. And he made it to the Ukrainians understood that he understood that.
And where do you think we stand now in terms to the Ukraine-Russia war? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel here that we're seeing where this could come to an end soon?
You know, I believe so. I believe that it is possible that this year, again, if this bill goes into effect, if the Graham bill goes into effect, and if sanctions go on the Russians to squeeze them, to choke them of the revenues, that together with the military pressure that the Ukrainians are putting on, with support from the Europeans, with support from the United States. I mean, the Europeans are buying weapons from the United States and providing them to Ukraine. That combination, Bowen, the economic and military, could bring this to an end with the Russians realizing, with Putin realizing that he can't win. When he realizes that he can't win, he'll come to the table and go for a ceasefire. That could happen this year.
We will definitely be on the lookout for that. Bill Taylor, we covered a lot of ground here. Any final thoughts you have on this bill or on Lindsey Graham's legacy?
It's such a tribute to him. It would be very fitting for the Senate to pass this with the blessing of this administration, the Trump administration, and that would, Senator Graham would go in history for that one move.
Bill Taylor, former ambassador to Ukraine, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
Bowen, glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Take care. With that, you're taking a live look back at our nation's capital, and it is 7:42 now in the morning over in Washington, D.C., 4:42 over on the Pacific, as former Vice President Mike Pence is calling on Congress to rename Senator Lindsey Graham's signature Russia sanctions legislation after the late South Carolina Republican. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead. Welcome back in, and take a look on your screen here. We want to hear from you. Just scan that QR code there up on your screen. What issue do you want addressed during today's White House press briefing? We have immigration, the economy, all the above, national security, or the Iran war. And again, this White House press briefing scheduled to happen at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is back spearheading this White House press briefing. She is back, as we have seen before, that she was on leave for quite some time, as we had others, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance, fill in for that position. But we want to hear from you here. What issue do you want addressed during today's White House press briefing? The Iran war, immigration, economy, national security, all the above. Just scan that QR code here right up on your screen and take a vote in. Looks like so far we just got a few people that voted in. Immigration and the economy and the Iran war are leading this right now. When it comes to the Iran war, there's just fresh strikes overnight here on this Thursday, early Thursday morning, again, where those strikes hit northern Iran. So it's still a lot of new developments when it comes to that Iran war, with the United States intensifying its strikes, targeting Iran early Thursday, hitting targets further north as American forces also fired into a ship it accused of trying to break its naval blockade on the Islamic Republic. Iran retaliated with a missile and drone fire targeting Bahrain and Kuwait before dawn. And we are starting to see this mix up a little bit now, with much more of you starting to chime in here, with still the Iran war leading it, but immigration, the economy, not so far behind, but all the above. It seems like everybody wants all this addressed here, with the economy, immigration. As we know, there has been some controversial shootings here over this past several days in Maine and in Texas, which also caused ICE agents to basically postpone those pulling over people there in vehicles. So a lot happening there on the immigration front and carrying out President Trump's immigration agenda. But seems like for a lot of you here, it seems like those all the above seems to be taking it all here, that they want it all addressed: immigration, economy, national security, and the Iran war. So right now, we do have this feed coming to us right now of Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, is speaking at a podium right now. And also the Ukrainian President Zelensky is also in attendance, we are getting, as well as the Prime Minister is visiting Ukraine, as the podium here does say Kyiv, which is Ukraine's capital. So we're going to dip in here for a quick moment and take some of these comments from the UK Prime Minister.
Military assistance for this year and for next year too. Just this week, we finalised our agreement for the UK to participate in the EU's €90 billion Ukraine support loan, mobilising British industry and British workers to deliver the capabilities that Ukraine needs. 70 billion, 90 billion. Numbers that tell Putin we're not going anywhere, that it's only going to get harder for him. And Vladimir, I'm pleased to tell you that we're going further today, because I can announce that the UK will provide €300 million of support, working together with Sweden to provide 16 new advanced aircraft to help defend Ukraine's skies. Confirmation once again that the British people stand with you with everything we have. Now, I will soon depart the stage. But this cause, your fight, and the Ukrainian people will always be in the forefront of my mind, because you are fighting for us all. So let me make just two final points. First, the support of the United Kingdom for this cause will never change. It is in our homes. The flags are flying in churches and town halls across the country, as they have throughout the duration of this conflict. Your fight is our fight. Your security is our security. And the United Kingdom will not waver. Second, in light of everything I have seen, the progress you've made, the foundations we've built and strengthened together, and the character of this nation, I'm led to one conclusion: that the shift in momentum is real, and that Ukraine is now in its strongest position since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. And so I want to echo, Vladimir, your words, the Houses of Parliament in the United Kingdom. Bravery takes you through the most unimaginable hardships, but finally, I am certain it will reward you with victory. Thank you. Slava Ukraine. Thank you so much.
And there you have Prime Minister Keir Starmer now shaking hands with the Ukrainian President Zelensky as they were taking a quick photo there as they are addressing people there. So with that, we do want to start pivoting gears here and talk about what is coming up on Alive Now from Fox in just a matter of time here, and where we want to bring in our very own Christy Matino into the conversation. Christy, you're going to be taking over in just a few minutes here. So what is coming up with your program?
Hey, Bowen. Yeah, I'm on 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Eastern time until 11 a.m. Eastern time. And really what's going to be dominating the show here is day 2 of the Senate confirmation or nomination hearing, rather, of Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. We brought you the first day there yesterday. So he's really going to be facing more grilling there from lawmakers. And I just wanted to touch on some of those key questions that we focused on yesterday there that we saw, which included that anti-weaponization fund, that tax settlement involving President Trump, as well as the department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. That's really the focus of those questions there towards Blanche just yesterday. So again, at 9 a.m. Eastern time, we're expecting to see day 2 kicking off there on Capitol Hill. And I just wanted to read some of the latest reporting here that we're getting in from Fox News as Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is heading for a second straight day of grilling in the Senate. And really what is key to watch here is his path to confirmation. It still remains cluttered, with 2 key Republicans keeping tight-lipped really on whether they'll support him. And that's because the death of South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is a member of the committee, left 11 Republicans and 10 Democrats on the panel. So with Democrats united in solidarity against Blanche, a single no vote by even a Republican on the panel could jeopardize that. So we're really going to be watching that here today in Capitol Hill. Also at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll be checking with Fox News' Caroline Shively, as she will be sharing with us the latest from Washington, D.C., as it relates to Iran, as Iran has released an American citizen charged with espionage. Last night, President Trump called that a gesture of goodwill. But this morning, Iran's military says it will destroy all the infrastructure in the region if the U.S. hits power plants and bridges, as the president has threatened. So a lot to watch here today, Bowen. Once again, I'll be on at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so in just about 7 minutes from now until 11 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, it's busy as usual, but we know you got us covered. Christy Matino, we will check back in with you here real soon. Thank you so much. And with that, my name is Bowen Kadrovich. It was great to be with you for the last several hours as we track those top stories across the country as well as across the world. I'm heading out for my final break now, but on the other side of this, my colleague Christy Matino takes over the coverage.
All right, and welcome in here to Live Now from Fox at 7:56 on the East Coast and 4:56 on the West Coast. I'm your host, Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next 3 hours. And really, the big story today is day 2 here of Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing. He will be getting grilled by lawmakers yet again here today. Before we get into a live interview on all of this, I wanted to share some of those opening statements there from Blanche just yesterday on day 1.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Grassley, and thank you, Senator, for that introduction. I appreciate you and your friendship. Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and the other members of the committee. Thank you for having me. As Senator Durbin said a minute ago, I would like to offer each of you my condolences for the loss of your colleague, Senator Graham. He was a patriot and a friend to so many of us. It's a loss for the American people, and I think honoring him today, and as he's been honored for the past several days, is the right thing to do. 17 months ago, I sat at this table as the nominee to be the Deputy Attorney General, and I told you that serving in the Department of Justice was my American dream. Since then, I have helped lead it, first as deputy and now as acting attorney general, and I'm here today to earn your trust once more. I've lived the American dream. I waited tables to get through college, moved to New York with my wife and 2 young kids, went to law school at night, read textbooks on the late train home while I worked days as a paralegal at the U.S. Attorney's Office. From that start, I became a prosecutor and spent 9 years prosecuting violent gangs and drug dealers. I rose through the ranks of the Department of Justice as a line prosecutor, then a division chief, then as of last year, Deputy Attorney General, and now Acting Attorney General. But I did not take that path for a title. I took it to make a difference for American families and the towns they call home. I am exceedingly grateful to President Trump for his trust and to my family who have carried me through every long day and late night. My wife, Christine, our wonderful children, Sydney and Justin, my granddaughter, Blaine, who's here today. All of them are here today. My wonderful friends, many of whom are here today, are really what make this worth it and what gets me through my days. And so I want to thank them for not only being here today and supporting me, but also being with me every step of the way in the journey that we're on together. My family's blessings should be available to all Americans. When a family can send their kids to school, walk their neighborhood after dark, and build a life without fear, every promise of the American dream is within reach. When they cannot, none of it is. That's my job, securing safety for every American. I'm pleased to testify again today to tell everybody here that we are doing just that. We are keeping America safe. Since President Trump took office, it's been said a few times this morning already, but it bears repeating. Murders are down roughly 20% nationwide. We have the lowest murder rate since 1900. Violent crime arrests are up nearly 114%. We've taken almost 5,000 child predators and human traffickers off the streets. And the Department of Justice has filed nearly 100,000 indictments and informations since January 20th, 2025.
All right, and those were just some of those opening statements there from Todd Blanche just yesterday. So Acting Attorney General there, Todd Blanche on your screen, facing questions from senators during his confirmation hearing yesterday as lawmakers examined several Justice Department actions, including a now abandoned proposal for a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund, a tax settlement involving President Trump, and the department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Now, Blanche told the Senate Judiciary Committee the compensation compensation fund is not moving forward, though some lawmakers, including Republican Senator John Cornyn, said they want written confirmation the proposal has been permanently abandoned. Now, senators also questioned Blanche about a tax settlement that provides protection from existing IRS audits for President Trump and his family, as well as the Justice Department's release of Epstein-related files. Blanche acknowledged mistakes were made in the release process while defending the department's handling of the investigation. His nomination remains before the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Republican support will be critical for advancing to a full Senate vote. And starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, he's back for a second day of questioning for lawmakers. Bringing you in front of the show now, David Washington, political strategist. Thank you, as always, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Christy. I appreciate it.
So how does this nomination confirmation hearing process work? Because he's been serving as the acting attorney general since April when he took over from Attorney General Pam Bondi. So just walk us through how all of this works.
Okay, so the formal process does not change, Christy. Under the advice and consent clause of the Constitution, permanent cabinet members must go through a committee hearing and a full Senate vote, regardless of their current title. So in order for acting Attorney General Blanche to become Attorney General Blanche, he must go through this process. So nothing's really changed. Of course, the margins have gotten smaller. 11 Republicans, 10 Democrats. It's going to be that much difficult. However, the senators are vetting his resume, his knowledge base, but also a lot of the issues that they hold dear to them that they want to bring to light, not just for the hearing process, not just for acting AG Blanche to discuss, but also bring it to light for the American people.
Now, I have to ask you about this because really this hinges on Republican support. The death of South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is a member of the committee, left 11 Republicans and 10 Democrats on the panel. Now, Democrats are united in solidarity against Blanche. So a no vote by even a single Republican, right, David, on the panel would jeopardize really Blanche's confirmation. So what have lawmakers on both sides of the aisle been saying here about Todd Blanche and really what we've seen over the past several months with him as acting attorney general?
As you said in your statement, that the Democrats are firm in their disapproval and likely dissent to agree to acting AG Blanche's nomination. Now it's the Republicans. Of course, you have Senator Chuck Grassley, who has praised Blanche's performance. And then you have Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn. And they have their opposition. There's concerns about weaponization of the DOJ, concerns about the settlement, the billion-dollar settlement that the Trump family received, and the Trump administration received to compensate those individuals that the administration believed were disenfranchised or harmed by the government. And some of those concerns have been brought up in regards to using that fund to compensate January 6 defendants. And of course, we've got the issue with the Epstein files. So Cornyn and Tillis are key for the Republicans for acting Attorney General Blanche's nomination, and resolving those issues is going to be important.
So you touched on those two key topics we heard about yesterday, the Epstein files, but also the anti-weaponization fund. We're going to get to both. I wanted to ask you this. Republican Senator John Cornyn said he still wants written assurance that the fund is permanently off the table. Why is that written assurance so important to lawmakers?
Okay, although Todd Blanche did say that, hey, he testified that it's off the table, it's done, it's over with. However, legally, this issue is still open. And so that's why the senator asked, can you put this in writing? It must be in writing. If you're testifying, sworn testimony, that this is no longer the case, that this anti-weaponization fund is no longer moving forward, put it legally in writing. Legally, it's still tight.
All right, let's move on to the Epstein files, because, again, that was a pretty big topic of discussion there yesterday. A lot of questions centering around that. So Blanche acknowledged mistakes were made in the release of the Epstein files, but defended the department's overall handling. Why did senators make that a key part of this process, and could that affect senators' views of his leadership?
So it's my understanding that the DOJ's haphazard release of these Epstein files is a major concern, and the protection of those victims, their testimony, their identities were handled very poorly. And so they want to make sure that moving forward, there will be no re-traumatizing the victims, and that there's an opportunity to bring this whole situation to light, which includes, as Senator Dick Durbin pressed Todd Blanche to meet with some of the Epstein victims who were in the hearing and sit down with them and their attorneys, as the acting AG said, and have a conversation about what they experienced, what evidence that they've provided, and how to prevent this in the future. So in regards to the Epstein files, they want to make sure that, one, the DOJ's office is not firmly aligned with the president and doing what the president asks and says, that there's independence there, and that this whole debacle of releasing the Epstein files does not occur again.
Now, we also heard from Senator Dick Durbin yesterday, and he asked Todd Blanche to meet with survivors of Epstein within the first 30 days of becoming Attorney General. My question to you, David, what are lawmakers specifically hoping will come next with the Epstein files? And I guess more specifically, what actions are they hoping Blanche will take in regards to Epstein files transparency?
So I'm truly at a loss in regards to what senators like Dick Durbin and others who want more investigation into the release of the files, more transparency in regards to the Epstein files. Are we missing something? I don't know. However, Durbin's request for Blanche to sit down within 30 days of the hearing and speak with, listen to the Epstein victims was courageous on his part, and also courageous on the part of Todd Blanche to say, I cannot meet with them personally because of legal issues, understandable. And if there's an issue with having legal representation for the victims in the room, that's great. He'll have an attorney that specializes in this particular situation with him or leading the meeting, but he assured the senator that he will have that meeting. And that's good. That's good for both Durbin and for Todd Blanche, but more importantly, the victims of this shameful event in history will be heard.
And David, I wanted to just ask before we transition to another part of the discussion, when it comes to day two and what we're going to see today, do you think that lawmakers are going to continue the grilling of the Epstein files and the handling of that, even the anti-weaponization fund, or do you think there are going to be other topics that are going to be discussed?
I think they'll continue to hammer, the Democrats at least will continue to hammer the issue of the Epstein files, the DOJ being weaponized against those perceived enemies of the president, the lawsuit, the nearly $2 billion lawsuit settled between the president, his family, the IRS, and giving the seal of approval by the DOJ until it was stopped by a judge. They want to make sure, the Democrats, that there's no collusion, that the DOJ is independent, that acting Attorney General Todd Blanche will assure that there is independence and that the Attorney General will not be a yes man to everything that Donald Trump ask him to do or ask him to investigate or whatever orders they give him. In regards to the Republicans, they're going to defend acting Attorney General Blanche and bring forward testimony by Attorney General John Ashcroft, who served under the Bush administration. More testimony of people who know Todd Blanche, who can say things about Todd Blanche that will help him hopefully succeed in getting this nomination. A lot of this is political theater. We have the midterms coming up. However, this is the platform, the Senate confirmation hearings, to air out these issues and to hold people accountable on either side of the political spectrum, and particularly Todd Blanche.
Yeah, I couldn't let you go here, David, without talking about midterms, as we always do. So I'm going to get to that in a second. Of course, I just want to remind our viewers here that this is all kicking off again at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll bring it to you without commercial interruption for the first portion. We also do have a dedicated YouTube stream. All right, let's talk midterms. So politically, what does what we've been seeing yesterday, potentially what we're going to see today leading up to the midterms, a signal about maybe the divisions or the priorities in Washington right now?
Christy, there are very clear divisions in our political discourse, and the Senate the Senate confirmation hearings is a clear example of this. And we're going to see this move forward in our political discourse. I do want to caution listeners and viewers, if I'm correct, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could sit in that seat as acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for the remainder of the president's term. So there's that piece. Again, Democrats and Republicans are going to take this opportunity to let America know, Democrats, there's this disruption in the government caused by the Trump administration. There's distrust, there's corruption. The Republicans are going to say there is transparency, that government is doing what government is required to do, and that the Trump administration is doing best for America, and Todd Blanche, as Attorney General, will do his job to go after fraud, to go after criminals, and bring justice to those individuals who have been harmed, particularly the Epstein victims.
I wanted to ask you this, and I hope I phrase this in a way that makes sense. Given what we've seen previously with Trump nominees and these hearings, Trump administration officials in the past, really we see just a lot of grilling from both sides, particularly the Democrats, because Trump administration officials, obviously.
Yes.
Do lawmakers use questioning as a political strategy, especially maybe even ahead of the midterms, to touch on these big ticket items that might affect voters when they head to the polls?
Oh, without a doubt. And I do not blame them. They need issues, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on, you need issues to bring back to your constituency and let them know that you're doing your job. You were hired, you were elected as a representative, as a senator, to challenge the status quo, challenge things that you believe that are not good for America. And so each political contingent is going to continue to move forward in this, unfortunately, very robust and divisive approach to addressing issues. And hopefully, the American people are listening.
David, before I let you go here, and we touched on this a little bit, what can we expect today, looking ahead to this starting in just about 45 minutes time at this point? What should viewers at home be watching for? What can we expect?
I'm looking forward to the president's primetime speech about election integrity and the protection of the American vote. I'm very curious of where he's going with this. There is speculation in regards to what he's going to talk about. However, leaving the speculation alone until there's some official word from the White House, this is something that I'm looking forward to. And also more economic news in regards to our economy.
Right, and we are going to be bringing that to our viewers here tonight as well. I'll put up that programming note in just a moment. Thank you so much, David Washington, political strategist, as always, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Christy, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Of course, we appreciate you. All right, we are going to step away for a commercial break, but sharing that programming note, President Trump's address to the nation, that's tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We will have live coverage, bringing that to you uninterrupted, as we always do. All right, my name's Christy Mattina. We're back after this. Stay with us. All right, you're watching live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. Thank you so much for joining us here. All right, taking you back out to Capitol Hill. Once again, we're awaiting day 2 here of the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing as he's going to be grilled by lawmakers. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche back for a second day. Once again, that kicks off in about 40 minutes time, and we do bring that to you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. So stay with us. Once that does get underway, once we do get a live look there inside, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, we're hearing from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He spoke a little bit earlier on this morning as he was at an AI conference, joined by Ukrainian President Zelensky. Let's listen in to some of his comments now.
Hello. Hi. Prime Minister, how disappointed are you that you won't get to see an end of this war while still in office? And to President Zelensky, the UK is set to see its 5th Prime Minister since the war began. How has that impacted your ability to work with the UK government over the last few years?
Well, look, thank you very much for that. This isn't about me. It's about a country, Ukraine, that has faced an aggressor for now in the 5th year. And it is incredible that the strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people means that we are still in this conflict, and that strength and resilience both on the front line and in civilian life. And one of the things I'm always struck by when I come to Kyiv is the simple acts of defiance of civilians every single day. They're getting up, they're going to work, they're making sure that life is normal, making sure where there's damage is repaired. I think some of the trains are amongst the most efficient in Europe. That is, on the one hand, curious and even funny, but also I take it as an act of defiance. There's people getting up to say, we're not going to give in to Putin, we're not going to let him overcome us. And therefore, the end of this war is about Ukraine, victory is about pushing back Putin. It's being clear who the aggressor is here. The fact that there will be a new Prime Minister in the United Kingdom in days to come doesn't change that dynamic at all. As I said earlier, the resolve of the United Kingdom will remain the same. We will not waver. But when we talk about the end of this war, we have to go back to basic fundamental principles. This is an act of aggression by Putin. It is an illegal invasion. Ukraine has suffered through this. They have fought back through this. And with unity and resolve, we will ensure that they're not just in the fight, but in a position to succeed in that fight. That is what matters. And the mere fact that I'm moving on as Prime Minister does not mean that I lose any resolve on my own part to do whatever I can to ensure that just and lasting peace comes for Ukraine as quickly as possible. But the quickest way is for Putin to recognise that he is the aggressor. It's time to recognise that he is losing, particularly under the pressure of the last few months, and to move forward to the just and lasting peace, which is so richly and needed and deserved across Ukraine.
Thank you very much. So for me, it's not about numbers. For me, it's about where the country's people and personalities. And I think that we build strong relations with all the leaders of the United Kingdom during this period of time. And I really count that I will build new strong relations soon with a new Prime Minister. I hope that we will have meeting as soon as possible. Of course, it depends on our teams. Just wanted to underline that they are very important.
Пане президенте, пане прем'єр-міністре, дякуємо за ваші відповіді. Конференція тобі.
Дякуємо. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your colleagues, an important.
All right, those were some comments from earlier this morning. We caught just a bit of them there. UK Prime Minister Starmer and Ukrainian President Zelensky hosting that joint news conference. And we said earlier this was an AI conference. We apologize. We had some wrong information. Not an AI conference, but Keir Starmer is visiting Ukraine there with Zelensky. So they delivered that joint news conference this morning. We're going to step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, you're watching live now from Fox. It is 8:26 on the East Coast and 5:26 on the West Coast. Welcome in here. All right, so we're awaiting several live events to get underway, particularly day 2 of the confirmation hearing for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Capitol Hill at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, I just want to dip into this live event for just about a minute or so here, just to show you what's going on. So Chinese President Xi Jinping is attending a signing ceremony of an international artificial intelligence cooperation statement before the opening of the World AI Conference hosted by China in Shanghai, accompanied by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Let's just listen into this here for a moment.
有请缅甸代表签署 Representative of Myanmar。 有请尼加拉瓜代表签署 Representative of Nicaragua。 有请阿曼代表签署 Representative of Oman。
All right, so we just wanted to bring you a portion of this live event that is currently underway. Once again, Chinese President Xi Jinping attending a signing ceremony for an international artificial intelligence cooperation statement. This all before the opening of the World AI Conference hosted by China. So we'll continue to dip in and out of that here this morning on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to transition to some other news here that we have been following. This coming out of Iran. A rare diplomatic development comes as tensions between the U.S. and Iran continue to escalate. Caroline Shively joining us now. She has the latest on this from Washington. Good morning to you, Caroline. What can you share with us this morning?
Some good news for once. Iran has released an American citizen charged with espionage. Last night, President Trump called that a gesture of goodwill. But this morning, Iran's military
officers were killed in the line of duty than the prior years.
CENTCOM has just wrapped up its latest round of strikes against Iran, targeting multiple Iranian command centers and air defense sites. Meanwhile, the U.S. naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz the president reinstated Tuesday remains in place.
And we'll have Iran defeated soon. They'll be defeated very soon. And then I guess it'll be even better. But, you know, even during this, it's been It's been amazing.
The escalation in U.S. strikes, along with the reimposition of the naval blockade, comes as the U.S. continues to pressure Iran to negotiate a deal.
We received a call just as I was coming here. They want to meet. They always want to meet. If you're not going to do it the way I'm doing it, you're never going to make a deal with them.
Meanwhile, the conflict is also fueling a growing debate here in Washington. More than half of House Democrats voted to eliminate $3.3 billion in U.S. military aid to Israel, but the amendment was defeated in a bipartisan vote.
The majority of Democrats now have shifted where we are on this issue with respect to Israel, that the U.S. cannot continue to finance a reckless government that has no regard for human rights and, frankly, has no regard for the President of the United States.
Vice President J.D. Vance said yesterday the U.S. would not send in ground troops to Iran to accomplish regime change, telling Joe Rogan, quote, "We're not in that business anymore." Christy?
All right, Caroline, before I let you go, so you mentioned Iran released an American citizen as a gesture of goodwill, even as military threats are escalating. How is the White House interpreting those mixed signals? Is there any indication diplomacy is gaining traction behind the scenes at this point?
Not really. It does stick out as a piece of good news in the middle of ramped up fighting, the blockade back in place, and tough talk from both sides. The California woman has dual citizenship. She had her passport seized in 2024 and wasn't allowed to leave the country until now. There are at least 3 other Americans being held in Iran. No word on their status.
And last question for you, Caroline. On Capitol Hill, we saw a significant number of House Democrats vote to end military aid to Israel, even though the amendment failed. Does that vote signal a broader shift in the political debate over U.S. involvement in the region, or is bipartisan support for Israel still largely holding?
I think it's a major shift for Democrats that would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. Democrats don't like how Israel has used U.S. funds in its war in Gaza and with Hezbollah in Lebanon. A recent Washington Post poll found that 3/4 of Democratic voters want to reduce or eliminate military aid for Israel. But also important to note, that vote yesterday was on an amendment and it failed.
All right, Caroline Shively reporting from Washington, D.C. for us this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
And as we step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, this is the latest post from U.S. Central Command saying U.S. forces struck Iranian command centers, air defense sites, missile and drone capabilities, and coastal surveillance facilities to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten innocent mariners crewing commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, any updates from CENTCOM we are going to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. Stepping away for a commercial break, stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to another story we've been following. This is a live look coming out of San Francisco this morning as the U.S. Coast Guard suspended its search yesterday for 3 people who remain missing after a boat carrying members of an extended family capsized near Alcatraz Island during a memorial outing in San Francisco Bay. The 49-foot cabin cruiser sank Tuesday afternoon with 20 people on board. One person, identified as 79-year-old Clifford Joseph Boyza of Sutter County, died after being pulled from the water, while 16 others were rescued. A dog aboard the vessel also died. We want to play the latest press conference that we have here from officials just yesterday there in San Francisco as we await another press conference to come.
First and foremost, I'd like to send my deepest condolences and my thoughts and prayers to the friends and family of our 3 missing individuals. They're going through an extremely difficult and challenging time right now, and we are in close concert and communication with them, and we'll continue to do so throughout this search effort. I'd also like to recognize all of our Coast Guard crews and our state and local interagency partners who are part of the Unified Command. These teams have been out on scene, now searching ever since the initial call came in, continuously. Their dedication, their commitment to the search effort is impressive. I'd also like to recognize and thank the Good Samaritans who were on scene. Those Good Samaritans called this distress case in initially, made us aware of it, and then rescued people from the water. You all saved lives. Your actions saved lives. Our crews have now been out there for 23 hours straight. They've cumulatively covered 950 square nautical miles. In addition, they've searched over 1,700 miles of track line, utilizing 11 surface assets and 4 aircraft. We have completely saturated the search area. We were there, as I said, immediately upon notification of the distress, and we've been utilizing our search and rescue optimal planning system, as well as taking into account tides, currents, and prevailing weather conditions to ensure that we have the best search possible. Despite that extensive effort, we have been unsuccessful in locating any survivors within the search area. Suspending an active search is one of the most difficult things we do as Coast Guard commanders. I don't take that responsibility lightly at all. Our goal is always to bring home families' loved ones, and we understand that families want answers, and that is never lost on us. That said, as I look at the extensive search effort we have put forth to this point, I look at the probability of success of locating a survivor within the search area, given everything we've put forth and all the environmental conditions. My intention is to suspend active search operations at sunset this evening. The families are aware, they've been notified, and our crews will continue to diligently search until we reach that point later this evening.
So once again, those were some comments yesterday from officials there after we're bringing you this news. The U.S. Coast Guard officially suspending its search Wednesday evening, last night, for 3 people who remain missing after that boat carrying members of an extended family capsized near Alcatraz Island. We'll continue to follow this story here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take you out to California, staying in California, rather, as we're learning that there is a water main break in West Hollywood. And our Fox 11 LA team currently live speaking on this. I want to head out to them here now and listen in.
It's way more than just this neighborhood. Just seeing those cars kind of knocked into each other, you know they didn't start like that, just the force of the water. Absolutely. People are waking up to this.
Stu, this is going to be a major impact to this area. As you said, this water main break and all the water is flooding not just Sunset Boulevard, but as you said, it traveled a far distance because it went down that hill, down to Santa Monica Boulevard, down to the San Vicente area, which is also a major thoroughfare there. That Metro bus depot that you spoke of there are a lot of buses that depart from that facility there. It's very close to the West Hollywood jail as well, the West Hollywood station there. So you have to wonder whether or not it's impacting the LA County Sheriff's sheriff's deputies that are operating out of that station as well. All those businesses along Santa Monica Boulevard, as well as all the businesses along Sunset Boulevard. So if this flooding also impacts Santa Monica Boulevard, could this also damage some of those businesses that are there close to the Rainbow District as well? So will this also shut down Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard as well? But people certainly waking up there. I imagine all of those people who are living along Palm, what a major situation that they're dealing with, as well as they wake up their main entrance along Palm Avenue, so they probably have to go to the back because the front is completely now underwater. Look at how far this has gone. I mean, I think this is I think we're looking at La Cienega here. This is La Cienega. So this is water that is
Santa Monica.
Oh, Lazy Bird. So this is down near the West Knoll area, so this is a major stretch of Santa Monica Boulevard here as well. It's close to the La Cienega area. But this is certainly a major part of the West Hollywood area as it goes down to the streets below. That's below Santa Monica Boulevard as well. So it's impacting all of that.
Just a constant question as to why this is still going.
Huntley is that street. One of the major situations here is that West Hollywood imports all of their services or subcontracts their water, not just from DWP, but they also contract, as they said, for the Metropolitan Water District as well. So that might be some of the difficulty of them trying to figure out who is responsible for this, who shuts down that water, and once they shut down that water, obviously who's going to fix all of this. But wow, this is something that's going to really impact this city here for the foreseeable day. All right, we're going to check in with this situation to see if there are changes here. Let's get to Gigi. She's talking about this heat wave. Fire crews.
All right, and thank you so much to our Fox 11 LA team. Now you're taking a live look there at this flooding that we're seeing. This is coming from Sky Fox, and we're still waiting for more information from our Fox 11 LA team. What you just watched there, that's the preliminary information that we just got from them. We also showed that post here on X from the LA County Fire Department saying water main break North Palm Avenue and Harrod Street in West Hollywood. LA County Fire Department units are on the scene of a major water main break in the area of Palm and Harrod in West Hollywood, if you are familiar with the area. Bringing you just this live look here. Once again, this is a developing story, so once we learn more on this, we will bring it to you. But what I also wanted to do here is just stay with our Fox 11 LA team because they're also following another story here, and I'm working to see if we have maybe a post or just some video here. All right, so this is another post that's coming in here from from Fox 11 Los Angeles saying Los Angeles County firefighters were working to knock down a fire that erupted in Santa Clarita on Wednesday afternoon. Let's head back out to our Fox 11 LA team as they're also covering this for you.
This fire was absolutely raging. Now, just about 20 minutes before the fire started, I happened to take a screen grab of the temperature here in Santa Clarita. It was 103 degrees with a real feel of 111. That hot weather obviously doesn't start fires, but it dries out the foliage, which fuels the fire, and this one was moving quickly. LA County Fire throwing absolutely everything they had at it as it came dangerously close to those homes. Santa Clarita Sheriff's Station sending out their deputies, doing some door knocking. An evacuation warning was put in effect. And keep in mind, it was 1:40, so many people were not home at the time. They were rushing in to save their pets, to get anything of value that they could carry out just in case. The fire moved so quickly.
I was headed to Costco, and I was like, that's close to our house. Let's go drive by really fast. And I pulled in, and the flames were right here in this parking lot. Yeah. So I grabbed my kids that didn't even know the sheriffs were telling them to leave. And my dogs. They said they did not hear it, the sheriff's sirens going off. And I grabbed the dogs, and I told them to go to Walmart, and I went to my neighbor's house and grabbed her dogs and met everybody at Walmart.
I mean, like I said, we were coming back from LA when I started getting the dings and seeing, I go, oh my gosh, I tell my husband, this is our house. And one of my neighbors called me, so we spoke, and she goes, you know what, let's pray. So we just started praying over the community. We just feel so blessed and honored that it didn't come to us. This is everything we own.
And so we just wanted to bring that update to you as well here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, Los Angeles County Fire Authorities said this fire, which has been dubbed the Point Fire, broke out on Center Point Parkway just after 1 p.m. Now, structures were threatened in the area, and an hour later, a second alarm fire was requested. This fire was initially estimated to be 5 acres before it eventually grew to 52 acres with 32% containment. So we'll keep checking with our Fox 11 LA team here this morning. Lots of developing stories and breaking news. My name is Christy Matino. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We're stepping away for our final commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we're continuing to follow this breaking news coming out of West Hollywood, this water main break, you could just see there all of that flooding. Right now, our Fox 11 LA team back speaking on this. So let's head to their coverage. Excuse me.
You're driving down a little bit of a hill to get into that underground parking. It is almost to the brim right there. Some of the apartments on that first floor, there's a lot of water in that courtyard area. A lot of that, also all the, anything where those trees are, all that earth, everything like that. You can see that brown, that's not the water, that's going to be all that earth and stuff moving away from there. So there's going to be so much damage. One of the apartments right here might be a little bit more difficult. You don't have to move, Dylan, but you actually saw some of the water actually on that first floor patio. Where is it all coming from? Well, it's coming from where Mario is, right over here. Not that Mario had anything to do with it, but they were out here at Holloway and Sunset. Actually, since we've been here, it does seem like they are starting to get a handle on it. They can't just shut it off. It's not a spigot. We've seen this before. We understand how they have to do their job. It's a slow process. They have to shut off all these feeder pipes, and then they'd have to make sure that that back pressure doesn't create more bursts other places. So it's going to be a slow and go thing. But you can see how that water's still pouring out of that intersection. Many street closures out here as well, and it's all making its way down to Santa Monica. That's going to be the Pacific Design Center, and a lot of people might not know it, but there's a huge bus depot out here as well. Some of these buses, that water all the way up to the door, almost to the top of the wheel wells, but they are still operational. We saw one just leaving moments ago. Back to you in the studio.
You wonder how much damage this is going to do not only to those apartment complexes, condominium complexes, businesses, and now some of these buses.
Thinking about the bus routes, like what's going to happen? There are people who depend on those.
Mm-hmm. And all of Santa Monica and Sunset Boulevard looks like they'll be probably closed for at least the next few hours. We'll see what happens with all of that as they try to figure out how to shut this water off. But the water continues to flow from Sunset Boulevard down to Santa Monica via Palm. Big river of water still rushing down that street.
You know, let's get to Mario actually live on the ground with more here. Mario.
Yeah, I want to bring in Captain Aaron Caton with LA County Fire. You're giving us some information here. Unbelievable to see that this has been going on for over 2 hours. Walk me through what happened.
So shortly after 3 a.m., we received reports of possible water in the street at Palm at Harriet, which is a little down the way. Our units arrived on scene to find more than a little bit of water in the street. It was an obvious main break.
Losing sound here.
All right, we just lost some.
Water companies' grids that cross here, and with the old infrastructure, that water main breaks are not uncommon in this part of town. Water main breaks of this size are. So our guys called Beverly Hills Water. They came out, got right to work, said this might not be theirs, got DWP out here also with them. So we have both water companies at work trying to find out whose main it is and shutting it down incrementally until they get to the point that they can turn off the flow of this water.
And I actually saw a crew here. They said they were with Metropolitan Water. So now you're saying Beverly Hills as well as LADWP. And how is it possible that they don't know whose responsibility it is just yet?
Well, they know if it's their pipe, it's absolutely their responsibility. But it's hard to figure out. There are multiple grids that cross here. If you saw the map of it, I worked in this area before, and it's really interesting. Just most places you would think in like planned communities you have one grid. Here, the way that the city of West Hollywood came together is an unincorporated area until 1987 as the city built around it. You actually have 3 water companies' grids that go through the city of West Hollywood, some serving different parts of the city.
Wow, and is that why they haven't shut it off yet?
Yeah, that's because they're going through, and you have to incrementally shut one of these things off. There's no master switch that you can just plug. So each of those companies is going out incrementally, doing their shutoffs until they can finally get this flow to stop.
I mean, that sounds like a major task. The more this goes on, I can imagine the worse the damage gets for residents, for businesses. I know Stu Mundell up in Skyfox was showing some of the cars underwater and some of the garages filling up quickly. So what do you say to residents who might be waking up and this is still...
Residents, stay inside. We're going to get this shut off. We're going to get it shut off soon. But until then, don't go outside and put yourself at risk. Then, once the flow is off, and you'll know, because once one of these things gets shut off, it dries out pretty quick. Then you can go outside and start assessing the damage. But there's nothing you can do right now that's going to make a difference that should get in the way of you keeping yourself safe.
And what's the concern here? I want to have photographer Howard Wells pan down the street here as you're watching that rushing water and all those cars trying to make their way up. What's the concern from your perspective?
Oh, the concern, always our number one concern is the safety of the people we serve. We take that really seriously. We take a lot of pride in serving the citizens of West Hollywood. We know that this is a very busy area, and as we come into the working hours of the day, there are going to be more people on the street. So our number one concern is that people just do everything you can to avoid the area of these water flows until we get it shut off.
And we've already seen damage to some businesses, Dialogue, gym down the street. So thank you for giving us that information. We definitely appreciate it. Captain Aaron Caton with LA County Fire. So that's the situation right now. The water's still flowing, and you heard the captain there saying there are multiple water agencies on the scene still trying to figure out exactly how to tackle this.
Mario, did he get away just yet? I'm curious, is there any even estimate on how long it could take before they could possibly get this stopped? I mean,
yeah, let me ask him. It doesn't seem like they have any direct timeline. Is there any timeline on when this might be fixed? We're talking hours, possibly?
You know, we're going to get it as soon as we can. Right now, it's too preliminary to give a timeline because the water companies are hard at work doing all they can. But it's going to be as soon as we can. This is our number one priority right now.
Do you have more information on the road closures? Because from what we can see, several, but are there more that are surrounding the area here in West Hollywood?
You know, I am sure there are down below, but I need to go and get briefed on that myself, so I can give you the updated information as soon as I get it.
Appreciate it, Captain. Thank you so much. A lot of the residents here say they can't believe this is still going on, actually. So definitely a tough situation here for so many crews and so many residents in the area.
Absolutely, Mario. I mean, just as we're watching it here, you're in disbelief that this is still going on. And just listening to him talk about how elaborate the process is to even potentially get it shut down. And the cleanup, as we can see just right now, whenever this does get stopped, is already going to just be a nightmare for so many residents, so many business owners, and it's still going.
All right, if you're just joining us this morning, your live pictures here from West Hollywood And this is going to have a major impact on the morning commute and obviously the day-to-day operations there in the city of West Hollywood. Major water main break that started around 3 o'clock this morning on Sunset and Holloway. A major thoroughfare in that area appeared to cause a minor sinkhole there, but water still gushing at this hour. Several water districts now on the scene trying to figure out which one it belongs to and who has jurisdiction over this water main break. They're working to shut it off. A crew's there on the scene saying some of the water is flowing more slowly, but as you see, the water continues to flow down Sunset Boulevard. Live pictures there, river of water going down Palm. This is going to to apartment buildings there. There's a garage there that is now being completely flooded. Officials are saying if you are in the middle of all of this, to stay in place. Do not walk out until the water has completely subsided. This has gone all the way down to Santa Monica Boulevard, a major thoroughfare there near the San Vicente area, a major bus depot there where we have seen so many buses underwater at that bus depot, but obviously this area is going to be shut down. Santa Monica and Sunset Boulevard at Holloway for the better part of the morning.
You know, I'm actually headed live just as soon as I get off the desk here, headed live out there to that bus depot. We'll get you a closer look at what's going on there. This is still going. It's still shocking. As Bob just said, stay inside.
More coverage after the break.
Reignite your passion.
All right, thank you so much there to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team as you are taking a live look there at that water main break. Once again, this is all coming out of West Hollywood. We just heard from officials there on the ground as well, but in terms of an official press conference, unclear of exactly when that is going to be. So we're going to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox with any more developments on this. All right, and we actually do want to stay on the topic of flooding because yesterday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties as flooding hits parts of the state. I wanted to share some of his comments here with you now on Live Now from Fox.
Thank everybody for being here. We are dealing with and responding to a flood that is likely going to break records in Texas history. Our primary focus right now and throughout the remainder of this torrential rain is saving lives. To achieve that goal, I've already issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties across the state. We can also add more counties to that declaration as needed. To help save lives, there are more than 1,300 state personnel from more than 30 agencies that are already activated, including agencies like the National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, our Texas Game Wardens with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Department of Transportation, and so many others. More than 800 vehicles have been deployed, more than 75 boats, more than 20 aircraft, more than 30 state agencies are responding. Fortunately, so far, there's been no reported loss of life. We've got to keep it that way. The problem we have is there's a big danger by anybody driving through rising water. There will be a lot of rising water over the next 24 to 48 hours. Or there could be dangers by people being close to rapidly rising rivers, which will also be occurring in many places in the affected region over the next 24 to 48 hours. Already, there have been more than 75 people who have been rescued. Fortunately, we had the assets in place to be able to make those rescues. We will continue to have assets available to make rescues. The best situation, however, is that people are not in a situation where they need to be rescued. Always just remember the simple slogan, turn around, don't drown. Let me be clear about something. Today and tomorrow, we face what was categorized as life-threatening catastrophic floods. I want to give you a comparison. The 4th of July floods last year had rainfall of 20 0.29 inches. The expected rainfall during this rainstorm is expected to be more than 30 inches. More rain than what occurred during the flood last year. The river basin that is most at risk is the Nueces River Basin and its various tributaries. If you happen to be near that river basin or its tributaries, put close attention to what you're doing. However, don't think, well, I'm not near the Nueces, I'm near some other basin. Don't think you're safe there. There are problems in a vast region that I will list for you. Tonight, there is a flash flood emergency in Kendall County until 8 o'clock. And there's a flood watch across pretty much all of south central Texas. There is a high risk of excessive rainfall in the area from Sonora to Del Rio, including Eagle Pass, over to Bulverde. Again, in these areas, there's already about 10 to 15 inches of rain already on the ground, and there's another 10 to 15 inches of rain expected through tomorrow morning. So in those regions, expect a lot of rain, a lot of water, and a lot of rising waterways. There remains a low threat of tornadoes in various areas that will be impacted by this. But again, our main concern is rising rivers. We've been working very closely with local officials across the entire affected region, and they say there are no unmet needs. We have received assistance already from the states of our neighbors, Louisiana and Oklahoma. We are grateful to them for assisting Texas at this time. And now I would like to turn it over to Chief Nimkid with the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I want to hit some of the highlights. This is a life-threatening rainfall event. It is not only the amount of rain that will fall, but it is very important the rate of fall. Meteorologists are reporting in some cases up to 3 inches per hour. It doesn't matter where you live in Texas. 3 inches of rain an hour will cause flooding. The far majority of the rescues that have taken place that the governor talked about are stranded motorists. Do not drive on the road where you cannot see the road. If there's water on the road, turn around, do not drown. And I'm going to tell you, I've had family members today that were driving to work on roads and in construction areas where the water on those roads completely surrounded them. They were not driving through low water when they started. If you do not have to be out on the Texas roads right now in this impacted area, do your best to stay home or work from home. Our state resources will continue to support our local government partners. We are tied in with every open emergency operations center in the impacted area right now. The most important thing I need your help in getting to our citizens is listen to your local officials. Our teams are supporting them. They're ready to issue mandatory evacuation orders if and when the time comes, and we'll need your help in getting that message out, and we need a prepared citizenry to be able to take action. Shelters are ready to be opened if they are needed, and all the assets and resources will be there to support them. And I also want to thank our men and women out on the streets right now, all of those local first responders that have done more rescues than we have done put together. So thank you for their support and service. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And now General Seltzer with the Texas Military Department.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. The Texas Military Department is postured to support this storm response with 10 helicopters, over 750 personnel, and 100 military vehicles. These capabilities will be staged throughout the affected area, and their purpose is to conduct ground and air evacuation and search and rescue. It's very important to note that we train for this throughout the year. For example, our helicopter crews work on a monthly basis with Texas Task Force 1 rescue swimmers to ensure we're proficient in search and rescue. Additionally, just last May, Texas Military Department hosted an extensive multi-day search and rescue exercise that had 87 aircraft from not only us, but our interagency partners. So again, I'd like to reiterate, we are postured to respond and ready to support the state of Texas.
Thank you very much. And now with the Texas Department of Transportation, Jessica Butler.
Thank you, Governor. TxDOT crews started responding on Sunday evening and have continued to respond throughout the event, monitoring roadways, placing barricades, and closing roadways in coordination with law enforcement. They will continue 24-hour shift work in impacted areas until the storms are clear. Hundreds of TxDOT personnel are engaged in responding to this event across multiple districts, including Austin, Beaumont, El Paso, Laredo, San Antonio, San Angelo, and Odessa. We do have additional districts actively engaged in preparation activities, monitoring the storm very closely as it shifts. In addition to the crews within those impacted districts currently, we have additional regional crews that are being actively staged in San Antonio area, poised to help respond if additional personnel are needed. Additional portable message boards with cameras are also being deployed to impacted areas and staged in strategic locations to help improve visibility, monitoring, and communication. At the peak this afternoon, there were 114 roads impacted by flooding. I do want to emphasize that that number is highly variable over time. With the amount of rain that we're receiving, for the best information, you need to check drivetexas.org for the latest and greatest conditions. Safety is our #1 priority, and it is a team effort. We continue to push critical safety messages. We appreciate your support in pushing these critical safety messages as well. We ask drivers to stay weather aware throughout this storm, as you already heard before. If you don't have to go out on the roadway, we encourage you not to be out on the roadway in a storm like this. If you have to be out on the roadway, please make sure you're checking drivetexas.org ahead of time. And of course, we encourage you to turn around and don't drown. Any amount of water that you see standing, we do not encourage you to drive through that. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you very much. We'll take some questions.
I think a lot of Texans turn off those emergency government alerts on their phones and don't therefore get ICAWS alerts. Anything you can say to them going into tonight?
So if you're not getting alerts, just be aware of what's going on. If you're in the regions that are located on this map, which is about a quarter of the state or more, know that you're going to be facing life-threatening water. That if you're driving around, especially in the dark, you could easily put yourself in a position where you could lose your life. You don't need a further alert than what you're getting right now. Be aware of your surroundings. We're getting maybe record-setting rain over the next 12 to 24 hours. So be aware of that. Let me emphasize something else, and that is that even though there will be less rain on Friday and even Saturday, doesn't mean that rivers will stop rising. The rivers will continue to rise because of all the rainfall that's been delivered to the ground that works its way into the water system. So even if the sky turns blue, doesn't mean that the rivers will stop rising.
Governor, do you believe Texas is better prepared for major flooding events now compared to previous disasters?
I'd say we're better prepared than we have ever been to deal with weather events in general, but rainfall events and flooding events in particular. And you see that by the fact that, fortunately, there have been no lives lost. We work to continue to achieve that. But I think, Texans themselves are weather aware, and they're conscious of the severity of what can happen with the amount of rainfall that we're getting. And I think most Texans are being responsible and taking action needed to save their own lives.
Governor, a quick aside about you haven't announced a new pick for Secretary of State yet. Do you anticipate that the new secretary will help in the goal of closing primaries? And what is Nate Schatzline's role in all that? Sure.
Happy to answer that. Let's stay on topic first, and I'll come to you after all the on-topic questions are exhausted.
Can you give a little more information about how you are working with local governments?
Sure. So they have a variety of different needs based upon what's happening in their location. It could be a need for rescues. It could be for helping evacuations. It could be nursing homes, different things like that. It could be access to clean water or places where people can stay for the next 24 hours, things like that. But you may have more information about what you're dealing with as you're responding to the local officials.
Thank you, Governor. So any city or county, any counties that have an emergency operations center open, the agencies represented here have staff in those local emergency operations centers. That's how tight the coordination is between our organizations.
Listening into officials there, Texas Governor Greg Abbott addressing dangerous flooding. And this morning, you're taking a live look in Kerrville, Texas, as there is life-threatening flooding. Now, what you were just watching there was yesterday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties that is flooding, hitting parts of the state. The Weather Prediction Center for Fox has outlined an area in south central Texas that is at risk of flash floods this week. High water rescues have been reported in Uvalde County, which is in a high threat zone for flash flooding. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on all of this here on Live Now from Fox. Also, just bringing you this live look here once again coming out of West Hollywood. We're continuing to follow that water main break, and we were just bringing you our Fox 11 LA team as they were reporting on that. We'll bring that back to you here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. A lot going on here this morning, and if you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. It is 9/11 on the East Coast, 6/11 on the West Coast. A lot we're watching for here. We are going to step away for a commercial break. But before we go, I just want to bring you this feed that just popped in here. And this is going to be Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking on political violence. So we are going to step away. Actually, we're zooming in here. It looks like this is getting underway, but that is not a Secretary Rubio. So let's take that break. We'll bring this to you next. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivering remarks on political violence in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in live.
Protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today. And we destroyed the ISIS caliphate, we killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treat it. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor standing in a neighborhood consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin. the longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a recent-day modern novelty. It is not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror of the Tupamaros, of the Monteseros, of the FARC, of the ELN. You remember the inhuman savagery of Peru's Shining Path, the Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps. All of you here from Europe remember. You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held the 5-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly 3-decade campaign of bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations in Germany, murdering dozens and injuring hundreds more. You remember the 17 November organization in Greece, the Marxist extremists that terrorized Athens for more than a quarter century, including, by the way, shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party. And here in America, we remember. We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas. We remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol. We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot a public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period, between 1971 and 1972, the FBI counted some 2,500 bombings on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day. The overwhelming share of that violence came from left-wing extremists. Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today, because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist, or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist, and we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" a healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets, multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation, a man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong. The old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian. In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity or ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission. Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere, and it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militants in a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country. And so we have no choice but to confront this menace together We will either cooperate across our borders, or the terrorists will continue to exploit the gaps between them. Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. In December, we announced Rewards for Justice, offering up to $10 million for information disrupting the financing behind these groups. In May, we convened the first counterterrorism law enforcement workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany. The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit, and we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours. It is easy to destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them. The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do, and now we must do it. Thank you for coming today. And now I want to introduce someone I work with very closely and has been a leader in this field. He is a Deputy Chief of Staff and one of the key advisors to President Trump. He also heads up all of our Homeland Security initiatives and understands this issue probably as well as anyone in the United States government, Stephen Miller.
Good morning, distinguished leaders and guests. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And thank you, of course, to Secretary of State Rubio for organizing this conference and for leading this initiative. Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering in order to establish complete and total control. Control through psychological and physical and actual terror. And we have to understand that that is the scope and the extent of the threat that we face. And as Secretary Rubio also pointed out, this is an international network. Antifa, as an example, operates in dozens of countries all throughout the world. They share common networks of funding and organization and information sharing. And so all of our intelligence agencies and law enforcement entities should be collaborating and coordinating and working together in order to root out these organizations. One of the hallmarks of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protests that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization. If the left is allowed to use the real or actual threat of violence to destabilize our institutions, then those institutions cannot and will not succeed. So here in the United States, for example, we saw in the recent past clear threats of violence against our Supreme Court to try to shape how they rule on upcoming decisions. The leftist does this with the full desire, intent, and understanding that the threat of violence against a public figure or their family is meant to cow them into behaving or acting or conducting themselves differently. We had the combination of a violent left-wing organization threatening our nation's highest court and the federal government and the Department of Justice turning a blind eye to it. Those are the conditions in which this kind of violence can fester as a cancer and ultimately destroy a society. Nothing that we do works if the threat of violence and terror goes on unchecked. Our political systems don't work, our judicial systems don't work, our legal systems don't work, our jury trials don't work. And at the same time, we have to understand there's a real threat that those who are not themselves terrorists, but who support left-wing violence, will create the conditions that allow that violence to go on without any meaningful inhibition. So, to be specific, we've seen some of our nation's cities in America, like Washington, D.C. and New York City, something, again, it's an American term, but it's known as jury nullification. This is when a person is obviously guilty of a crime, but the juror, because they're ideologically sympathetic to the perpetrator, will not sentence them to the crime for which they've obviously committed. We've seen in the United States, again and again, individuals who are part of left-wing organizations who've committed assaults against ICE officers or federal law enforcement who've been brought to court where clear evidence has been presented against them that the jury has refused to convict for purely political reasons. When you've reached that point, it demonstrates how deeply the cancer has begun to infest your society, where people have created an internal rationalization structure to justify unsanctioned violence against the state and state actors to achieve a political end. We have to use every lawful and legitimate tool that we have to demonstrate that justice will be served and delivered, and to prove that these kinds of tactics and techniques will ultimately fail. If the leftist learns and observes that their violence and criminal activity helps and ultimately succeeds in achieving their desired political end, they will be endlessly emboldened. Here in the United States, we've seen a growing and deeply alarming increase in attempted assassinations against public figures. Most notably, of course, the multiple assassination attempts against President Trump, the successful assassination attempt against Charlie Kirk, many others. This is a fatal cancer to civilization. And the greatest risk that we have is that our institutions have grown too soft and too cowardly to be able to defend themselves against a mortal threat. If your civilization is your home, you must defend it with the same passion and force as if an enemy intruder is inside your own house where your family lives. That is the level of dedication and urgency that is required. And the greatest threat is that even though there are far more of us, there are far more people who believe in order and civilization and liberty and the rule of law, is that if we are softer than those who seek to end us, then the smaller but more radical minority will succeed. It is easy to dismiss what I'm saying and to say, surely it cannot be that bad, it cannot be that dire. But again, I point to the examples in our own country where, for example, our Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been duly statutory authorized to carry out routine enforcements of immigration law, has been subjected to an over 8,000% increase in violent assaults. These are not one-off episodes. This is repeat, systemic, organized, funded insurrection and armed resistance against the federal government. There was a sniper from a sniper's nest who, using an assault rifle, tried to shoot ICE officers in Dallas, Texas. These are the episodes that we're talking about, where we have had repeated, direct, violent attacks on federal law enforcement in order to veto the ballot box with violence. And the leftist justifies this violence to himself by saying that they alone are the arbiters of what is right or wrong. Not the law, not history, not civilization, not public opinion, and certainly not God. The leftist assumes for himself judge, jury, executioner. But let's not pretend for a moment that these radical leftists, these terrorists, are operating from a place of sincere political conviction. Sure, there are plenty of useful idiots that they use who may believe these discredited ideologies. The leftist is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy. The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural and is filled with envy and hatred. The leftist looks at a perfect family with the perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday and is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they covet, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way, in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why, if you look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest, why do the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal-looking person among them? Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways, to the point in which their outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred. Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie and the predator is a threat to normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although they're incredibly important. It's about normal, healthy, ordered living. And the violent leftists, for these deep-seated reasons, going back to the earliest wisdom taught to us in the Bible about coveting. And I'm not talking about rich versus poor. I'm talking about a much deeper kind of coveting. Coveting people who are morally superior, who are superior in the simple, truthful way they live their lives. People that they look at who are happy and ordered and peaceful and contributing to their communities. That burns an ember in them, and that's how you end up with the horrors we've seen throughout history, where good families are dragged out into the street and executed. And you might say, again, you're describing a future that seems impossible to conceive of. When it comes to preventing these horrors, it is the burden and the duty of good people of all walks of life to understand that you will always be accused of raising the alarm too loudly. If you wait until the point where the worst outcome is so obvious that no one can deny it, you've already lost the battle. That's the fundamental point. If you say, I will not raise this alarm until the threat is so present and so clear and so obvious and so imminent that none can deny it, well, it's already too late. It's already too late. I would rather prevent a threat from occurring and be accused for the rest of my life of having falsely raised the alarm, knowing in myself that I was right, than for fear of being judged, having waited too long until the point of no return has been crossed. The good news is that we are far away from the point of no return. So all of us should organize together and work together for the good and the benefit of all the people in our societies, of all walks of life, of all persuasions, to deliver for them what they are justly entitled to, which is to live with safety, with fundamental human dignity, and with the ability to live in peace and harmony with their families and neighbors. Thank you all, and God bless.
All right, so we were just listening live there to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, both delivering remarks there in Washington, D.C., as the Trump administration is convening officials from roughly 65 countries today to build an international coalition against violent far-left extremist groups. This is according to Fox News, arguing the organizations have become a leading transnational terrorism threat. So Secretary of State Marco Rubio hosting representatives from the foreign delegations for discussions focused on expanding intelligence sharing, law enforcement, and cooperation there. We're going to step away for a commercial break. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Mentino. So we were just listening into several Trump administration officials as they're speaking live there in Washington, D.C. on political violence. We just heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well as Stephen Miller. Now we're hearing from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So let's head back over live.
The same ultimate vision to share the same immediate enemy of free and self-governing societies. That convergence should concern every government represented in this room. These terrorists understand an enduring truth. Societies are rarely subverted from afar until they have first been weakened from within. So as it tears at the social fabric that allows our societies to function, left-wing terrorism is the visible manifestation of a much broader and more insidious effort to undermine the philosophies that built Western civilization and sustain all we hold dear. Some of these activities are overt: bombings, assassinations, and organized violence in our streets. Others are quieter: campaigns to suppress speech, intimidate political opposition, and sabotage our national institutions. Of course, whatever form they take, none of these attacks sustain themselves. Violence requires money, channels through which funding can move, and institutions behind which it can hide. Increasingly, legitimate nonprofit and charitable structures are being exploited as a mechanism to conceal the movement of illicit funds to support political terrorism. For Treasury, the application of our authorities to combat these networks represents the natural evolution of our mission. Through our Office of Foreign Assets Control, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and IRSCI, we have spent decades developing the world's most sophisticated financial counterterrorism capabilities. And now we are mobilizing some of the same tools that we have deployed against terrorists abroad to confront this emerging threat here at home. Like every form of illicit finance, these networks rely on the global financial system. It is our mandate to deny terrorist groups access to those channels. Now, we think of nonprofits and charities as good, altruistic organizations, and most of them are. We think they represent the very best of civil society. Many of them do. But the very qualities that make these institutions worthy of the public's trust can also make them appealing to those who endeavor to exploit them. At President Trump's direction, Treasury is expanding its efforts to identify organizations that abuse charitable and nonprofit structures as vehicles for illicit finance. We are examining where tax-exempt status has been exploited, where charitable entities have become financial conduits for foreign influence activity, and how those entrusted with stewardship of these organizations have instead enabled violence. Where the evidence leads, we will not hesitate to follow. And of course, we will hold these organizations, officers, directors accountable. And just as financial institutions must know their clients, they must know their grantees. That work is well underway. In the fall, the United States designated 4 far-left Antifa extremist groups abroad as foreign terrorist organizations, denying them access to the U.S. financial system and depriving them of resources they need to carry out attacks. Meanwhile, in this administration alone, OFAC has also sanctioned 17 sham charities and nonprofit organizations for funding Hamas's terrorist activities and operations. As Treasury continues to map and disrupt the flow of funding that enables these entities to operate, no terror organization should delude itself into the belief that its financing lies beyond our reach. No facilitator should assume that anonymity confers impunity, and no jurisdiction should expect to enable or harbor these activities without consequence. To be clear, in the fight against domestic terrorism, we must respect the constitutional rights, freedom of speech, association, and assembly of all Americans. As such, it is important to emphasize that Treasury will act based on suspected unlawful conduct by these terror organizations, not because of their beliefs or ideologies. At Treasury, this work is mission critical, but we cannot do it alone. The threat is transnational. Our response must be no less so. Indeed, our cooperation must be as disciplined as the networks we seek to dismantle. The global financial system is one of the great achievements of the modern world, and we never must allow it to become a sanctuary for those who seek to subvert it. So on behalf of the United States Treasury, let there be no uncertainty about the work before us and the resolve with which we will undertake it. We will identify illicit funding, however artfully it is concealed. We will dismantle the networks that sustain political terrorism, however respectable their fronts may be. We will pursue those who enable political violence, however distant their jurisdictions, and we will deepen our collaboration with every nation represented in this room for as long as this work requires. This is our commitment, and we ask that you make yours too. Secretary Rubio, thank you again for convening us here this morning. Let us work together to translate the spirit of this ministerial into a commitment that endures well beyond it. And let us deny our adversaries the one thing on which they count most, that those of us assembled in this room will grow weary in our cooperation before they do. Thank you all for being here today, and the U.S. Treasury looks forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Besson. Thank you also to Homeland Security Advisor Miller and to Secretary Rubio. These are obviously very important topics. We're looking very much forward to the panels today that will involve many of your countries. Again, I just want to thank those of you who have come here from a long distance, looking around the room at the names of the various countries that are represented here. Really, we're seeing countries from all over the world who have come here. We look forward to continuing to share our perspectives on these issues. We look forward to hearing your perspectives on these issues. So I'm very much looking forward to taking some of the issues that were posited by our speakers this morning and continuing these discussions with all of you in the panels that will take place throughout the day. I think now we have a break for a number of minutes, and then we will resume with the first panel shortly. Thank you very much.
All right, so you just heard them say they are stepping away for a break there before the first panel begins. As we just heard from several Trump administration officials, we heard from Rubio, Bessent, Stephen Miller, as well as the Trump administration is convening officials from 65 countries today to build an international coalition against violent far-left extremist groups, arguing the organizations have become a leading transnational terrorism threat. But I also wanted to remind you of this because the White House press briefing is set to get underway here at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And as you can see there, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt set to make her return to the podium. The White House press secretary will hold her first press briefing since taking maternity leave, fielding questions from reporters for the first time since welcoming her child. Of course, bringing that to you as we always do uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I also wanted to take you out to this programming note because President Trump also will be addressing the nation tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And as we always do, again, bringing that to you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. And if you are just joining us for this new hour, my name is Christy Matino. I've been here with you for the past 2 hours. I'll be here with you for one more. Now, we've been monitoring Washington, D.C. Because right now, the second day of that confirmation hearing, for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is currently underway. But I wanted to show you this. So we thought Todd Blanche would be testifying for a second time here today. According to this schedule, it looks like he may not be in attendance. This is what we're seeing. Also, the Associated Press is reporting this as well. So if we're taking a look at the schedule here, the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General of the United States, day 2. This is the schedule that is posted publicly. And we can see the list of witnesses here, but Todd Blanche is not listed. And we've been watching this for quite some time. It's been underway for about an hour or so. We have not seen Todd Blanche, but we do know that some survivors from Epstein, they are testifying there today. So what we're going to do is we are going to head over to this live and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
After this imprisoned sex trafficker made statements claiming to exonerate the president, she was moved to a minimum security camp. That is a grievous breach of DOJ policy. It is an abuse of Mr. Blanche's office. It is a terrible betrayal of Epstein and Maxwell's victims. Mr. Blanche's callous approach to the Epstein case matches his cavalier attitude toward rearming domestic abusers. At the end of the day, the priority of this DOJ is protecting powerful men, even when it comes at the expense of vulnerable women. What Mr. Blanche is doing is dangerous. Earlier this week, 2 Supreme Court justices sat here and testified about the terrifying threats that judges are facing in this country. Meanwhile, Mr. Blanche is fueling those threats by attacking judges who rule against the administration and declaring a war against the courts. These are not partisan concerns. Americans across the political spectrum rely on DOJ to keep us safe and free. Mr. Blanche has shown that he is willing to put all of that at risk to serve a political agenda. I beg the members of this committee to think about what this is costing our country. Please do not degrade our justice system further by promoting Mr. Blanche. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Now, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is John Adler, and I appear before you today in my personal capacity to provide testimony in support of the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche to serve as the United States Attorney General. I respectfully offer my perspective both as a former colleague of Acting Attorney General Blanche and as a national law enforcement organization leader. My experience in law enforcement spans over 30 years, and I was honored to serve under 10 attorney generals as a federal law enforcement officer. Concurrent with my active duty law enforcement service, I also served as the national president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association for 2 terms, representing federal offices from 65 different agencies nationwide. As a volunteer law enforcement leader, I had and continue to have the privilege of serving with the leaders of the largest national law enforcement organizations, including the FOP, NAPO, NSA, IACP, and others. I have dedicated my life towards making it safer for those who serve and supporting innovative approaches towards augmenting both officer and public safety, which are intertwined. As a career tactical instructor, I emphasize marrying tactical proficiency with compassion and civility. Within a legal context, I am convinced that Acting Attorney General Blanche exudes this. When I joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in April 2001, I met an incredibly intelligent and highly motivated paralegal by the name of Todd Blanche. My first impression of then paralegal Blanche was that he moved like a football fullback, carrying the federal criminal statutes book under his arm as he charged through the revolving doors. It didn't take long for me to figure out why all the prosecutors were so friendly with Mr. Blanche. They all wanted him on their trial teams. It was clear from the beginning that paralegal Blanche had a passion for prosecuting violent crimes. He later became an assistant U.S. attorney, and his amazing work ethic and passion for combating violent crime were unparalleled for a new AUSA. AUSA Blanche exuded the speak softly but carry overwhelming evidence demeanor. It was no surprise to anyone at the office that AUSA Blanche ultimately became the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit. It was clear that Unit Chief Blanche was fully committed to litigating violent crime cases in furtherance of public safety. For context, I want to emphasize that the Acting Attorney General began his paralegal and prosecutorial career in an office that was predominantly represented by AUSAs with different political views. What impressed me during my 16 years with the U.S. Attorney's Office was the unified commitment to the rule of law, irrespective of political affiliation. I am absolutely convinced that if confirmed as the Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Blanche will carry forward that spirit and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. During the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York was located in the hot zone in New York City. While we often hear the Acting Attorney General speak of the extraordinary bravery of first responders who run forward into harm's way, he exuded that charge-forward spirit during the challenging days following 9/11. I have profound respect for his service-above-self spirit then, and it has only grown. Moving forward to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's tenure as the Acting Attorney General, his outreach and engagement with law enforcement nationwide has been extraordinary. Same can be said for his 24/7 staff. In speaking with my fellow national law enforcement organization leaders, it is clear that they have great respect for the Acting Attorney General and appreciate his commitment to backing the blue. Acting Attorney General Blanche has demonstrated a strong commitment to officer safety and ensuring that all law enforcement officers have the same protection under the law. According to the FBI's recent annual report, 90,000 law enforcement officers were assaulted in 2025. That represents a 10-year high. Acting Attorney General has made clear that his department will stand by law enforcement and support the prosecution of anyone who assaults a law enforcement officer. Civility does not work when it's one-sided. He has earned the respect and admiration of officers nationwide. In terms of civility, Acting Attorney General Blanche has distinguished himself during the substantial time he spent with all the national law enforcement organizations during National Police Week. In particular, the time he spent with the concerns of police survivors, which are the survivors of our heroes killed in the line of duty, was heartfelt and riveting. Much like his powerful support for our angel families, Acting Attorney General Blanche is equally supportive of the surviving family members of our fallen heroes. And I have no doubt he will continue that as he prioritizes the safety of all Americans. As the father of a beautiful teenage daughter, I worry about her safety every day. I expect our government leaders to do everything they can to support a safe and just quality of life for all our children. That should be an unbreakable priority. I sleep well knowing that my daughter's safety and all Americans are an unwavering priority for Acting Attorney General Blanche and his team. Under his leadership and through the dedication of all law enforcement officers, violent crime continues to be driven down. We must sustain these powerful results, and we need Acting Attorney General Blanche to be confirmed as our nation's chief law enforcement officer. Throughout my law enforcement career, I wore and continue to wear a pendant that has John 15:13 inscribed. Greater love hath no one than this, than to lay down one's life for a friend. I am absolutely convinced that the Acting Attorney General Blanche, will exude that spirit of the Scripture and do everything he can to protect the safety of all Americans by following the rule of law. I therefore respect that the committee set aside any political differences, demonstrate its unwavering commitment to both officer and public safety, and vote to confirm Acting Attorney General Blanche as the next Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boss, first of all, thank you for your courage coming forward. You know how important it is to have effective leadership in pursuing justice. I think you've answered my question in your last 2 minutes of your testimony, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to say it once again, how you feel about Mr. Blanche and the prospects of his continued leadership at the Justice Department.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel like we have already seen what has come out of the Justice Department as far as the prosecutions of the drug trafficking, the cartels. He is following up the hard work of the men and women that are in our the ICE agents, CBP, and he's prosecuting those dangerous criminals, and that is making a difference.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Ms. Oyer, we know the Biden administration was the most active pardoning administration in American history, 4,000 total acts of clemency. I think you were the pardon attorney on January the 17th, 2025, when President Biden granted more communications in a single day than any prior president had over that entire presidency. Is that right?
I was the pardon attorney on that date, sir.
Okay. Were you also the pardon attorney on December 23rd, 2024, when President Biden commuted 37 of 40 inmates on federal death row?
Yes, sir, I was.
Thank you for that. So I want to bring up some of these commutations. Thomas Sanders, who killed a 12-year-old girl, Lexus Roberts. He shot Lexus 4 times and slit her throat after the girl had witnessed him murder her mother. Did you object to President Biden's commuting his sentence?
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations that I made to the president regarding acts of clemency.
Can you speak? Did you turn your microphone on?
I believe it's on, sir.
You were the pardon attorney, yeah.
I was, yes. Yes,
You
sir.
recommended, you didn't object to the recommendation.
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations I provided to the president about
Okay.
clemency matters, which are
I
considered
want
to
you to
be
know,
covered by executive privilege.
okay, I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. So are you telling me the evidence I read that I'm wrong? So did you make the recommendation, or you don't want, you're telling me you can't talk about it?
Sir, just like Mr. Blanch explained yesterday, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations that I provided to the White House because they are covered by executive privilege.
You can't even tell me if you contacted the victim's family? You can't say yes or no to that?
Sir, I cannot talk about the discussions I had unless the White
Okay.
House chooses to waive the executive privilege. I would be happy to come back and speak with you or other members of this committee.
And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I know. So let's go to the case of Jorge Avila Torres, who stabbed to death 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias, who were riding their bicycles in a Chicago suburb. He had also sexually assaulted at least one of them. And 4 years later, he strangled to death a 20-year-old naval officer, Amanda Snell, in her barracks. So you can't talk about this, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And you can't even tell me yes or no whether you made that recommendation.
Well, sir, what I can tell you is that President Biden did commute the sentences of 37 individuals who were on death row to sentences of life imprisonment, and all of those individuals will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in maximum security prisons.
Well, we know what the commentation did, but the fact is that they were taken off death row. Then we have the case of Dylan Roof, shot up a church in South Carolina. That made national history for a long period of time in his trial. He murdered 9 African Americans in a racially motivated attack. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And since you can't comment on it, I'm just going to have to tell you that you made that recommendation. Robert Bowers murdered 11 people in Pittsburgh Tree of Life Synagogue in the deadliest attack on a local Jewish community in American history. And you're telling me you can't talk about the commutation of Robert Bowers, but I want to tell you that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And then also Johar Tsarnaev planted bombs at the 2013 Boston Marathon, killing 3 and injuring hundreds in an act of terrorism. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And it seems pretty, I'm going to give you a chance to react to it, but it seems pretty obvious that you were fired because the current Justice Department leadership disagreed with how you handled the pardons last administration. You want to respond?
Sir, regarding these cases, these are absolutely horrific cases, and every one of the individuals you mentioned will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in a maximum security prison facility. As far as the reasons for my firing, I've been in litigation with the Justice Department for over a year about my firing, which was plainly illegal. And Mr. Blanche's comments in this room yesterday are the first time I have ever heard the explanation that I was fired because of recommendations I made to the prior administration about how to accomplish their clemency objectives. Mr. Blanche's Justice Department submitted a pleading to the Merit Systems Protection Board that stated that the facts about my firing were not in dispute. The facts, as I have been saying for 1 year plus, are that I was fired within hours of declining to make a recommendation that I believed was very dangerous. And Mr. Blanche's statement yesterday that it was for another reason materialized out of thin air and has never been stated before.
Okay. Mr. Ashcroft, you served this nation with distinction during your tenure as Attorney General. You know what it takes to do the job and to do it well. Based on Mr. Blanche's leadership of the Justice Department during this administration, do you believe he would serve as an effective and capable Attorney General?
Well, I think the statistics and the history tells a story here. Thank you for the question. But Todd Blanche has a heritage and history of involvement in the Justice Department, pursuing the rule of law and enforcing the rule of law, and that extended from his time as an assistant in the office when I was Attorney General 25 years ago, to recent times when his aggressive approach in fighting crime has actually been a part of the effort that's driven down violent crime across the country, and particularly in cases where the department has been welcome to assist and work with local officials. In my home jurisdiction in Southwest Missouri, they had Operation Spring Cleanup, and a number of very important prosecutions were begun at that time, and I think it's a credit to him. I have no doubt that his commitment to maintaining the safety and security of Americans and their rights will be pursued in the pursuit of the rule of law and within the bounds of the Constitution of the United States, which is the framing that I think every American expects, that the Constitution and rule of law of the United States be followed and defended.
So we are listening in live there to day 2 of the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing that is currently underway. Once again, this list of witnesses up on your screen here, as once again, we are not anticipating at this time for Todd Blanche to be testifying here today. He did testify just yesterday. We initially thought he would, but looking at this list, it does not appear he is going to be there today. Of course, if that changes, we will let you know, but that's the latest here on our end. And thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. We do have to get in our first commercial break of this hour. We're taking right back out to Washington, D.C. after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Day 2 of the confirmation hearing for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche currently underway on Capitol Hill. We are now hearing from Senator Dick Durbin. Let's head back out and listen in live.
I think many of us in this room would be interested in meeting with him today if we could.
Many of the members of the committee will remember when we had the Olympic athletes in here who had been sexually abused, and the head of the FBI sat through their entire testimony to show his concern for what had happened to them and any wrongdoing by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That, to me, was the right thing to do from both sides. Why in the world would Mr. Blanche at this point say he doesn't have the time? I couldn't understand his argument yesterday. He couldn't see you because you had a lawyer, or he couldn't see you because you didn't have a lawyer.
Yeah, I think it was because we had a lawyer, but, you know, I think as a career prosecutor, we talk so much about Todd Blanche's credentials in this room, and we've heard a lot about them. And that's great, but I think as a career prosecutor, he should be salivating by this case, right? This case is, it's gold for somebody that wants to prosecute. There are 6 million files, there are thousands of victims, and yet all we've seen is one perpetrator that died in prison. The other perpetrator is now in a minimum security penitentiary, and Todd Blanche believes that there are 0 investigations when he's already been told by members of the House that that is inaccurate.
I'll just tell you point blank, I don't think his name should be called on the floor of the United States Senate until he meets with you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not too much to ask. Set aside 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes, so that there's clearly an effort by this government to get all the information and make a judgment as to what to do with it. But to shun you and to snub you at this point, there's something else going on here. There's got to be. Someone told me once in politics, there's always a good reason, and then there's always a real reason. What is the real reason why Todd Blanche does not want to meet with the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein?
It appears from the outside reputational harm, and that is what I think is at the core of this, that he prioritizes the reputation of the administration over survivors of sexual abuse and of crime survivors in this country.
Well, I hope the message goes out to all senators on both sides of the table.
And I do want to say, you know, to that end, we've been saying that we're not political. I've asked everyone, we've met with a lot of your offices on both sides, and every single conversation, Mr. Hawley, we had a great conversation with your office, right? It was amazing. And I feel so much hope leaving those spaces, actually. And when we had those conversations, it just felt like you see us as human beings. You don't see us like, we have survivors on both sides of the aisle. We are not here to be political. These are just our stories. Like 17-year-old me, I promise you, not political. But so when we have these very real interactions in your offices, we hope that you can put politics aside. It was something so beautiful that we saw during the Epstein Files Transparency Act. There was a moment where Marjorie Taylor Greene went and sat right next to Melanie Stansbury, and that is a moment that will live in my memory forever because they crossed party lines for something that was really important. So I hope that you can all do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that note, Ms. Binsky, and for everybody who's here, all of the victims, thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and telling your stories. Ms. Boss, thank you for being here and for telling us about your daughter. I'm sorry for what all of you have been through. So I want to say thank you and honor your voices and honor what you're doing. Ms. Hoyer, if I could just turn to you. You were President Biden's pardon attorney, is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You made clemency recommendations to the White House whether or not to pardon inmates. Is that correct?
My job was to make clemency recommendations.
And in that capacity, you recommended that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, grant clemency to all 40 federal death row inmates, all of them, clear them out, correct?
Sir, as I told Chairman Grassley, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations.
Well, that's what your memo says. I mean, we have your memo. Your memo of November 4th, 2024 says, and I quote, disparity and undue severity of sentence, which are present in many, if not all of these cases, have been recognized as grounds for clemency. And you went on to recommend in that memo and a series of other memos that are now recorded and public record that the President of the United States grant clemency to murderers, rapists, and the most horrible offenders, all of them, clear death row completely out. I'm amazed you've been called here today. I'm absolutely amazed by it. But let's just talk about the people who you recommended. You talk about honoring victims. the people who you recommended get clemency and live at the expense and sufferance of taxpayers for the rest of their lives. Let's start with Dylan Roof. Dylan was a neo-Nazi who murdered 9 African-American worshipers at a Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina, 2015. Do you remember this case?
I do remember it very well.
I would hope you did. Here's his victims. Do you want to look at them? There they are. 9 of them at a Bible study in a church, killed in cold blood. The DOJ knew from day one that he had decided, I'm going to quote from the prosecutors, decided to attack African Americans because of their race. He further decided to attack African American worshipers in a black church in order to make his attack more notorious. More notorious. And yet you recommended that he be granted clemency, live at the expense of taxpayers for the rest of his life, substitute your judgment for that of the American judicial system. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
He's going to live in prison for a very long time because of you, because of your recommendations. And here's what you said in your memo of October 30th, 2024. You said that actually Roof is not a compelling candidate for clemency, but you recommended it anyway. Why? Because he suffered from anxiety, you said. Right? He suffered from anxiety. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the family of his victims might suffer a little bit of anxiety because he marched into their church and murdered them in cold blood because he was an incredible racist and he wanted to get on TV?
Sir.
Do you regret it?
I'm not going to comment on the
recommendations Do you regret it?
That I made to the president.
Let's talk about Robert Bowers, a man who regularly spewed such vile hatred of Jews. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. He barged into a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 and he shot everybody he could find, killing 11 innocent people who were there to worship. A federal jury in Pittsburgh unanimously recommended the death sentence after finding him guilty on 63 counts. Here they are. They're his victims. Take a good look. You recommended clemency for this person who went in and killed these people just because they're Jews. The other guy killed people just because they're black. This guy killed people just because they're Jews. A jury recommended that he be sentenced to death, and you substituted your judgment for theirs, and now he's going to live. Are you proud of that?
Sir, what I am proud of is the fact that I took my job as pardon attorney extremely seriously.
Apparently not seriously enough. You certainly didn't take the victims seriously. Then there's Jorge Avila Torres, who wasn't just a murderer. He was a serial killer and a rapist.
Sir,
Here is who he assaulted and killed. He sexually assaulted and killed 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias in a Chicago suburb in 2005. And then 4 years after that, he committed another murder. He slaughtered a fellow service member, Navy Petty Officer Amanda Snell, in 2009 while she was in her barracks. That's what he did. And you recommended clemency for this individual, and now he'll live his life at the expense of taxpayers because you substituted your judgment for that of the American judicial system, jury, judges, the whole lot, and yet you're here to tell us that you're somehow a victim? I don't think so, Ms. Oyer. I think your judgment is astoundingly terrible. I'm amazed that this side of the aisle has called you, and I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you agree with this? Is this what you want? Do you want these people to be pardoned and live at the expense of taxpayers for their whole lives? Do you want to excuse the murders of African-American churchgoers? Do you want to excuse the murders of Jews in their synagogues? Do you want to excuse the murders of these children? Because that's what she did, and now she's online hawking products to try to make money off of it. I see you've got your own website where you put your face on baseball caps and mugs, thelawyeroyer.com. You're trying to make money on this?
Sir,
this is unbelievable, Ms. Oyer, and yet you say you're a victim? These are the victims. And you helped victimize them. And what you're doing is wrong. I hope every member on this side of the aisle will repudiate what you have done and what you stand for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, I assume that you're...
All right, so we were just, and it looks like Ms. Oyer is giving a rebuttal. We'll head right back to that.
And you said you wouldn't. So what I did is I read to you what you have said. I quoted verbatim. And I'm happy to keep doing it. In fact, I'd ask now, Mr. Chairman, that this report, Restoring and Strengthening the Federal Death Penalty report, be entered into the record. It contains information regarding Ms. Oyer, her recommendations, and the track record of all of it. The written records are here. I ask to be entered into the record.
It'll be, Ms. Hoyer, take a minute to respond if you want to.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I, under President Biden, just like under President Trump, had a job to do, which was to make recommendations to the president about how to best accomplish their clemency objectives. I put the utmost effort into doing that in a way that was consistent with the interests of the justice system and all of its stakeholders, which includes crime victims, as well as defendants, as well as family members, as well as judges, as well as prosecutors, all criminal justice system stakeholders. The process that I presided over was one that was beyond reproach. What's happening now with clemency is an absolute disgrace, and I'm sorry that I can't answer the questions about the specific recommendations in this public setting, but I would be glad to meet with any members of this committee who have concerns privately to discuss to the extent I can what your concerns are.
Why don't you meet with the victims' families? Here's the disgrace.
Senator Whitehouse.
All right, so we just wanted to make sure we could head back to that there. Live on Capitol Hill there, day 2 of Todd Blanche confirmation hearing. Once again, Blanche is not going to be there today, but we're hearing from several witnesses, some of them Epstein survivors and advocates as well. So what we're going to do is take this time to slide away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, bringing that back to you in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome in. It is 10:35 on the East Coast, 7:35 on the West Coast. Let's take you right back out to Washington, D.C. as we're listening in to day 2 of the confirmation hearing for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
By an administration and the Department of Justice, what message would that send to the line prosecutors?
I'm not in a position to comment on a hypothetical of disabling. And when you say functionally disabled, I think that requires an assumption of what does functionally disabled mean. I personally, it's a hypothetical to which I just am unable to respond.
But you do agree that OPR does an important job and has an important role and is important to the Department of Justice in the performance of its duties?
I certainly respected the department's operation, including OPR, at the time of my opportunity to serve as Attorney General of the United States.
While you were Attorney General, were there procedures that took place when judicial findings of prosecutorial misconduct or dishonesty occurred?
I have to say, I don't remember charges of prosecutorial misconduct and that I dealt with.
Yeah, they were pretty scarce until now. It was pretty unusual to have judges say that arguments were made in bad faith, that arguments were made as pretexts, that arguments were disingenuous, that arguments were shoddy or terrible, that the department was losing or sacrificing its credibility, that the department was disrespecting orders of the court, that the department had lied or was engaged in sham, that there was willful and intentional noncompliance or willful disregard of court orders, that department lawyers were contemptuous or that their behavior and arguments were unconscionable. To me, those are red flag words. I was a United States attorney, and if my federal court had used those words about my line attorneys, there would have been some follow-up. And I expect that in your department, if those kind of words were used, there'd at least be some preliminary follow-up, and if it were serious, there might actually be a review by the Office of Professional Responsibility. Does that sound like what likely would have happened during your day?
I was only admonished at one time that I remember by a court for having commented on evidence. I thought it was pretty good evidence. I think I just said pretty good evidence. And
yeah, I didn't mean you. I meant your line prosecutors.
At that time, I decided that I needed to be more careful about my remarks.
Yeah. No, my question.
My remarks were safeguarded and carefully made.
Yeah.
And frankly, I might add more carefully made than the remarks of some of the judicial officers who have been, who while very concerned about the Justice Department, seem to be willing to themselves engage in political considerations, which I didn't think were appropriate for the judiciary. So maybe there's a problem that's broader than we would otherwise recognize.
Well, you've changed the topic a little bit to your own comments and the response to that, which is fine. I appreciate that you've said that. But my question had to do with when criticisms like that are leveled against department lawyers, there is ordinarily some kind of a process or review that takes place. They're not just brushed off. That is correct, is it not?
It's certainly the reason that the Office of Professional Responsibility exists, to safeguard against things that are not responsibly done or are undertaken in a way that discredits the department. Public confidence in the department is very important.
Indeed.
And the rule of law, guided by the Constitution, is at the foundation of our safeguarding liberties. And I take that seriously. I believe that with all my heart when I served, and I believe it today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and most importantly, I want to thank all the victims who are here for your courage to come forward. This is not easy to do, to relive everything. So thank you for being here and telling your stories. Ms. Oyer, I want to turn to you. You were Biden's pardon attorney, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Your testimony here today is that you were fired because you wouldn't recommend restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Is that right?
I was fired just hours after I declined to make that recommendation.
Okay, you can't think of another reason why you might have been fired.
That's the only explanation that I'm aware of. The Justice Department actually put in a pleading that was submitted in my appeal of my firing the fact that the facts of my firing are not in dispute.
On November, and you talked about you're concerned about public safety. On November 4th, 2024, you authored a 73-page memorandum recommending the commutation of all 40 federal death sentences. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I've told two members
of the
committee now.
But don't play the game with me, because it's not. They've waived executive privilege. I have the report right here. It's dated April 24th, 2026. It's actually, your memo is quoted in here. It's public knowledge. And the idea that you would come here, you know that already. You would come here and disparage somebody else and not be willing to answer questions about how you commuted the sentences of murderers is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're here to do that.
I don't have the authority to commute
Do you
anyone's
deny
sentence.
it? Do you deny that you authored the memo?
I'm not sure which memo you're referring to.
I'm referring to the November 4th, 2024 73-page memo. Do you deny authoring it?
I can't say without having
It's ridiculous. Honestly, I can't believe you did. You did, and everybody in America and in the world can pull it up. So it's a ridiculous.
Like a
Do you
that
also?
looks like a document that has DOJ's logo on the cover.
Yeah, and it quotes your letter. It quotes your letter.
I don't know.
You're losing credit. You should just admit it. You should just admit you authored it. Everybody knows you authored it. So I'm not going to waste any more time on your convenient little game you're playing here. You also authored and recommended the commutation of the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue murderer, and Dylan Roof. We all know this. How many pages of the 73 pages did you dedicate to victims? Because you expressed your concern over victims. How many pages were dedicated to the victims?
Sir, I don't have the memo.
I can tell you 3.
In front of me.
3 pages. 3 pages were dedicated to the victims. So I also happen to have, I made a special access request last year under the Presidential Records Act for documents from the Biden White House on the abuse of pardons and commutations. We recently got those documents. I want to show you a couple. Here's one. It's dated December 3rd, 2024, and it's an internal memo on the commutation of the 37 death sentences that you were involved with. The memorandum states that the White House worked with reporters to, quote, ensure positive coverage. It says the White House gave advocates, the elected officials, resources and key messaging to amplify the news. You personally recommended commuting all 40 death sentence cases, and even broader action than Biden took. Again, that included Dylan Roof, the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter. Did you know that the White House was using your recommendations as a PR stunt?
Sir, I have no idea what document you're referring to currently.
Well, let me just ask you in general, did you know that they were planning to message around your commutation?
Sir, I was not an employee of the White House.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no, but they used your ridiculous recommendation as a veneer of legitimacy. Document 2.
I was called here to talk about Mr. Blanche's nomination.
Yeah, I know that's what you thought you came here to talk about. But the reality is your credibility is gone. You can't come here and do the political bidding of the Biden administration. And then when you're called out on that and being fired, and thank God you're being fired. You know what I really think? I think you thought you came here and you're selling merch, by the way. Do we have the hoodies that are up for sale? You sell merch. Let's show the hoodies. I think you came here thinking that you were going to be ordained the high priestess of the resistance. That's what I think. That's why you're denying simple facts that you authored the memo commuting the sentences. Everyone knows that. And we have documents now from the White House that they use that memo as a PR stunt. And so the idea, you have no credibility to talk about Todd Blanche. You have none. You've come here, you deny basic facts, you recommended the commutation of murderers. You gave no quarter at all or any time to the victims of these brutal murders. So again, I can't believe you've been called here by the other side, but I'm glad we've had an opportunity to expose your hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirano.
All right. So once again, we're just listening in there live in Washington, D.C. A lot of questioning being directed towards Elizabeth Oyer, who is the former Department of Justice pardon attorney. So this is day 2 of the Todd Blanche Attorney General confirmation hearing that is currently underway. On your screen, the list of witnesses as Todd Blanche is appearing to not be on the schedule there today, as we heard him testifying just yesterday, and we brought you that testimony here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our final commercial break of the hour. Stay with us. More news to get to on this Thursday. We'll be right back. And thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning in, I'm your host, Christy Matino. We're going to take you right back out to Washington, D.C. as day 2 of the confirmation hearing for Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is currently underway. Once again, it appears he's not going to be testifying there today, but we've been hearing from several witnesses. Some are Epstein survivors and advocates, and really a lot of questioning has been directed towards Elizabeth Oyer, and she's the former Department of Justice pardon attorney. So lawmakers continuing to ask several different questions here. We're going to head back to that. On the other side of that will be my colleague Ryan Schmelz. Once again, thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. Stay with us.
It's already there, right? So the following up of those 302s, and then once it's supposed to be handled by the Department of Justice, why aren't we hearing from prosecutors? This case was never handled correctly from the beginning.
And he also made some excuses as to why personal information was not redacted in exposing many of you, including you.
Yeah. I think something that stood out yesterday was that he had said that immediately when things were misredacted, that they were taken down and they fixed them, and within 24 hours they were put back up. That is entirely not true. There are still things that need to be redacted, and there's still survivor information in there even today from my awareness. My information just came down in April, and that was after begging.
Would you say that Mr. Blanche exhibits a rather dismissive attitude toward all of you and the Epstein crimes?
1,000%, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, Trump's DOJ under Todd Blanche leadership has purged career prosecutors for personal reasons for refusing to prioritize President Trump's interests over their constitutional oath. Todd Blanche has fired more than 1,200 former career DOJ employees who worked for both Republican and Democratic administrations. This doesn't even include all of the DOJ attorneys who resigned because they didn't want to be part of the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is creating, which is basically not a Department of Justice, but a Department of Retribution and Corruption, in my view. Ms. Oyer, what risks does this pose to our country for the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is running?
Senator, one of DOJ's greatest strengths historically has been its non-political career workforce of experts, people who are experts in their subject matter. That is crucial to keeping all of us safe. We need people who have specialization in things like national security, prosecuting child exploitation, all manner of sophisticated crimes involving cryptocurrency. Mr. Blanche has decimated the expertise of the career workforce. The Justice Department has lost over a quarter of its attorneys under his leadership and has not been able to replace them, certainly not with experienced, knowledgeable, non-political people.
I think the DOJ is very much losing its credibility. And as Mr. Ashcroft mentioned, the credibility and trust in DOJ is very important. The rule of law is very important. We have a president who does not believe the rule of law applies to him, and his attorney, Mr. Blanche, is helping the president proceed with his basically anti-rule of law agenda. I thank everyone for testifying today. Thank you.
Senator Booker. I just want to start off by saying, Ms. Oyer, I hold you in the highest esteem and respect, especially what you're doing now as a private citizen. You use a platform to educate people about the law. It is technical, but yet accessible. And the badgering you just endured, it should be completely unacceptable. You were asked to comment on things you didn't have before you. The treatment here, to me, is just outrageous, and I apologize on behalf of the United States Senate. This idea that as a private citizen you can't sell things is insulting to me when we have Kash Patel, our sitting FBI director, selling merch on his site. When you have a president of the United States hawking the Bible, and yet you as a private citizen who has a platform to inform people about the law, how dare we make such an accusation when the mockery of justice, the exploitation and the grifting off of their offices has never received criticism from that side of the aisle. And yet they want to demean you as a private citizen for engaging in commerce. That's ridiculous. In addition to the fact that you were a career public servant for your entire life, you were a public defender, underpaid, overworked, not for a year, not for 5 years, but for years. The dignity and the service you have brought, no matter whether we disagree with your politics or not, should merit the praise of every single senator here. So I apologize for what you endured. I thank you for the service you've given to this country. And on matters of horrible killings, horrific acts, these are complicated matters. I hold here, and I'll submit this for the record, people who were victims, families, survivors, who wrote letters to the President of the United States asking not to have the death penalty put there. And I understand there's differing views, but you are put in those complicated decisions to write career memos for the president to make decisions about who's pardoned and not. And so I am sorry. What I witnessed, I came late to the hearing, was just unacceptable to me. And I am grateful, as somebody that follows you, that reposts your content, I am grateful that you're here.
Thank you.
I want to say, I didn't hear that on the microphone. Senators enjoy praise. So what did you say?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just want to say, before serving as a pardon attorney, I pointed out that you were a federal public defender with clients in the Bureau of Prisons. Was it customary process for transferring a Bureau of prisoner from a low security prison to a minimum security camp? Was that standard practice?
That was unheard of.
Unheard of. It's against BOP policies. What role does the Deputy Attorney General usually play in that process?
Usually the Deputy Attorney General would have no role in designating or transferring inmates.
No role whatsoever, yet the Todd Blanche went directly and met with him. Are you aware of any person serving time for child sex trafficking like Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred from a low security prison facility to a minimum security camp?
I have never heard of that. It would be an egregious violation of the Department of Justice's own rules.
Ms. Banksy, how do you feel knowing that the Deputy Attorney, Todd Blanche, went to meet with her for 2 days and then gave her a cushy transfer while he would not meet with you, and then lied to this committee yesterday saying he was barred by the law, which a first-year law student can know the difference of? How did that make you feel?
It's devastating for survivors, and I'd like to add to that that Annie Farmer, a victim and survivor who testified in Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing, actually wrote a letter to Todd Blanche immediately after that and requested a meeting with him regarding the move and the transfer, and she's never heard anything back at all.
It is insulting to heap upon survivors the indignities that he has by not even meeting with you, yet he transferred a sex offender to a cushy camp against BOP policies. It sounds like she got a sweetheart deal while he released your personal information, your address, phone numbers, images, and yet he seems to be favoring the victimizer and not the survivors. I'm out of time, and it's honorable to see Mr. Ashcroft here, sir. I know you. I know your record. We may have disagreed on policies, but I also know you would never, when you were reviewing a merger, you would never go out to dinner with the parties of that merger. It would be unacceptable for a person that is supervising a matter to attend a social event with those people before your lawyers. It's about ethics. It's about the appearance of impropriety. It's about following the law. This nominee has not followed the ethics laws, has not followed the urgencies for avoiding the appearance of improprieties, has broken a bipartisan law passed by Congress, has demeaned and degraded survivors of sexual violence, and has shielded the president by some kind of deal we know nothing about that allowed her now to be transferred to some cushy camp that has never been done before with sex offenders. This man should not be in this office. I cannot believe we're going through this farce when his record alone should make him disqualified, not to be the Attorney General, but for even being employed by the federal government. Thank you.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ms. Boss, thank you so much. And I fully support your advocacy that the Department of Justice have as a priority, focusing on victims. And I also want to express to the Epstein victims my appreciation for allowing me to be with you yesterday and be so uplifted by your support for one another and all you've done to ennoble the rights of victims and the strength of victims to recover. Thank you very much. Mr. Ashcroft, I wanted to first of all say we seem to have a problem in Missouri with the attorney generals not being able to keep their job. They all end up in the U.S. Senate. You started quite a trend with Mr. Hawley and Mr. Schmidt.
Well, in all deference, it should be remembered that a very important member of the Senate named Jack Danforth,
that's right,
had previously served as Attorney General of Missouri. So myself excluded, I have been a privilege to be in a line of individuals that I believe have rendered very significant and valuable service to this nation.
Well, I think you, thank you, and I agree with that. And I think, first of all, I want to express to you how much I've admired your career. And I think that being an attorney general is probably the most difficult cabinet position. And one of the things that's required is that you give advice to the president, and it may be advice he doesn't want to hear. And, you know, I remember March of 2004 when you were recovering from an illness and Mr. Comey was the acting attorney general. And the president's counsel came to your hospital room and wanted you to sign off on a security law that Mr. Comey, in his opinion, thought was not legal. And you said that was Mr. Comey's decision because he was the acting attorney general. Is that right?
I believe that the the written reports, you know, it's been in novels and other things, and I have no reason to contest what they've said.
Right.
And I was in bed with a morphine pump in one hand. I was in what you call, what do they call this, intensive care. And
but the bottom line here is that the president wanted an answer to permit him to proceed, but it was the opinion of Mr. Comey at that time that that was not legal. And this raises really what I think is the heart of what is so challenging to be attorney general. The president is the executive, you serve in his cabinet, but there are times when an attorney general has to say no. Is that correct?
No attorney ever is a good attorney who doesn't tell his client the truth.
Right.
And it's important that the client trusts the attorney.
And I appreciate
can accept that. And so I believe that the attorney general is sworn to the Constitution of the United States.
And not to an individual.
The answer is to the president. He is sworn to the Constitution.
That's exactly right. Now, also, when the Enron case, which was an explosive case, came up, you had received contributions in your political career. They were totally and completely legal. But my understanding is because of that and the appearance of a potential conflict, you recused yourself from that case, correct?
I wish I remembered things, especially things you say are favorable about what I've done. but it's over 2 decades ago that I did a lot of these things.
What you did, Mr. Ashcroft, is what needs to be done. You said it. It's the Constitution who's your client. It's the American people who are ultimately your client. And you have to give that direct and candid advice to the executive, who is the president. So that's my question about Mr. Blanche. It's not his competence. It's not that he's got an ongoing relationship. But could you imagine serving as Attorney General and having President Bush come to you and say, by the way, who paid you $9 million before you got to be Attorney General to represent him in criminal actions, okay? This is, it's astonishing, right? But then he said, I've got an idea. We're going to sue the federal government for $10 billion, and you're going to represent the IRS. And then why don't you work out a settlement where there's a $1.7 billion fund that I control. Would you see anything like odd about that?
I didn't have that situation. I didn't have a president that had been the subject of illegal disclosure of his activities.
No, but
criminal disclosure.
I want to get to your judgment on this because
but I swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's a big challenge in an oath, and so I want to give my answer and not your answer, although I respect your question.
No, but what I'm asking, you have incredible credibility, incredible character,
incredible credibility is kind of almost like Senate speech.
Right, but
unbelievable believability. I mean,
no,
yes, I was in this body myself and sat on that side of the dais, but
well, you wouldn't have had that reputation if you were a senator. I mean, this is because you stood up to the president.
Oh yes, I would. I was honest as a senator. I have to. I confess my faults from both eras, both my legislative.
I'm just going to finish. Thank you for your indulgence. But number one, when you saw that there was the appearance of a conflict, you did not continue representing the government in the Enron case. Number two, when it came to a president's demand on something of vital concern to the president, a national security law, surveillance law, where it was the opinion of your department that it was illegal, you stood up to the president and didn't cave. I respect that, and I believe that's the obligation and the burden of whoever serves as our Attorney General. Mr. Blanche does not share that.
I thank you for that respect. I hope when I grow up I live to do things right.
Senator Tillis.
Mr. Ashcroft, and to all the witnesses, thank you for being here. Mr. Ashcroft, I told the chairman, or I told the chairman's staff I had one question, but like John Kennedy, it has two parts. My first question, Mr. Ashcroft, I mentioned yesterday that I'm disturbed with the political physics going on today. If you think
All right, we do need to pull away from this because we are up against the clock for our first commercial break of the hour, but we will get back out to this hearing when we get back from that break. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox. I'll be with you till about 1 o'clock today. We'll go ahead and get that 2-minute break in. We'll be right back with more news when we come back. Stay with us. A busy news day in Washington, D.C., as House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is set to hold his weekly press conference in just a little bit. So momentarily, we also have Keith Sonderling, the acting labor secretary, having his confirmation hearing before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. He is vying to be President Trump's full-time labor secretary if he is confirmed. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We got a busy day, as we just mentioned here, but we are going to head back out to Capitol Hill for the confirmation hearing for Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, who's trying to be the full-time attorney general for President Trump if he is confirmed. He is not present at the hearing today, but there are a number of different witnesses, including survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, who are there. This is kind of like a character hearing related to Todd Blanche, where both Republicans and Democrats have brought in their fair share of witnesses. So let's go ahead and head back out to Capitol Hill and continue our coverage of this hearing.
Exactly right, Mr. Chair. And anybody who comes up here and steps up on their pulpit, and then all of a sudden I can go back and see a record, the absolute silence of Democrats when Biden and Obama did the same thing. I'd love to see a Democrat who has taken the position that I have with an administration that shares my jersey, because that's the only way this nonsense stops.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adler, thank you for being here and for your many years of service. Ms. Oyer, likewise, thank you for your courage at the Justice Department and for your willingness to speak out. Ms. Boss, I'm just heartbroken for your loss and very much appreciate your advocacy. And Ms. Bensky, thank you for your willingness to speak out and for all of the Epstein victims that are here. I'm glad the Attorney General finally acknowledged that he could meet with you. I was perplexed when he said somehow that he was prohibited. That's simply not the law, and I hope that meeting takes place. Mr. Ashcroft, thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you about some remarks the Attorney General made when he said that he thought the president, he was asked about the president targeting his political opponents and enemies for prosecution. And I don't subscribe to what I think is a false equivalence. We've never seen a president behave this way, where he openly and privately calls on the Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I want to ask you about that, Mr. Ashcroft, because Mr. Blanche has said that he believes the president has both the right and the duty to use the Justice Department to go after his enemies. Do you subscribe to that view?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that the Attorney General of the United States has the right and responsibility to enforce the law uniformly. And if the law has been broken by the president's enemies, he has a duty. They do not become exempt from following the law merely by their enmity to the President of the United States. As a matter of fact, the people who break the law are in enmity with the people of the United States, whose expression of what is the law has been developed in this body, in the Congress of the United States. So we used to call people who break the law public enemies.
Well, Mr.
So my view is that whether a person has been a political supporter or not of the President of the United States is not the determining factor regarding prosecution. It's whether a person has violated the law, and in enforcing the law, the Attorney General is carrying out the will expressed in the Congress.
Mr. Attorney General, you realize, having sat here, my time is very limited. That really isn't my question. My question is, do you think it is appropriate for the President to call on the Attorney General to prosecute one of his enemies, and acting on that request of the President for the Attorney General to do so?
The President of the United States is the executive branch of the United States whose charge it is to enforce the laws of the United States.
So
when the President of the United States asks that the laws be enforced, I don't see that as consistent with his duties or responsibilities. If the laws were to be enforced differentially, and which one of the things that scares me about as many laws as we have, someone said in order to run a police state, you only have to have one policeman. But if you have enough laws, you can go find something wrong with anybody you want. So the president, I believe, his job is to have an administration which calls for the enforcement of the laws of the United States without regard to the political preferences of the people who are perpetrators or accused individuals in the system.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer, except you seem to accept the premise that it is okay now for a president to call the Attorney General and ask him to prosecute his enemies. You don't seem to have a problem with that. If you do have a problem with that, please say so.
I believe the president needs to be an advocate of strong law enforcement.
Okay, that
includes enemies of his.
With respect, Mr. Attorney General.
If an enemy of the president goes out and conducts a violent crime, it's nothing wrong with the president calling the Attorney General and saying, I hope you do something about this violent crime.
And if the president's enemy takes a photo of seashells, you think it's appropriate to prosecute them? If senators make a video stating the plain law and Constitution that you can disobey an illegal order, you think it's okay for the president or others to call on them to be prosecuted? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think you would have done that as Attorney General. I hope you wouldn't have. If you would have, you were not the Attorney General I thought you were. I don't think it's appropriate for this Attorney General or any other. And I don't remember seeing, notwithstanding the false equivalence I hear expressed so many times from my colleagues in this committee, I don't remember any Democratic president calling the Attorney General and saying, you need to prosecute him, and you need to prosecute her, and you need to prosecute them, and you need to go after this organization. We have never seen that before or anything like it. Anything like it. And generic statements, oh, they all do it, is simply not the case. And by making that argument, it just further erodes the wall of independence that I'm sure, Attorney General, you remember after Watergate, when because of the abuses of President Nixon, there was an effort to make the Justice Department independent from the White House, not completely independent in the sense that the president couldn't set general priorities. I want you to emphasize these cases and these cases, whether it's immigration cases or drug cases. That was always appropriate. But what has never been appropriate, and particularly so after Watergate, was for the Attorney General of the United States to break that wall and call on his Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I would say even without any basis to do so. And this Justice Department has been willing to do so and has gone before grand juries. And we have never, I think, seen the likes of this either in these high-profile cases where the grand jurors, in some cases to a person, have refused an indictment. How often did you have that happen to you, Mr. Attorney? Last question I'll ask you. How often, Mr. Attorney General, did you seek an indictment as a prosecutor and have not a single grand juror vote to indict? Did that ever happen to you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of you being here today, witnesses taking your time to be in front of us. Before I start, I want to say thank you to Attorney General Ashcroft for being here today and your service to our country, both as Attorney General and as a United States Senator. And also thank you for your kind words about Senator Graham. Really appreciate it. Mrs. Boss, thank you for sharing your story. Reliving the worst day in your life, being willing to tell your story so that people hear it. Really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for your loss. We're going to talk a little bit in a second about people needing to meet with survivors, which I completely agree with, and victims. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that when someone is killed at the hands of an illegal alien, that their representation in Congress, senator, congressman, should meet with that family?
Absolutely. Of course.
It's my understanding that there are many angel families that cannot get meetings with their senators. Have you heard that?
Absolutely. It happens all the time. As a matter of fact, the lovely and kind words from Senator Durbin, I am his constituent. This is the first time I've ever spoken with him. I haven't spoken with him. He spoke to me.
Well, I hope and I'm sure that I hope I heard actually the ranking member yesterday talk about the need for the Attorney General to meet with victims, which I support. And I certainly am hopeful that he will, and others, will meet with you.
Yes.
So Sheridan Gorman and other names need to be said. And I think the accountability that we have in this room for other people, we should be able to have it for this body as well. So I certainly hope that you get your face-to-face meeting that you deserve.
I would hope so. We've had several laws introduced, legislation introduced in this last session that have been completely ignored. And there hasn't been any way to really get in and talk to anybody, especially those who are opposed to those legislations for whatever reason.
Well, thank you so much for elevating your voice. Ms. Bazinski, am I saying that right?
It's Bensky, yeah.
Okay, gosh, I'm gonna have to try. I am so sorry for everything that you've been through, and thank you for your courage, for being here today and being able to elevate your voice. I completely support your quest to be able to be heard, to obviously for victims to be protected, and for us to pursue every lead possible. And, you know, I do believe after my conversations with the Assistant Attorney General that he is going to pursue those. Let me ask you this. Were you asked in the previous administration, did you ever have an opportunity to sit down with the then Attorney General, Merrick Garland?
We did not, but there were active investigations going on because of Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing.
So, but did you ever have a face-to-face with him?
No.
No. Did y'all request a face-to-face?
This was before a time that I was comfortable coming forward. It was just this last September that a group of us felt like we had met each other, and a huge part of this has been finding the collective voice of a sisterhood and understanding that we weren't isolated in these experiences.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. Did you, was there ever, because I know that my colleague, Senator Blackburn, really wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to tell your story. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any Senate hearings that were held under the previous administration that tried to
I don't personally
bring
have
light
that
to this
information because, again, I just came forward really in September.
Well, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Oyer, obviously, are you cutting people off right on time today?
What?
Are you cutting people off right on time today, or are people getting to go way over?
I've been too liberal, but go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead and ask one more question.
Just let me ask one more question, please, sir. I appreciate it. After you were fired from DOJ, you had an independent media company and a Substack platform, and you had the, Lawyer Aura brand name and the hoodies that said hardwired to stand up to bullies. I'm wondering, it's my understanding that as a pardon attorney during the Biden administration, you recommended actual commutations for Daniel Troyer and Ricardo Sanchez Jr., who were sentenced to death in 2009 after executing a family of 4 on the side of a highway. Is that true?
Ma'am, I think you were not in the room when several of your colleagues asked me about those recommendations.
This is my turn to ask a question. So is that true?
I said then remains, which is that I'm not able to talk about the clemency advice that I provided to the White House because of
well, the victims included a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old boy who died while cradled in the arms of their mother, who was trying to shield them. Those 2 little boys were shot 10 times, and their mother was shot 11 times, and their father was shot 5 times. So I appreciate the grace on getting to go over, but that doesn't sound like to me that you stand up to bullies. It sounds like to me you stand with them. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for being here. This day of the hearings often gets less attention, but it is very important to us, and you are performing a very important service. I particularly want to thank Ms. Bensky and Ms. Boss for sharing your stories and reliving a lot of the pain that you have been through. Ms. Bensky, I don't know whether you were here yesterday when I asked Acting Attorney General Blanche to apologize, and I'd just be interested in your reaction to his response.
Yeah, I think it was the most that we've gotten from him. And that was a moment where there was a touch of humanity to say that we do understand that there was, in fact, failure here, because he's been on the record multiple times saying that nothing was mishandled. And as a survivor who literally saw nude images of friends and had my own information exposed all over the place, to tell the world that this had not been mishandled was just so absolutely egregious. Like anybody from here to Mars, no matter what political affiliation you're with, can see that like your government should not be, sending out nude photos of you, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let me ask you a general question. And you don't have to give me an exhaustive answer today, and I know there are others in the room who may want to answer this question as well, but what should we demand of the Department of Justice to make things right, to make things better?
Yeah. We've always just been looking for accountability and for this case to be handled correctly, because even from the very start of this case, we have not seen it handled the way anybody would normally prosecute something. So we are looking to get to the bottom of why our perpetrators were never held to account. How does the largest sex trafficking ring in this country exist when only 2 people have been found even remotely? I mean, Epstein's dead, but Maxwell is the only one who has been held to any sort of account, and she's in a lower, a lower security penitentiary at this point. So, I think we are owed answers, and we are owed, justice. For us, we get that question a lot of what does justice look like? I think, yes, the culture shift is part of it, but really, like, having your government stand up for you and stand up for what's right. And, there's a chilling effect that it sends to survivors everywhere when their government is outing their personal information. Other survivors are not going to want to come forward, right? And so we need to make sure that we are getting all the information with these cases. So I think we really just hope that the government will take it seriously and start investigations.
Accountability.
Accountability, yeah, always.
And I think a working hypothesis here is that accountability is difficult when rich and powerful people are potentially...
It's always been the vulnerable versus power for this case, for most sex trafficking cases, or all sex trafficking cases, really. And it is about how the powerful consistently exploit the vulnerable. And that is what we see a lot. I mean, I have a 6-year-old son, and I teach him that accountability matters every single day. And I hold him to account. Why can't we hold our government to account?
Well, I will just say your voice and face has been a very powerful antidote to the wealth and power that may be brought to bear here. And I hope that this forum will encourage you and others to come forward as you've done so courageously.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do also want to mention that Virginia Giuffre has been monumental in all of this, and I think it would be unfair to not name her, because her deposition holds the key to quite a few things. So if you started her deposition, you can start really investigating.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, I want to ask you about the pardon that I mentioned yesterday. I asked Todd Blanche about it. David Gentili, sentenced to 7 years for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme that involved a 7-year sentence. He served 12 days of it before he was pardoned. He boasted to his fellow inmates that he was going to pay $2.5 million to someone to get him out. Father Frank Mann told one of his parishioners that he had talked to President Trump to get David Gentili out of prison. These are facts that have been publicly reported. The investigation into the potential impropriety of this pardon was shut down, allegedly, by high officials in the Department of Justice, talking to the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, Joe Nocella. I know you're not familiar with the facts. I'm not going to ask you whether you believe that that reporting is true. Mr. Blanche never denied it. He basically said, well, it was a leak. Sometimes leaks actually involve truthful information. But the point that I think is lost here is that that pardon involved $16 million in forfeiture to innocent victims, many of them retirees who were depending on that money to survive. And he will no longer be required to do restitution. So his ill-gotten gains, some of which he may have used to pay for his clemency, so to speak, are not going to go back to the people who were cheated, his victim, as a result of that pardon and clemency. So I guess my question to you with this introduction is essentially, are victims and survivors often re-victimized by pardons that are unjust or unfair to them? And shouldn't we have them given a voice? I recognize the Constitution gives the president unlimited authority, and it's one of those powers that's unchecked, rarely. But isn't there a need to give the victims a voice in this process?
Yes, Senator. The millions of dollars that Mr. Gentili stole from his investors, unfortunately, are a drop in the bucket of the restitution that victims have been deprived of as a result of President Trump's pardons. He has forgiven over $1 billion in restitution that is owed to victims of fraud, as well as money that is owed to taxpayers by people who committed white-collar crimes and who have served, in many cases, none of their sentence and repaid none of their money. That is not consistent with the regulations that the Justice Department has in place for evaluating applications for pardons. The Justice Department historically has looked to see that people have repaid their debts before recommending clemency, but this president is using clemency in a strategic, transactional way to forgive huge amounts of debts owed to taxpayers and crime victims.
Senator Durbin.
Mr. Chairman, in closing here,
all right, we do need to go ahead and step away from this because we are up against the clock for our next commercial break, but we will have more coverage of this hearing, the witnesses in the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing, when we come back from our next commercial break. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're back in 2. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're continuing to follow the latest with the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing. Today, we're mostly hearing from witnesses related to the nominee to be President Trump's full-time Attorney General. We also have this graphic here showing you some of the witnesses that you've heard from throughout the day. You have John Ashcroft, who is the Attorney General under George W. Bush, President George W. Bush. You have Danny Bensky, who is an Epstein survivor. Elizabeth Oyer, who is the former DOJ pardon attorney under President Biden. John Adler, the president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association Foundation, and Jennifer Boss, who is the mother of Megan Boss, who is a 37-year-old Illinois woman who was allegedly murdered by somebody who is in the country illegally. So a number of witnesses invited by both Republicans and Democrats. It looks like they're getting down to the final round of questioning here. So let's go ahead and send things back over to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Durbin is speaking right now.
This is for being here today and for traveling the long distances some of you have had to go. We're grateful that you did it. For all the members of this committee, written questions to these witnesses here are due on Wednesday, July 22 this year at 5 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes that hearing right there. You saw a number of witnesses speaking. We just went through those witnesses, but Todd Blanche was not in attendance today. This was mainly, I guess you'd call it a character-related hearing where you had people who were speaking either in favor or expressing their concerns with Todd Blanche. And we can pull that graphic back up showing you some of those witnesses that we just heard from. That included John Ashcroft, who is the Attorney General under George W. Bush. You also have Danny Bensky, who is an Epstein survivor. Elizabeth Oyer, former DOJ pardon attorney under President Biden, was kind of served with Trump for a little bit before she was ultimately replaced. You have John Adler, the president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association Foundation, and Jennifer Boss, who is the mother of Megan Boss, one of the witnesses invited by the Republicans today because she is somebody who lost her daughter allegedly to somebody who was in the country illegally. But this is one of the many stories we're following right here. And we also have another big confirmation hearing that is happening right now as we talk, and that is Keith Sonderling, the person who is selected by President Trump to be the next labor secretary. He's currently serving as the acting labor secretary, replacing Lori Chavez-DeRemer. So his questioning is happening right now. You have Lisa Murkowski, one of the senators on the Republican side to watch here. She's currently asking questions.
It's DOL that's the problem. Some years it's DHS that's the problem. What we need is to have this alignment. What we need is to have a level of review where we're watching the whole picture. And to your point about the timing, you're correct in that has helped us because we have a later season, so we don't need everybody else in the country to snap these up ahead of our season. So we've made some progress, but I just need to know that you've got your eye on the ball with this, working with us, and again, whether it's salmon season or whether it is the season where we're trying to entertain guests to come to our ski resorts or our workers up on the North Slope when it's exploration time and working out in a really tough environment. We need to have good support within the Department of Labor. And to that, I wanted to just ask a question. Many have asked about apprenticeship programs, and I think you can hear from this committee how we feel about the support in providing appropriate training for those in these apprenticeship programs. So I want to hear your commitment to maintaining the current National Registered Apprenticeship program.
Absolutely. It's not only my commitment, it's the president's commitment in the executive order. It's one he issued in his first 100 days, so it shows you the seriousness and the impact of this. We're just trying to make it better. We're approving new apprenticeships within 30 days.
And this is where I want to make my specific ask for you. As you say, we want to make it even better. As you know, and you've pointed out, we have serious challenges in rural areas. You've got these communities, 82% are not connected by road. it's not only access for the workers, but they're limited then in terms of their traditional workforce training venues. So being creative with us as to how we tap into that for apprenticeship is where I would like.
And working with the state
George.
workforce and the state education systems locally is a very important part of that too.
Good. Let's work together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. I now defer to Senator Banks.
Oh, isn't it your birthday? Happy birthday. You must like me to come here on your birthday.
Embarrassed me on my birthday. Mr. Sonderling, great to see you. We appreciate
Is your microphone
your
on?
leadership.
Okay, we're going to pull away from this for just a little bit. Senator Jim Banks, the Republican from Indiana, is getting ready to ask some questions. But as we talked about earlier, we heard from some of those witnesses in the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing, the pick by President Trump to be the full-time Attorney General for the United States. And there's going to be the question, obviously, about does he have the votes to be confirmed? And one of the Republicans who was kind of grilling him yesterday, Republican votes are going to be key. We don't really expect any Democrats to vote for Todd Blanche. He's going to need 50 votes. And John Cornyn, the senator who's going to be leaving office at the end of the year because he lost his primary to a candidate that President Trump endorsed, raised some concerns earlier. And I thought I had a graphic, but doesn't look like we do have that graphic pulled up. But I'll show you those comments in just a little bit when we get back from break, because he was questioning Blanche pretty extensively on the DOJ anti-weaponization fund, which got a lot of criticism, not just from Democrats, but also Republicans. Blanche did say yesterday it does not exist anymore, but it appears some of those answers were not good enough for everybody in that hearing room. So let's go ahead and hit that when we get back. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We'll head back out to the Acting Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling's testimony before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, where he is currently in a confirmation hearing to be the full-time Labor Secretary. But we did want to hit this graphic real quick here because, Senator John Cornyn did raise some concerns about Todd Blanche, the Acting Attorney General nominee, and it appears that he has told Fox News that he has not made a decision yet on how he's going to vote on Blanche's final confirmation, and also said this about the anti-weaponization fund. I think what I confirmed is that the weaponization fund is still can be revived. And so this idea that it's somehow gone is just not true in my opinion. And so there may be some other steps that people take to try to make sure that it's dead and gone for sure, because I think I'm not the only one that has concerns about that. I think there are other senators too. And once it comes out of committee, you still have to get the majority on the floor, and that's not undetermined yet whether that's going to happen. So certainly something to watch as Todd Blanche is trying to get 50 votes. That's the number that he needs, 50, in order to be confirmed. That would make it a tie, and then Senator J.D. Vance can break that tie and make him officially the Attorney General. So let's go ahead and head back out to the Senate Help Committee, where Acting AG Sonderling is currently testifying. Let's go ahead and pull up the audio and listen in.
Because that harms the people coming in, it harms the program as well. So we have a lot of rules and regulations to make that program. If you're going to use it, you're going to have to pay for it, or else you can actually see what the cost was and then see how much it is to hire and train an American worker. And that analysis wasn't done before because the program wage rates became too low. And that's what we're fixing, and hopefully it'll help reform that program.
I yield back.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Senator Banks. Senator Kim.
Happy birthday. Mr. Sonderling, thanks for coming before this committee. I wanted to just circle up with you on a question I raised with you in a previous nomination hearing about OSHA. I raised concerns with you about numerous attempts to decrease OSHA's budget, and you had indicated you would review all the budgets within the DOL and ensure that they had appropriate resources. Despite that promise, the past two presidential budgets have included decreases to OSHA's budget on top of also decreasing the workforce. Given this information, how are you squaring decreasing OSHA's budget and capacity with improving workplace safety?
Well, you know, a lot of this relates to efficiencies, and a lot of the historic budgets dealt with office and staffing levels that didn't exist anymore through attrition. So the president's budget related to OSHA allows a few things. One, to account for that, for the amount of workers that have left, office space have less, but also allows us to account for new technology as well. You know, in OSHA, there's a lot of AI and products that we're looking to invest in to make our investigations more efficient.
Those already in effect?
What's that?
Are those tools, AI tools, and other products already in effect?
We're working hard on that. The Mine Health Safety Administration.
The answer is no. They're not quite
using it. But going back to OSHA, we were hiring, and you asked me to look at it, and I did. And we looked at our entire workforce, and our OSHA and our Mine Health Safety Division needed additional workers. We were hiring in that. I believe we've hired over 90 new OSHA inspectors. If you go on usajobs.gov right now, you can apply to be an OSHA inspector. It's a continual.
I guess the way I would just.
We are replenishing that workforce.
What I would just say is to think through what is it that you're trying to accomplish? What is the mission here? And in terms of being able to do that workplace safety, it's about making sure that they have an ability to inspect workplaces, to be able to check on safety. The AFL-CIO did a report that said it would take OSHA 191 years to inspect every workplace once based on the 2025 data. You were seeing the challenges already from a shrinking workforce. And that was under your leadership that the number of years it would take has doubled. So, you know, I guess I just want to share that with you. Is just like, I get it. We're constrained. We don't have infinite money. But when we're looking at what it is we're trying to do, the goal should always be, you know, how can we make sure that we are responding to the workplace demands to be able to make sure we're addressing those needs. One thing that I wanted to focus in, you and I have talked about AI, workforce on a number of different places. But there's one in particular I wanted to just check with you on. The Department of Labor has proposed a creation of an AI workforce hub. That's right. And in it, it says that it's going to hopefully more adequately track and respond to AI trends, all admirable. But it also, the description talked about involving partnerships with private AI and training vendors. Correct. I want to just ask you, can you commit to this committee for full public disclosure on any vendor or partner selected for this initiative?
It will be on the website, and it's not just tech companies. As we discussed earlier, the entire ecosystem of who it's going to pack in AI are all workers, all businesses, all unions. So the partnership is not going to just be with tech companies. It's going to be with employers. It's going to be unions. It's going to be with nonprofits. Some of them who are in this room here today. So we're including everyone in this. It's going to be completely public who's a part of this. But as we discussed, this is going to be the missing link to get that data that nobody has.
And you and I have talked about how we share that goal.
100%.
Because, you know, we need to know, you know, skate to where the puck is going, you know, how it is that we're trying to address something that has clearly going to have seismic impact on our economy, already has a lot of concerns. And we've talked about how many young people in this country right now are very, very worried about the impact that this is going to have on their chance to be able to get a job after college. We have to be able to respond with urgency, and I think that transparency is necessary. We know there's a lot of money, a lot of involved, a lot of concerns on that front. The last thing I just want to ask you is that, as someone who worked as a career federal government worker before, a non-political worker, I hear from people all throughout the interagency, and look, there are real concerns at every department, including the Department of Labor, about morale, about the status of jobs, and whether or not the people there feel like they can still have the kind of career that they want without a toxic work environment. How are you going to try to restore trust under your leadership at the Department of Labor?
The Department of Labor is for all workers, including federal workers. And they, especially the Department of Labor employees, where I started my federal career as well. I didn't start walking in as a cabinet secretary. I started walking in the halls with them and eating in the same cafeteria. So I think there's a level of trust that they know with me and that I'm committed to them. They are our workforce. The Department of Labor's workforce has one goal.
I urge you, just in my final seconds here, I just say I urge you to prioritize that if you're confirmed.
Thank you.
There has been just a real concern about just this tiered system, this hierarchy caste system between the politicals and the careers. And I hope you are someone that can go in a different path. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Good job today, Mr. Sunderland. You've done well. You've done it before, I gather. A couple questions on my behalf.
Yep.
Last year, I introduced the Unlocking Benefits for Independent Workers Act, providing a safe harbor for companies attempting to provide portable benefits to workers, ideally to grow access to health care, retirement accounts, and even vacation days for independent workers. So, if passed, how do you see this legislation interacting with DOL's proposed independent contractor rule? And would it assist DOL with further rulemaking which theoretically would have the goal of empowering independent workers?
Well, this is a very important issue and one that I commend your leadership on. We've been talking about this issue for many years. And the issue right now is that you have gig economy workers, working for platform companies that everyone knows the names of, and they love that arrangement, but they also want some benefits. And you see these companies too who want to provide those benefits to employees, whether it's contributions to 401k, whether it's contributions to health care, or other benefits such as discounts related to them being able to negotiate in bulk for cars, for equipment and tools. And that's really been prohibited. And what you've seen in that is because of the Department of Labor's regulations, neither side want to create the employment relationship. The gig workers want to stay as independent contractors, and those operators want to keep them as independent contractors. So you have both sides in agreement that we like this business model, but I want to give you benefits and I want to receive benefits, but that's going to ruin that business model due to the Department of Labor's regulations. So what you've seen in the absence of that, states, Democrat states, Republican states coming together and say, we want our citizens to be able to get this. So we're going to do innovative laws. We've seen it in states across the country that say under state law, you can give these benefits. And you can work for 5 different companies, and you get little pieces of it from each company, and everyone's happy. But under federal law, there's still a fear that may create the employment relationship and ruin these programs and lead to significant litigation or worse, Department of Labor investigations. So this is a very key part of the puzzle to get those workers.
Once I was picked up at the Louis Armstrong Airport in New Orleans by a man who had been working as a Lyft or Uber driver in the Bay Area, California, but decided he'd rather live in New Orleans. Clearly a very smart man. And so, he moved back and he just had to tell Uber or Lyft, hey, I'm moving to New Orleans. My son-in-law was driving. He was in Louisiana, and he and my daughter moved to Miami. Hey, I'm moving to Miami. He could continue to drive. So it seemed like a federal law is needed because even though the states are doing this, what may be allowed in Tennessee would not necessarily be allowed in California.
Correct. And also, too, under the Department of Labor's regulations, will that be enough, too, for the companies to actually buy in on this? And we could design rules, we can design regulations, but ultimately, if they need that legislative certainty, that's something, I defer to you on. But This is really, again, it's a bipartisan issue. It's an issue that both workers and companies agree on, that, you know, they want benefits. They want to be able to build wealth. It's something the Trump administration is really pushing for people to be able to get retirement accounts.
And just to be clear, if we arrange that there's an account that, okay, I work for 4 different, I'm a DoorDasher, I'm an Uber, and I'm a Lyft, and maybe I'm an Amazon guy, as Holly points out, that they're all paying into an account. Mechanically, this would, the worker, would designate, this is the account where I want my health benefits paid into.
Correct. You'd be creating an account wherein you can work for a lot of different platforms. You own the account, and then other, you know, platform companies can give little pieces of the amount of time that you're in there too. So that's the model we're seeing around the country. That's the model that platform companies have come to me saying, we have these resources. We want to provide these resources. Our people want these resources. And that's how essentially it would work. Under some of your proposals, it would be blessed under federal law and would not create the employment relationship under the Fair Labor Standards Act.
Let me ask you this, changing the topic. The Department of Labor oversees the Employee Benefit Security Administration, or EBSA, which
Okay, we do need to pull away from Senator Bill Cassidy, the Help Committee Chairman, asking questions of Keith Sonderling. It appears like they're getting towards the end of this hearing involving President Trump's nominee to be the next Secretary of Labor. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is time for us to get to our last commercial break of the hour. We will be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. And another busy day on Capitol Hill as Keith Sonderling is currently taking part in his confirmation hearing to be the full-time Labor Secretary, currently being asked questions by Help Committee Chairman Bill Cassidy. It looks like that might be wrapping up. We also got Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, holding his weekly press conference. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. Let's go ahead and head back out to the Senate Help Committee hearing and see if we can get some of the closing remarks here for the Labor Secretary nominee. And just as we go out there, it has wrapped up. Again, Keith Sonderling, the acting labor secretary trying to become the full-time labor secretary for President Trump. Two people doing that right now. You have Todd Blanche, the acting AG, trying to become the full-time AG, and then Keith Sonderling, the acting labor secretary, trying to become the full-time labor secretary. But we are in the midst of Hakeem Jeffries taking questions at his weekly press conference. Interestingly, there was a vote this week that he broke with his party leadership on related to a vote to defund Israel. So let's go ahead and listen and see if he's getting asked questions about that right now.
A lot about bills that they're going to advance, and that continues to fall apart. They were supposed to bring a regressive veterans bill to the floor today, and we forced them, along with a handful of Republicans, to stand down because Democrats were unified. Now, next week, we'll see whether they're ultimately able to move anything. But if Republicans were serious about cleaning up corruption in this town, they would start at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Donald Trump has unleashed an unprecedented smash and grab offensive on the American people. And instead of Republicans focusing on trying to drive down the high cost of living and make life more affordable for the American people, what Republicans have consistently done is allow for the most corrupt administration in American history to act freely. Donald Trump is running a crime family in terms of his administration. He's an organized crime boss. And House Democrats are going to hold him accountable and are going to clean up corruption and make sure that when we pass a stock trading ban, it will apply to members of Congress along with the president, the vice president, and members of his corrupt administration. Thank you, everyone.
All right, there you have it. Hakeem Jeffries at his weekly press conference taking a number of questions. We didn't get a chance to play out some of the more key parts, which happened towards the beginning. That was happening while we were in the Todd Blanche confirmation hearing, as well as a number of other events that were happening, including the labor secretary nominee for President Trump getting asked a number of questions. We're going to have a guest joining us in just a little bit, but we're looking at some of the monitors that we got here, kind of covering things. We have the graphic pulled up for our poll question here. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. So we are going to be having a White House press briefing coming up in about an hour, and I'm going to pull this up here as soon as I can find it. There we go. All right. What questions do you want answered or asked at the White House press briefing? You use the QR code at the top right corner of your screen to submit some of the questions that you have. Make sure you keep them appropriate, because if they're inappropriate, we're not going to be airing them here on Live Now from Fox. But, you know, what do you want to know? President Trump, where is he at with the Iran conflict? What is he going to do about affordability? And of course, this comes as we do have an address to the nation that President Trump is going to be giving later tonight. And we'll have live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox at 9 p.m. tonight. That is when it is scheduled, Eastern Standard Time. Then again, we also have the White House press briefing that is scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So a very busy day happening on Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead and see if we can pull into something real quick before we get into our next guest. We have anything? Let's see if we do. What you got, Jules? Producer Jules helping out here. Okay, we got a little live event going on here. Let's see if we can hear what is actually happening here, and then we'll move on. Let's go ahead and turn up the audio real quick.
Our youth violence prevention services, because we're seeing this in the high schools too, with young people acting out domestic violence scenarios, but it's not domestic because it's not in a home. And it's not necessarily even intimate. It's just straight up violence, acting out a violent gender norm that we have to disrupt by changing the culture. And so we're thrilled to see this campaign, and we're with it 1,000%. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ben Weston. I'm an emergency medicine physician at the Medical College of Wisconsin.
and serve as Chief Health Policy Advisor for Milwaukee County. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's so exciting to learn more about this organization and this program. You know, I'll say too often in my work, particularly in the emergency department, we have the opportunity to intervene, but after the incident has happened. The violence has occurred, the substance use has become an overdose, or years of trauma hits a breaking point. And in those moments, healthcare providers, first responders, behavioral health professionals, community partners, we do everything we can to help, but by then, the crisis has already happened. But if we truly want to change outcomes, we have to do more than just be responsive. We have to find ways to reach people earlier in this process, before the violence, before the overdose.
All right, we are going to go ahead and pull away from this because it is time to get to our guest here. That is Elizabeth Mitchell with the Daily Signal, joining us ahead of the White House press briefing. And if you have any questions that you want answered, use that QR code at the bottom right corner of your screen right there. Elizabeth, great to see you. Welcome into Live Now from Fox.
Great to see you, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So I think one thing we could expect, at least the White House to tout, we saw President Trump do it, and that is that the White House got some good news, because we know going into election season, going into the midterms, affordability is probably going to be the #1 issue. Something related to the economy normally is this is probably some of the best news the White House has gotten on the inflation report, maybe since President Trump took office.
I think you're right. So inflation is actually at a low. It is the biggest drop we've seen since the drop during the COVID pandemic. So that shows just how dramatic this is. I had the opportunity to ask the president about this drop in the Oval on Tuesday. He was very thrilled to speak about it, as you could imagine, and said that, of course, he talked about how the inflation was so high under President Joe Biden and how he was able to take that over. I was able to ask him, with strikes renewing on Iran, if he thinks that inflation will go back up. And he actually thinks that this positive inflation report is going to continue, even though these strikes are going forward. We've seen several strikes for many consecutive days now, but he expects that not to affect inflation. So we'll see what really happens there.
Well, if you're down, Elizabeth, we do have a viewer question right now. And one of the questions, too, that's not on the screen was about the price of oil and what's going to happen with that. And that kind of ties into what you just mentioned there with your question with President Trump. But then we had another question about there being boots on the ground with Iran. And it seems like President Trump and Secretary Heggs have been pretty adamant that that is not on the table right now and doesn't appear to be on the table in the future.
I think that's correct, but we do have reporting showing that the president is considering escalating attacks in Iran, and so we're not sure exactly what that means. When asked this type of question, the president repeatedly says that he likes to keep all his options on the table. Unlike other presidents, he doesn't rule anything out. So I think he can be pretty unpredictable, but I don't expect boots on the ground to be something that's occurring soon. I don't think this is something the American people want to see, at least.
And we have this address that President Trump is going to be giving tonight. Obviously, a pretty active day for the White House press briefing coming up here at the top of the hour. But then you also have President Trump addressing the nation tonight. We expect election laws to be kind of one of the central focuses of the speech, correct?
Yes, so he's going to talk about election interference in 2020. And usually when we talk about this, you hear about Russia. But reports say that he's actually going to be talking about the CCP's interference in the 2020 election, and that he has new reports he's going to share on this, and he's going to tie it all together to continue to push the Save America Act, which would require voter ID to vote in U.S. elections.
And this has been something President Trump has been pushing pretty extensively. He has called on the Senate to abolish the filibuster. He has been, I think he's kind of held off any criticisms of John Thune, and it seems like they still have a strong relationship. But he does put Leader Thune in a pretty tough position there, where he is saying, pass the Save America Act, abolish the filibuster, even though Thune over and over again keeps saying that he does not have the votes to do that.
Thune is certainly in a tough spot, but it seems like an agreement has actually been reached that could work, which is attaching this to the Reconciliation 3.0 package. The catch is it would be voluntary. Only red states likely would opt in, receive special funding for requiring voter ID, getting rid of mail-in ballots, other things the Save America Act includes, but it probably would not do anything to secure elections in blue states. So that's kind of the catch there, but it seems to be the only option at this time.
And I think one thing that's interesting about that, too, is, I mean, yes, they have the Reconciliation 3.0 that's on the table. There's a lot of things in there, including funding for the military, aid to farmers and whatnot. But then, of course, yeah, can they get the Save America Act components approved by the Senate parliamentarian? And the other question is, too, and we're seeing this a lot in the House side, are they even going to be able to get the votes in order to be able to do this? Because there's a lot of Republicans out there saying, hey, if there's no pay for this, we're not going to vote for it.
Absolutely. I think a lot of fiscal hawks have concerns that this is just more and more spending with no way to pay for it, just increasing that national debt that a lot of people in Congress and a lot of Americans are very concerned about. And so I think that's going to be a big issue here. We also have other people, Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, a while back saying they think Reconciliation 3.0 is very unlikely. It was originally kind of pitched as a larger package, and now it's looking like it's going to be a very skinny package. There's just a variety of things lots of different factions want to see. So is it likely to happen? I'm not sure. But we know now that it has the White House's backing.
Absolutely. And we have this. Why did President Trump reinstate ICE stopping vehicles? That's kind of been a big news of the day topic. We had the memo on Fox that Markwayne Mullin and DHS had called on vehicle stops to cease in the meantime after that shooting in Maine. But then President Trump went on Truth Social instead. Let's get back to this. We don't want to stop vehicle stops here.
Yeah, that was really interesting because there was a lot of uproar from the MAGA base about this because vehicle stops are one of the main causes of these arrests. And if ICE wasn't able to use them, deportations would likely go down. I asked Tom Homan about that. He said he did not expect deportations to go down, but that it would be temporary and stood by Mullin. But yet the very next day, President Trump reversed this, seeming to show some kind of tension between this. The president wants to stick by his promise for the largest deportations in history. And he knows that this would have stood in the way of that.
But he still has made it pretty clear that he wants to prioritize the criminal aspect of deportations, that the number one focus of the White House is going after criminal illegal aliens and kind of focusing where things go after that, right?
Yes, the worst of the worst illegal aliens have always been the focus here, they say, and it's especially been the focus lately that they're particularly touting arresting these people who have committed violent crimes of all different kinds, and that's really where their focus has been. But I believe Tom Homan said during the Gaggle with the Press the other day that about 40% have been nonviolent criminals and 60% of the deportations have been criminals. And so according to him, there is a bit of both happening here.
And kind of getting into the last questions here, you're going to have a spot at the White House press briefing. We're looking forward to seeing what you ask Caroline Leavitt. What kind of questions do you think need to be answered by the White House today, or where do you think a lot of the focus will be from reporters in the room?
I think there's going to be a lot of questions about his address tomorrow. That's definitely going to cause a lot of interest. Also, the Iran situation. We don't know what deadline he has on this. He said it's going to continue as long as he wants it to. And so that'll be really interesting seeing if they can pin down kind of a timeline. We were originally told 4 to 6 weeks. What will it be this time? And then, of course, I think I'm very interested in what the future of the Save America Act is, as we've been discussing with Senator Graham's replacement, his sister now. Will she carry the torch on this? What's going to happen there?
And of course, I think Russia's sanctions will be interesting to watch, too, because you have a lot of senators on both sides of the aisle pushing for this Russian sanctions bill that Senator Graham reached a compromise with. He made that announcement in Ukraine just days before he died. What's the future of that? And is the White House going to jump on board and push Congress to pass it?
This would be a key aspect of solidifying his legacy, but the White House has not put a lot of focus on that so far. What we saw the president tweet out that he wanted done in his honor was instead a crypto-related bill that has a little bit less enthusiasm behind it, I think, from some of these sanctions. And so that'll be really interesting to follow.
Absolutely. Elizabeth Mitchell, you got to get back in there to get ready for the White House press briefing. But we thank you so much for taking the time to join us on Live Now from Fox. And hopefully we'll see you back here, back on here in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, it is time for our first commercial break of the hour, so let's go ahead and get that in. We're back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. The news never stops. We have Jon Ossoff, the senator from Georgia, asking questions or taking questions right now. He's the Democrat who reportedly President Trump may call his election win in 2020 illegitimate. So let's listen into what he's saying.
Families to record highs. There was a report just in the last few days that the president may have accepted $2 million from a company under active trade investigation by the U.S. government. And I think part of the reason the president so fears defeat in these midterm elections is the prospect of accountability being imposed by the United States Congress under Democratic control.
What should happen with these predictive markets? I mean, should there be some? I mean, should they be? Some are calling them for them to be bans. You know, should the government, people in government, should not be able to use them. But what do you say about that?
Insider trading is clearly unacceptable, and there's clearly a need for some regulation.
Senator, if the polls currently show that you are up in multiple polls, including with Fox News, if that continues, and considering the president's attempt to try to, especially with China and talking in his speech tonight, if you win and even going up to the election, are you preparing to counter Mr. Trump's allegations that you may not win this election and that the 2020 election was illegitimate?
Look, I think one of the reasons that the president's reheating these debunked conspiracy theories and spreading new lies is because he's laying the groundwork for a potential challenge to the result. Another bad faith challenge. Remember again and again, you guys got to play the tape so people recall it, that the sitting president of the United States called up Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and demanded that he find him the exact number of votes to win in a state that he had lost. Unacceptable misconduct, and his misconduct continues to this day.
Are you preparing for it again?
Sam?
Are you worried that some of the safeguards that existed in 2020 do not exist in 2026? The Georgia State Election Board composition has changed. There's been overhaul at the federal level when it comes to election protection. What specifically are you worried about when it gets to Election Day and the days after this fall?
Look, my team and I are going to mount an all-out effort to defend voting rights in the state of Georgia, and it will be the solemn obligation of election officials to, without fear or favor and without concern for partisan outcomes, administer these elections fairly and properly and according to law. But I'll tell you this, here's what I'm hearing in Georgia. These attacks on voting rights are galvanizing a defiant determination to show up at the polls like never before. Remember that Georgia is the seat and the spiritual and civic home of the civil rights movement and the movement that secured the Voting Rights Act. And so when Donald Trump and his allies come down to Georgia and attack voting rights, they're just motivating people to participate in our democracy and to use their voting rights.
I know members of the Georgia delegation have been pushing for more information, but just to be clear, have you gotten any further information about the outcome of that Fulton County raid, where those ballots are?
No. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Take care, guys. Everyone.
We're good. All right, you just heard from Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff, who is notably, and this is important to note, that he is the only Democrat who's an incumbent defending a seat this November that President Trump won in 2024 so this is Republicans' prime flip opportunity in the Senate right now. And obviously, President Trump won that seat, won that state in 2024 after losing it in 2020. But there have been reports that President Trump could question the legitimacy of Senator Ossoff's election win in 2020 during his primetime address tonight, which you can watch here on Live Now from Fox. It's supposed to get started around 9 p.m. We also have the White House press briefing, which is scheduled to get started roughly around 1 o'clock. We'll see if they are going to be on time today. So a lot of questions that we have about, where things stand with Iran? Where do things stand with a number of issues related to the Save America Act? Because President Trump has been pushing extensively for that to get passed, but it still looks like the votes just aren't there in the Senate. So let's go ahead and see if we can bring Jules in here. Because we had some questions, right, from people here on Capitol Hill, or from our viewers, I should say. I'm making sure to get your cam pulled up. Let me see if I can do this. There we go. All right. Hi, Jules. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today, Rob?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. So what questions do we have from our audience about the upcoming White House press briefing? What can we see here?
Sure. So Brett
was asking, why did Trump reinstate ICE stopping vehicles, which you guys kind of talked about during your interview. We also heard about, what about daylight saving, which Ryan and Christina talked about yesterday. So people are wondering about that. They're also talking about, will the U.S. buy Russian oil? There's also been talk about potentially sanctioning Russian oil as well. And then we've also got several other viewers. Adrian's asking, when will the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz be settled? When will ships be able to freely sail on the waters? So we're going to continue to monitor. If they continue to send in questions, we'll bring that forward as well.
Right. So we have the one right here, which is, okay, so let's see here. This from Adrian says, when will the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz be settled? When will ships be able to freely sail on the waters? That's obviously one of the big questions. Secretary Rubio has been asked that too as well. So yeah, well, that's probably going to be one of the earlier questions we might expect at the White House press briefing. But, some of these questions, and it really depends on the news cycle too, because, President Trump is notorious for just, constantly making news. And sometimes the topics can be consistent, or sometimes they can be very different topics. And with this address before Congress tonight, and now, him likely focusing a lot of it on election security related issues, the Save America Act. Is that going to dominate the White House press briefing, or is Iran going to dominate the White House press briefing? So that's always the one unpredictable thing we have here. And we had that question about ICE related vehicles, correct? Yeah. We'll probably see a question on this asked a little bit later on. But so what happened here was that Bill Melugin and Alexis McAdams obtained this memo from DHS calling for vehicle stops with ICE to cease in the meantime. And that was in response to the Maine, the shooting that happened in Maine, allegedly involving ICE, happened earlier this week. And there's been a lot of protests. We even had a protest outside of Susan Collins' office. That is the Republican senator from Maine. She apparently has been in contact with DHS about this. And so President Trump, after this memo went out, then put out a Truth Social post out saying that he wants ICE to resume vehicle stops related to ICE. And Tom Homan addressed this too a little bit earlier. So it looks like, while DHS initially wanted to stop this in response to the shooting, President Trump was not a big fan of that, because ICE does make a lot of arrests through vehicle stops. And there's this thought that if they cease vehicle stops, then the amount of arrests that they make are going to go way down. And some of those people they're arresting are accused of being criminals. So that's maybe a little bit of an answer there for Greg right there in Jacksonville, Florida. We got anything else?
Yeah, we are getting a lot of questions about the Iran war. That really is taking our feed. That's what the viewers want to know. Asking, will there be boots on the ground for the Iran war? Yeah,
and we brought that question up with Elizabeth when she was talking. It's just that President Trump has seemingly made clear that he does not want to have boots on the ground with Iran. Secretary Haig said the same thing. Now, when it comes to striking Iran with military arsenals, very different story there, obviously. And that's going to be a question, too, is how long does this go on for? So we would expect a lot of the questions in the White House press briefing to be related to that for sure.
And another question, Ryan, for you is, why do we pay so much for gas? Which kind of ties back to the
Yeah, it does.
So it all kind of leads back to Iran.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, look, affordability is the big issue that's going to play coming up here in the midterm elections. President Trump ran on inflation under President Biden and how bad it was. And you saw Republicans win in blue districts in the House because of inflation. So, yes, border was a big issue in the last election cycle and in 2022. But the economy usually always polls as the highest issue. And particularly when it comes to the economy, or affordability is going to be the big topic that we see this upcoming election cycle. So, yeah, and the war in Iran, plays into it because the Middle East is a big gas producer. Strait of Hormuz is a big energy trading area. So, yeah, this definitely plays into it. It's not the only thing contributing to gas prices, but that I would expect that to be a big question point when we get into the White House press briefing. But Jules, we can now see you. I didn't adjust the camera before. I think our friends over there were adjusting that. So thanks, guys.
You can also take your own grid camera where you can see both.
Okay. Okay. You want grid camera? Okay. Ryan, our other producer. Ryan, why don't you get in the shot too? You can get in and say hi, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Jules. Yeah, we have Julianne here, and then we have Ryan, the other. Some people say the other Ryan. I'm sometimes the other Ryan. She's producer Ryan. She has 2 N's in her name, but yeah, I'm 1 N Ryan. So there we go. Oh, we got a new question here. All right.
Asking, is the U.S. still trying to buy Greenland? We did kind of hear like nobody's been talking about that recently.
That is a story that President Trump made a lot of news with early on in his administration, and then it kind of took a back seat because, you know, this news cycle is just kind of crazy. President Trump's always making news. The Congress is always making news. So it appears that, yes, that story has taken a back seat. I haven't heard anything about it being off the table. So, I mean, but I just don't think the administration has been talking about it that much lately. So I wouldn't say Greenland is a done deal, but it's just kind of not it's not the story that's done. And I feel like it really kind of took a back seat and stopped being in the cycle when the war in Iran happened or the conflict in Iran happened. That
He mentioned Greenland during the NATO summit.
Oh, he did. Okay, what's the update? Christy Martino, one of our favorite DJs here. Say hi, Christy. Get in the shot more so we can see you, please.
My sweatshirt. All right, I got off air. All right. Hi, everyone. What camera are we looking at?
Up there.
Oh, hi, everyone. No, I was just flagging that when President Trump was at the NATO summit, I believe that was just last week at this point, he was asked a little bit about Greenland. And I know, you know, he said he wasn't thrilled about the stance with NATO and Greenland and all of that, but I think that's the latest we have heard was NATO last week.
Okay, there you have it. So Greenland is not off the table, but hasn't made a lot of progress either. I think that's where we can probably put that there. All right. All right. We'll resume this in a little bit, but we are going to get to our next commercial break in just a couple minutes. Obviously, White House press briefing coming up, and let's pull up the shot here. At 1 o'clock is the time we are expecting, and Caroline Leavitt will be leading that White House press briefing. But in the meantime, stay with us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're looking live at Capitol Hill right now, where former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has not been active there, as he has been off because of an illness. And now there have been questions raised about his fitness to serve in Congress. And one of the candidates to replace him in the Senate is calling for McConnell to step aside. We're joined by former Kentucky State Representative Charles Booker, who is the Democratic nominee in the state of Kentucky for the Senate. Sir, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you.
So you put out a pretty extensive video statement earlier this week calling on Senator McConnell to resign. Why are you calling on Senator McConnell to resign right now?
Well, first of all, this is a very serious time. Mitch McConnell, who is suffering an emergency, is receiving care for right at a month now. And we know that this is a moment of prayer. It's a moment of reflection, but also as Kentuckians, we know we need leadership. And he has had declining health for some time. And the questions around what's going on with him are bipartisan. Now, I called for transparency. I was first to speak out to say we need to know what's happening. And in response to that, Mitch McConnell's team put out a very vague statement that didn't really say what was happening. And so a bipartisan coalition sounded the alarm with me. Governor Beshear spoke up, which I commend him for his leadership. And right now we know that there are critical decisions that are facing this country, certainly Kentuckians, and Mitch McConnell sits on the committees that make so many of those critical decisions. And if he can't be there, he does need to step down. And that's not a partisan statement. That is simply about doing right by Kentucky.
And you mentioned the statement that Leader McConnell put out. We have this here from the Office of the Attending Physician on Senator McConnell that he put on his website. In short, the wrap-up kind of says the remainder of his hospital stay focused on physical therapy and strategies to reduce his risk of future falls. He has been medically cleared to continue fully participating in his intensive physical therapy program. There's also some other stuff in there from the senator's staff, too. But this doesn't seem to be a statement that's good enough for you, correct?
Well, it's not really passing the smell test for a lot of Kentuckians, and regardless of party, because we have seen Mitch McConnell's decline in health for some time. And if the issues were not as significant as we were made to see the 911 emergency calls and conflicting reports, we need clarity on what's happening to him. And the images that we've seen don't quite answer. So we just want to know, can he fulfill his responsibilities? We hope he's recovering. But if he cannot return to the Senate, he does need to step down. And I'm ready to stand up for Kentucky. And we know we need someone that will show up for us. And the moment requires it.
And of course, this kind of raises the further question about senators who have aged and how their health goes and whether or not they step down at the right time. McConnell's case, he is going to be leaving office at the end of his term. You're obviously running to replace him. But, you know, Republicans will point to President Biden and some of the cognitive decline that the White House is accused of covering up. They'll also point to Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is clearly in declining health and died while she was in office. You know, it seems like this is something that has a long track record of for both sides.
You know, it does. And this is one of the reasons that I have said very plainly for years, I support term limits. We shouldn't be in a position where we are wondering whether our elected officials are alive or able to fulfill their duties. And what I know is this coalition that we're building here, this is Democrats, Republicans, independents alike. We know we need change. People are hurting. People are struggling, small businesses, large businesses. People are hurting right now. And again, if Mitch McConnell cannot fulfill his duties, he does need to step down. But that's a bigger conversation about how do we make sure that everyone's being heard in our democratic process? How do we make sure that our economy is strong? And I'm running to honor that because I know we need it.
And kind of we go on to your race right here. This is, I believe, the third time you're now running for the Senate. This is your second time being the Democratic nominee. Why do you think it is going to be different this time?
Well, for me, this is a bit like Rocky III. We've been laying the foundation of what it means to speak to regular people from the hood to the holler. And this is not something that is often lifted up in our politics. A lot of people feel ignored and blocked out. And so it's taken some time to build trust, to build infrastructure. And now we're in a position to win because the people of Kentucky see what's facing them. We're seeing the attacks on the economy, the rising costs, the tariffs that are crushing so many of our industries. And they know that the Trump administration is essentially telegraphing, hey, we're not going to drain the swamp. We don't care about you. That's what Donald Trump is saying. That's what Andy Barr, my opponent, is perpetuating. And we're done with that. And so we know that if we stand together, we can win this race. But not only that, we can make the government work for us instead of people like Donald Trump.
Now, the Commonwealth is a state that President Trump won by a pretty substantial margin. Going through your website, these are some of your political positions. You support abolishing ICE, you support reparations, and you also support Medicare for all. Now, consider the fact that Andy Beshear has been very successful in your state, winning statewide races, being more of a moderate Democrat. Do you think that you might be too progressive for Kentucky?
Well, I'll tell you this, I don't care about the labels. Kentucky's been one of the poorest states in the country, one of the sickest states in the country. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I've had to ration my insulin to feed my daughters. We are sick and tired of being screwed over by politicians who don't care whether we live or die. And that's not a partisan statement. I have organized with people from all backgrounds, and that's why you'll see yards with Trump signs and Booker signs in them, because we know we need leadership that cares about us, the issues that meet our needs so that we can have more money in our pockets and get government out of our way so that we can live a good life. And people can call that whatever they want. I'm standing up for Kentucky, and that's why we're going to win this race.
Now, it is this wide-ranging debate, though, at the national level amongst Democrats. Which kind of candidates should be the ones who are running for some of these swing districts, also some of these swing Senate seats coming up in November? You saw a pretty substantial battle going on in New York, where a number of candidates who consider themselves to be Democratic socialists were able to be successful. We've seen some other more socialist candidates, or candidates who claim to be more Democratic socialist leaning, having a lot of success in some of these Democratic primaries. Do you think that is the direction the Democratic Party should go, which is a more progressive, or dare I say, Democratic socialist stance?
You know, I think all of us, Democrats, Republicans, whatever the party, we need to listen to the people. There is a reason that a lot of people in Kentucky voted for Donald Trump. A lot of them voted for me, voted for Bernie Sanders, voted for Andy Beshear. This is not really about party. It's about who's going to stand up for us, who's going to deliver for us. And that's what this moment requires. I'm not focused on the labels. I'm focused on Kentucky, making sure that we're ending generational poverty, making sure that our businesses are successful and thriving, making sure that people are healthy and safe and don't have data centers in their backyards, making sure that everyone can be okay. And at the end of the day, showing people that we care, that I'm doing this from the heart. I don't care about politics. That's why I'm building so much bipartisan support. That's why our coalition is growing. And it is why we're going to flip this seat and deliver for working people across this country.
All right, we're up against the clock here. Charles Buchel, final word. Anything you want to add?
We are running not for a party, but for the people. Go to charlesbooker.org if you're sick and tired of a status quo that's screwing over working people. And again, if Mitch McConnell is unable to fulfill his responsibilities, he does need to step down. We're praying for his recovery, but we know we need leadership right now.
All right. Charles Booker, former Kentucky state representative, also the Democratic Senate candidate nominee for the Senate in November. We thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll have you back on in the near future.
We love it. Thank you.
All right, you just heard from Charles Booker, who is the Senate nominee for the Democrats in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And we have this from Senator McConnell's office. This is from the Office of the Attending Physician on Senator McConnell, saying Senator McConnell has experienced several falls throughout the year that have been attributed to his post-polio condition. He was admitted to the hospital 4 weeks ago after falling at home and sustaining minor injuries. A comprehensive evaluation by a multidisciplinary team determined that he had no fractures, cardiac abnormalities, stroke, tumor, or hemorrhage. Early in his hospitalization, he developed pneumonia, which responded rapidly to antibiotic treatments. The remainder of his hospital stay focused on physical therapy and strategies to reduce his risk of future falls. He has been medically cleared to continue fully participating in his intensive physical therapy program. All right, we are going to go to our next commercial break here, but when we come back, we'll answer some more of your questions. We got a couple of them coming in right now, so make sure you use the QR code let me go ahead and change it real quick here. You can go ahead and use this QR code at the bottom right corner of your screen right there for questions that you have at the White House press briefing, but also just about what's going on in our world and politics in general. We'll try to answer them for you, or we'll kind of tease ahead and give you some context as the White House press briefing is scheduled for 1 o'clock. Stay with us. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You can see the bottom right corner of your screen there. What questions do you want asked at the White House press briefing? And we're going to go ahead and play out some of those questions and see what you want to know. We got Julian Amaya, our producer here at Live Now from Fox, on the new camera we got installed here. And obviously you can see up there too that we have a White House press briefing coming up in just a little bit. And I apologize if I'm not making eye contact. I'm looking at Jules in one screen. I'm looking at the White House press briefing in another, and also kind of looking down here to see what questions you have and what questions you want to ask. Well, let's go get our EP in here, Chris, to say hi while he's at it. Hi, Chris. I always like having the shot here, too, of all the cameras out there at the White House. Now, for context, it used to not look like this before President Trump came back in office. Like, it used to be a little bit quieter. There was never this many cameras and tripods. Like, the media presence since President Trump has taken office again has just exploded at the White House. It is quite fascinating.
And tonight he's addressing the nation, so you can only imagine even more press is attending today as well.
Exactly. All right, Jules, what questions do we have from our audience here?
All right. So David is asking, what are the funeral plans for Senator Lindsey Graham?
So it appears, David, that they have not revealed that just yet. Obviously, we could expect him to potentially lie in state. There has not been a lot of senators or members of the House who have done that, but it is something that is being considered. I believe the last member of Congress who wasn't like a major member of leadership was Elijah Cummings, who lied in state at the Capitol. But it is an honor that is designated for a lot of people. It is something I believe that is being considered. So I believe they would do something in Washington, D.C. also, and then go back to South Carolina too, but they haven't really revealed any of those details about what the funeral arrangements for Senator Graham are going to look like officially just yet.
Yep, and you're right. So actually looking online, it looks like Alaska Representative John Young is the most recent non-president to lie in state in the Capitol, but we'll definitely monitor. I know that President Trump was meeting with Darlene today, Lindsey's sister, so that's interesting. But we actually have another viewer question coming in here. James is asking, when will Congress tackle and solve the Social Security and Medicare problem for seniors who depend on income?
And I think that's a question about the potential solvency that Medicare and Social Security are under, which I believe 2030 is when they believe that both programs are going to run out of money. The answer to this, really, they're not doing much, if I'm putting it bluntly. Congress kicks the can down the road all the time. They talk about how they don't want to make any cuts to Social Security or Medicare. And it seems like, based off all the experts we brought on here and have talked to, that if these two programs keep going on the trajectory that they're on, they're going to be solvent in a couple years. So this is a massive concern that lawmakers don't really seem like they want to tackle. There's been some legislation out there that would establish working groups to address this issue and whatnot. But when you talk about the politics of it, this is a place that they do not want to go. I mean, touching Social Security, touching Medicare, you saw how politically challenging touching Medicaid was for Republicans when they were trying to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Both sides of the aisle are very afraid to touch Social Security or Medicare. So it seems like a lot of politicians really just want to ignore this issue altogether because it is politically very unfun to want to deal with this issue. And it's been talked about a long time. If you want to address the national debt, the things you're going to have to do, you're going to have to adjust or touch entitlement programs. So Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. You're going to touch the military, or you'd have to deal something with taxes. And none of those things are politically sexy at all to cut. So that's kind of where that stands right now.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump, he didn't even sign the housing bill recently, right? He had to cancel that. So there's a lot going down on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, a little bit of a different thing there. But I think the housing bill was more of a protest over the Save America Act. Because the White House helped negotiate the housing bill. Elizabeth Warren, one of the most progressive senators in the Senate, her team directly negotiated with the White House on a compromise for that. So yeah, it's interesting, but when it comes to those two issues, it's up in the air.
Definitely. So we have another question coming in from Donna asking, if Todd Blanche isn't nominated as U.S. Attorney General, Who will Trump nominate next? And we were taking the Blanche hearing earlier today. So, Ryan, I got to throw out my ideas here. I'm thinking Lee Zeldin. I remember back then there was a lot of speculation about him potentially taking over, a former congressman from New York, EPA administrator right now. Who are you thinking?
Todd Blanche, or I'm sorry, Lee Zeldin certainly would be a name that you would look at as somebody to watch for if Todd Blanche does not get the votes. Now, we should probably be clear. The way it is right now, it looks like Todd Blanche is favored to be confirmed by the Senate, but there could be some issues that come up here. We talked about Senator Cornyn, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, some of the Republicans that you're going to want to watch for who could maybe lean towards yes or no. They're kind of up in the air. Yeah, Lee Zeldin would be a logical choice just because the reporting was out there that he was the favorite to get the job in the first place to replace Pam Bondi. It was interesting. Jared Halpern, the guest we had on the day that Pam Bondi left, or it was announced that Pam Bondi was going to no longer be the Attorney General, Jared was the one, and he's the political anchor for Fox Radio. He was the one who said that Todd Blanche was somebody you have to watch for and was favored. And Jared ended up being very right about that. So that was some great journalism on his part. Lee Zeldin, yes. Another person who I've kind of seen floated out there whenever the Attorney General position is discussed, Eric Schmidt would be somebody to watch. He is the senator from Missouri who is the former Attorney General for Missouri before he was in the Senate. His name was rumbled a little bit after Matt Gaetz stepped aside and was no longer the nominee. But President Trump filled that with Pam Bondi very quickly, so that kind of went away. But I would say watch out for Eric Schmidt if in fact Todd Blanche does not get the nomination.
Thoughts on Jeanine Pirro?
That's the first I've heard of that.
All right, I hate just an idea, you know.
But maybe I want. Yeah, you can't say no. I mean, she certainly does have the background to have that job potentially, and I mean, U.S. Attorney for the District of D.C. would I mean, I guess that'd be a logical position to move into Attorney General. So yeah, I mean, maybe.
Excellent. Well, next question coming in here. This is from Francis asking, what will happen with Cuba and the U.S. in the future?
I think that is a question for the White House press briefing. Certainly something to watch for. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to put more pressure on Cuba to, get them to comply. I mean, it has been a regime that has been a headache for the United States for a number of years. You saw it was Carlos Jimenez, the congressman from South Florida, who was at the GOP press conference earlier this week and was just slamming communism and slamming the Cuba regime. So, we're going to have to see what they say at the White House press briefing. I don't really have an update on that.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's going to be a similar situation in Venezuela that, that was
I mean, people have talked about that happening. It seems like the administration has resisted any type of military intervention to remove the Cuban regime. But I mean, that's been tried before somewhat. Venezuela, that was the first time I think we've ever had any type of military action with Venezuela. But Cuba's been a little bit of a different story, where Cuba's been this lingering problem for the United States for decades, going back decades, all the way to Kennedy, even before that. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And I think it really just depends, at least from what I'm hearing, how Cuba cooperates with the United States and if they're willing to make any changes to how they run their government.
Definitely. Oh, and just a heads up on Edge 4, it looks like we're getting an update from Texas about flooding. So we want to head out there live.
Okay. Looks like we do need to head out there. So obviously the Texas floods, one of the big stories we've been following over the last couple of days. Let's go ahead and head out here and get this update in for you.
The Guadalupe, which was significantly higher than last year. Fortunately, like last year, we suffered no loss of life and no significant injuries. Property damage and damage to roads and bridge is prevalent throughout the county. We're not able to do a full assessment of the damage at this point because there's still significant water. You'll notice that there is some red dye in the water by Comfort. At this point, it is not a safety concern for anyone. We've been told that it is just dye. It is nothing that's a health concern. In addition, we've had 2 official rescues at this point, but we've had multiple assists to bring people to our evacuation center. At its peak, our evacuation center has had about 68 residents. Right now, there's about 63. We're providing food and supplies to these residents. We've had multiple organizations donate their time and effort to, including HEB and some restaurants, so they're being provided for, as well as their pets. In addition, we have state assets on the ground assisting us, as well as our community partners, the City of Bernie, and all of our volunteer fire departments, law enforcement are out and about. Our wildlife agents are out and about as well. And so we have full assets on the ground assisting folks. So right now, we're at a lull. We're expecting a second wave coming down the pipe sometime this afternoon. It's nothing going to be remotely close to what we've seen. So we believe we're through the worst of it, but it's important for our residents to remain vigilant. Please do not go through low water crossings. Please pay attention to the alerts that we're sending out. We're constantly sending out winds alerts and text messages to our residents, trying to advise them of the current conditions. Those are for your safety, and we please do not disregard them. I'm going to hand it over to our emergency management coordinator to give you a little briefing about our preparedness and the steps we took in anticipation of this flood event. Brady?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brady Constantine. I serve as the Emergency Management Coordinator and the Director of the Fire Marshal's Office for Kendall County. Our day did start very early this morning, about 2 a.m. I've been in close contact with Kerr County Emergency Management, as well as the emergency managers for Gillespie and Bandera County through the majority of this weather event from several days ago. On Tuesday, the 14th, we had a coordination meeting in preparation for what could happen, what may happen without uncertainty, along with guidance from the National Weather Service. We didn't know where the water was going to hit or how much, and if it was going to affect us. So we held a coordination meeting with our law enforcement partners within our county, as well as all of our key role players when it comes to emergency services and an event like this. Transportation and resources were already secured and prepared for an event like this. After yesterday event down in the city of Bernie, we were prepared for additional rainfall. Again, uncertainty on how much or where it would land. But we did go ahead and start making notifications in partnership with the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department and with their chiefs and such that have been in this area for many, many years and have experienced this, to pre-plan and be prepared for this exact event that we have had today. Again, this day started about 2 o'clock this morning as the rainfall was imminent and that it was going to affect our county. Me and my team, once we were up here, started monitoring the Kerr County side in coordination with Kerr County Emergency Management on what that looked like. The notifications went out early on, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, to Kendall County elected officials and Kendall County Judge Shane Stolarczyk on the imminent threat. The public safety aspect was addressed in the very beginning with notifications through the federal IPAWS system for anybody on the Guadalupe to seek higher ground, that the river was going to rise rapidly. As he stated, we utilized our notification system, which is subscriber-based, the wireless emergency notification system, to do the same thing continuously all the way through this event. As the waters touched Kendall County, we had already done multiple drive-throughs of the neighborhoods in lower Comfort area, Broadway, Water Street, and those that are closest to the Guadalupe. As he stated, we had several evacuations. That being said, majority of all of those were voluntary. We never had a mandatory evacuation put in place. They were voluntary, and majority of those were assisted. I can tell you that the public did get our notices, and were very great to work with. We were able to get everyone to high ground early on. We established a shelter as well as a staging center for additional resources coming, as well as any that may have been evacuated, which we did. Just north of Comfort at one of our Comfort schools in coordination with Comfort ISD. Our law enforcement partners here in Kendall County have supported us. The state of Texas, with our TDM representatives, have been very helpful, and we are grateful for that partnership through this entire event, as well as the city of Boerne and many, many other state partners. At this time, I can tell you that the last report that I had, which it may have increased just a little bit at this point, is 37 feet was the last crest that I had at 87 in the Guadalupe here in Comfort, which is almost on point with July 4th. However, the cubic feet per second, the CFS, is at a higher rate. We're seeing a wider footprint of this flood at this time, and as the judge stated, we're not going to be able to get a full grasp of damage assessment to personal property, county property, and state property until these waters have receded. In coordination with the National Weather Service, one-on-one, we do not anticipate additional heavy pockets of rain at this time through this afternoon. So we do expect the receding of the water so we can start working towards those assessments. At this time, the initial parts of the flood, the front of this, is working its way through Kendall County. Last report I had, it's just getting to the Cordillera area, River Mountain on the east side of our county. It has not hit the Comal County line at this time. That second wave, I do not anticipate it to come up and hit the height of what the first wave did. But we definitely are monitoring as that comes through with our gauges in coordination with the USGS and UGRA, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. So at this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
I can do a couple.
We've heard some mixed reports from residents. Were sirens set off once the water started to rise?
Yes, sir. The sirens were activated. I don't have those exact times. They will be able to get those in the days and weeks to come because I do have it documented. They were manually triggered by the Comfort Fire Department. And generally the sirens are when we're watching the Cypress Creek. The Cypress Creek, whenever that water comes up, that is what affects the homes and the actual residents in downtown Comfort. The Guadalupe itself, as it comes up, we don't have houses and businesses that are actually in that minor, moderate, and major floodway of the Guadalupe. So the Cypress is what the key watch was as far as the sirens. We did do, as we were doing evacuations as secondary and third, we reinitiated the sirens, and that'll be documented with timestamps as well.
And what time roughly? I know we need the timestamps, but
I don't have a timestamp for you at this time. I would be off, and I'll get it for you in the coming days.
How should the evacuations that took place, what would have happened if you haven't evacuated those people? Were their lives in danger?
I think the question was if we hadn't evacuated the people, would their lives have been in danger? I can't say for certain. We took all the necessary steps, just as we do in the emergency services and in the situation, right? We know that this is a low-lying area. The residents know this is a low-lying area. Being the early morning hours, I can tell you my job as emergency management coordinator is to be with our partners, with the surrounding counties, upstream specifically, and the partnerships that I've created with the National Weather Service, as well as my TDM partnerships. So I don't want to guesstimate on what could have happened or what would have happened. I just know what did happen. As the judge said, and I'll reiterate, at this time, to my knowledge and what has been relayed to me, I don't have any known missing people that are Kendall County residents that have been reported. I don't have any known fatalities reported at this time for Kendall County. Surrounding counties, I can't attest to any of that. I don't have any of that information.
But the most important thing on this event is we had notice. And so the notice allowed us to plan and prepare. Although we had a great response to the last flood, we were even better positioned this time to pre-position assets because we had some notice. So,
do you think that people, because of what happened last year, were more alert and maybe more responsible about their own decisions?
Absolutely. The hill country is known as flash flood alley, and so floods are not a surprise to them. What were we expecting a second flood 2 years in a row? No, but they knew how to handle themselves and knew how to take steps to take care of their own safety and property. Dylan, do you have a question?
Well, so the river rose 37 feet. Do you know how much it's receded and how much it's expected to rise again?
I'm going to be going out there when we get done here. The judge and I are going to start making some rounds to where we can. I don't know how much it has come down yet. I don't anticipate really getting into downtown Comfort until either late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Has the state provided any resources to back up your first responders?
Absolutely. We called because of what happened yesterday in the city of Bernie. We already had some state assets, boat teams, ambulances, and stuff that remained in the staging area in the Bernie area. What we did is when not knowing where this storm was going to land and what was going to happen, they stayed overnight in case Bernie needed them or the Kendall County area, right? So when this became an imminent threat to Kerrville, and we had rescues happening and such, it was easier for the state in communication with myself and the city of Bernie. We let those assets go ahead and move up there because they're that much closer to save life, right? Behind that, I said, as those are moving up, I asked the state, can you backfill that package that we had so that when this water does get here, if we end up in that situation, we have those assets here. And that's exactly what happened. We have crews from all over the state that are assisting right now, as well as Texas DPS, the game wardens, fire and ambulance and boats from everywhere.
And I want to make sure that everyone's aware that Chief Nim Kidd has been in direct contact with me multiple times, making sure that we had everything we need. So the state has been very vigilant and making sure that counties that are affected were adequately staffed and resourced. So the state has done everything that we've asked, and there's nothing that we're without at this time.
So I do want to go ahead and conclude this for right now. I will address one last thing. The red dye that everybody is going to see in the water, it is a facility down off of I-10 around the 525 mile marker. Their facility does have some water that came right off the river there that has come up halfway through the facility. I made contact in person with the owners of that facility this morning. They did move all of their large vehicles carrying fuel and oil to higher ground. That was a 500-gallon drum of red dye that generally goes into farm diesel and oil. They have offered me the MSDS, the material safety data sheet on that, to confirm that it is a non-toxic and environmental safety safe dye. That is going to be seen as that, as you see the footprint, that dye is going everywhere. But it is no threat to the public. I have been reassured, and I will be reviewing that MSDS as the fire marshal as well.
And so, one last thing I'd like to add is for any residents, homeowners in Kendall and Kerr can visit Hill Country Daily Bread Ministries because they have flood cleanup buckets and emergency food for all residents. Their location is 38 Cascade Caverns Road, Bernie, Texas 78006. Their phone number is 830-755-5200. And we'd like to thank all our community partners for all their help.
Please continue to follow the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management Facebook for additional updates, and we will push those out as we have the availability to, and they're provided.
That is the official information from Kendall County leadership about what is the facts and status of the current situation. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you all.
I joined the parliament.
Yes.
I'm coming from San Antonio. I just wanted to have your initial understanding.
All right, as you see there, it does appear that this is coming to an end as officials there in Kerrville, Texas, we're giving an update on some catastrophic flooding that's there in the central region. And of course, if you've been here with us on Live Now from Fox, you know that we very heavily covered this region last year after there was deadly flooding that killed several children at a summer camp as well. And so to give you an update on what we now know, this is in Kerr County, Texas. Heavy rain has happened and appeared there across central Texas, now leading to flooding rivers and creeks and multiple flash flood warnings and emergency notices from the National Weather Service. So I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is a view that we have there of some of the flooding. As in the damage, you can clearly see there as well with several downed trees. And this is the areas where these rivers are taking on so much water that they are starting to overfill and lead to flooding. And so right now we do know that there have been several extended times for flood watches there. This includes Blanco County, Texas, as well as Llano County, Texas. And so we'll continue to keep you updated with the very latest. But Texas Governor Greg Abbott has spoken out in the aftermath as well. He's confirmed that there has been one death in this flooding that happened overnight. During a briefing, he said that there had been one loss of life now, and that happened overnight. I am informed that the loss of life is not a camper. We will double check on that to make sure. He also believes that the death happened downstream from Kerrville, between the areas of Comfort and Kerrville as well. And so I want to put this on your screen. This is from Governor Greg Abbott's press office, putting this out on their social media, a snippet from that briefing. But saying this, Governor Abbott provided an update on current state response to the flooding in Texas. 1,300 plus responders deployed. 80 plus rescues have been made. 46 plus boats deployed. 19 plus aircraft deployed. Rivers will continue rising. Turn around, don't drown. Find high ground. And of course, if you've been with us here on Live Now from Fox, that's a very normal phrase that you hear when there are certain weather events ongoing. But again, another live look that we have at some of those conditions in Kirk County. This is a look that we have here as well from Fox 26 Houston, our partners there. Heavy rains across central Texas have led to flooded rivers and creeks, multiple flash flood warnings and emergency notices from the National Weather Service. We'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox and follow those updates as they come into our newsroom. I do want to thank you, though, for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are in a new hour. I want to thank my colleague, Ryan Schmelz, who's been with you for the last few hours, taking you through today's top stories. My name is Christina Evans. I'm going to be doing the same. The main thing that we are watching here and anticipating getting underway at any moment, taking you out to this live look that we have there in the press briefing room at the White House. And so this is a major update that we are going to be expecting to hear there from Caroline Leavitt. As you know, the press secretary has been on maternity leave before ultimately welcoming a baby just a few months ago. She has now returned to the White House and some of those normal duties. And it's interesting because if you remember, the last update that she was present for was the impromptu update that came after the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And so Caroline Leavitt will be back in her normal saddle. We've been hearing from several guest appearances within Trump administration officials hosting these White House press briefings. Really, over the last few months, there haven't been quite as frequent as far as Caroline Leavitt normally gives them. But again, there's a look there in the room. You can see some of the journalists peeking out there on the side. Typically, an indicator that we get that this is about to be underway is a look at these screens. They'll be turned on for the White House press briefing. No screens are on at this time, so we're going to try to sneak away here for a 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue to watch and listen out for this when we return. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Do want to continue on with our top stories. I'm going to take you out to this live vantage point that we have there in the White House press briefing room. And so what we're ultimately about to see here is Caroline Leavitt giving us an update. And so we'll bring this out to you as soon as it gets underway here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, I want to take you out to this press update briefing that we're also getting out of North Carolina. Let's listen in as this is centered there on Cary, which is an area there in the state.
Limited their own information. And I said this to a group of mayors at the mayor's conference. I was actually asked from the crowd a question, you've been state auditor for a bit of time. Well, if you got a piece of advice, what piece of advice could you give us as mayors? And one of the pieces of advice I said, probably I think is common sense, and it's not like I know more than anybody else, and that is, look, don't be afraid to ask tough questions of your professional staff, right? Particularly when it comes to the spending of money and how they're managing the budget of whatever municipality or entity that you're elected to represent. Because when you get professional financial managers and town managers and county managers who, when asked tough questions, are quick to pull out the notebook and say, I'm glad you asked. Here's the information. When you have that, you have a really solid working local government. When you have town officials that obfuscate and don't give officials information when they ask for it, like we've seen in the city of Rocky Mount. We've heard from the mayor there who couldn't get information. We've heard from council members there who couldn't get information from their former manager. That is a clear red flag that there is a potential spending problem within the municipality. So I urge all council members and mayors to err on the side of micromanagement and ask tough questions. And I understand that they might get criticism from members of the press for asking tough questions and micromanaging. I got criticized for that at UNC Chapel Hill, but guess what? We uncovered a $100 million shortfall in the budget and we're able to clean that up. So sometimes micromanagement's what's called for. And that's what we really needed here in the town of Cary. With that being said, as I said, I am happy to take some questions. I think the good news is this has been identified. The criminal investigation continues to move forward because this office, along with, I know, the Wake County District Attorney's Office and the State Bureau of Investigation, is really keen on accountability and holding people accountable for actions. That investigation continues, more to come, and we will continue to follow up and do additional work with the town of Cary with respect to their current financial situation. So at this point, I'm glad to take questions. I also have staff here that I may refer to with some technical questions because we have a fantastic professional team here at the auditor's office that has worked really hard on this report, and they've been living with this for the past several months, so they may even have clearer, more detailed answers. So yes, sir.
Some of these P card purchases identified in the audit are really just a drop in the bucket of Cary's massive budget. So can you talk more about why some of these purchases were of particular concern to your investigators?
Yeah, so these I call them the town Visa. It's a branded Visa right now. I call it a Visa card transaction because most people understand why that is, and saying a P card is not necessarily as descriptive as what folks understand. But most people understand what a Visa card is. So these Visa card purchases, why these are illustrative, because it demonstrates a clear culture of extravagant spending where these types of purchases and this type of spending was acceptable not only to the town management, but was not really questioned by the council. Whether they knew about it or not, there was no questioning by council. I think a lot of folks who are citizens of Cary would say, in seeing these purchases, well, if I was on council, I'd have asked about that $120 bone-in ribeye. I mean, I probably would have, quite frankly. Get the bone-in ribeye, but pay for it yourself, right? I mean, there's legitimate expenses, and then there's over-the-top expenses. I think what this report begins to dig down into is to show a culture of extravagant spending that, quite frankly, has got to be reined in.
The town of Cary, they just passed their fiscal budget for next year,
extravagant spending made their public safety suffer. Now they're trying to play catch up. What do you have to say to the town about that?
Well, elections have consequences, and people are elected to represent the town of Cary, and the citizens of Cary need to make that decision. It's not really the auditor's position to change policy. It's our job to point out what's actually going on, particularly for citizens who may not know. This information is generally public information, and somebody asked me about that today, about public information. Yeah, it's public information, but citizens of Cary and people of North Carolina, they're busy living their lives. This is the job of the state auditor's office to be their watchdog, and so that's what this provides. This provides now a big open window into spending, and these are specific examples, I think, and the hope is that the town will take seriously, and that the new manager will take seriously, and there will be a reining in of the culture.
All right, it does appear that our feed has frozen here as we're taking this press conference live from Cary, North Carolina, as those officials are talking about a criminal investigation into questionable expenses there in the town. I was trying to stick with this for just a few moments here in case this is able to return, but it doesn't appear that we're going to be able to get a clean feed of this at this time, and it's back. So let's continue to listen in.
All municipalities across the state, do things need to be stronger with how we're keeping these people accountable, or what kind of rules are in place?
Yeah, I think what this says to municipalities across the state is two things. One, you have an active state auditor's office that's not afraid to show up and take a look at the books. Second, city councils, mayors, commissioners need to ask tough questions of the professional management and be ready to take clear, transparent, accountable action in open meetings about how money is being spent on behalf of the taxpayer. Again, taxpayers don't mind if money is being spent. They want to know how it's being spent, and they want to believe and know that the intent is to get a return on investment of the expense of those dollars.
And this is a follow-up, probably answer for the criminal side of it, but could there be charges coming of this from multiple people, one person? What are we kind of looking at?
Whenever there is an ongoing criminal investigation, there's always the possibility of potential charges.
Have you been in contact with the former town manager at all, and has he cooperated at all with this investigation?
I have not been personally in contact.
No. We have not been in contact with the former town manager. Thank you. We have not been in contact with the former town manager. We did make an attempt to contact him. He did not wish to speak with representatives from the auditor's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Since people resign, the town publicly has laid a lot of the problems at his feet as an individual. Could you point to some points in your investigation that show you that it's a cultural rather than an individual problem with the town of Cary? How do you know what to attribute to him versus to the culture? And, following that, how to correct for that now that he's gone?
Well, yeah, based on what our investigation shows, as well as conversations with the leadership of the town of Cary, a couple of points I would make on that is, one, there was a lack of active oversight of the town manager. There was a belief the town manager was doing what council expected without, in view of this investigation and in light of this investigation, without really thoroughly following up and looking at the expense of dollars. That's why, look, you sign up to be on the town council, you sign up to be the mayor. Sometimes you got to make some waves and ask some tough questions. And that's what we see. We see a lack of tough questions on how the money's being spent. Everything's good as long as the spigot's flowing and money's flowing. But when things start to tighten up, and you get public safety issues and lack of ability to make certain budget adjustments to pay for things that are necessary, that's when things start bubbling to the surface. So it's all well and good as long as the money keeps flowing. The taxpayers, on the other hand, what they would like to see is if you've got this much excess money, they'd like to see tax cuts instead of raising taxes. So, yeah, I think that it's a question of oversight. I do, after conversations that I've had, I'm going to be totally transparent, I believe.
All right, we do want to dip away from that because stepping up to the microphone is Caroline Levitt. Let's listen in.
A major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. On Friday, the president will travel to New York City to attend a FIFA reception at Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure, and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have 2 people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
2 questions,
sure,
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have 2 babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard-charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have 2 beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, elections of the past, relitigating them rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the president of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to ask a favor.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world. And we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States and have been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome.
Caroline.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. To the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people
Because
look at
it was
this.
too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive
wonder,
amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, I think the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Hi, Caroline. Welcome back. And
Thank you.
I'm assuming the pink is for your baby girl.
You know, I didn't think that, but I guess it is now. Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about what the president might say tonight, but the other question is, who is running the teleprompter tonight after this report that the other guy is now under investigation for making money off of reading the president's speech?
Obviously, I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate and frankly a disgrace. And the individual that was cited in that report is complying with the CFTC, but has been put on paid administrative leave. So there will be a teleprompter operator tonight, of course, but it will not be the one, unfortunately, in that story.
One more on Iran. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, went on this podcast with Joe Rogan yesterday, talked about Israel, in which he said that there are some people within their system that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Does the president agree with that statement?
I think the president would certainly agree that, yes, foreign countries certainly do try to persuade American public opinion. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a basic fact. Ed.
Good to see you, Caroline. Following up on the teleprompter and then one on tonight's speech, what steps is the White House taking to ensure something like that doesn't happen again?
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this, and as I just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid, to be very clear. That was a decision by the president, so I think that speaks for itself.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting about what the president will say. We hope CBS will take the speech, and all Americans should take it.
Okay, but I'm not presuming anything. I'm just asking whether he accept the results.
Caroline, two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
Do they have access to the Trump accounts, those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Do you mind me following up, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to understand.
My answer's not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report, and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But there's been, I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
Another question, Caroline.
In the back, Reagan. Sure.
I just wonder,
Jasmine, go ahead, and then
another
Reagan,
question. Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the Save America Act and Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the Budget Reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The Budget Reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
no.
So if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions on it.
I just want to follow on this, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there are, there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside the executive branch of the government, doesn't that leave open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result in people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Spoke to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will. But unfortunately, Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. If I can read 2 comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran. Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country, as well as political prisoners, and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president, vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal, shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline. Sure. Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave, or is he going to be fired after it's over? over?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration and especially this president are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy, all of the time. You all report on it, you have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen with the increased community strikes a real decrease in traffic through commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Immigration. Caroline, sorry, I just
Karen,
wanted to
go
add
ahead.
the immigration question real quick.
Sure,
Caroline,
go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cam footage, body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Please. Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
Thank you very
Carrie, I'll
much.
go to you after. Just
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
Starting in the
very,
back.
very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched a drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that the Iranian Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not, actually.
Oh, you were not? Okay, yeah, but the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure, I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Kara.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Who is telling the President that he won the 2020 election?
All right, as you see, they're listening in to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, taking several questions there from reporters. This was a big deal because this is the first update that we've gotten from Caroline Leavitt in quite some time, as she has been out on maternity leave. But again, the room is a packed house there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. As you can see, all of the journalists now deciding to mic up as they're going to be doing their own hits on their own networks, talking about some of the information that we learned there in that press conference. And one of the things that really sticks out to me, and we've reached out to some reporters to get a little bit more insight on this, but Caroline Leavitt announced the punishment that would ultimately be taking place for a White House teleprompter operator who's been investigated over alleged Kalshi trades on President Trump's speeches. And so what we do know at this time is that federal regulators are investigating whether or not a White House teleprompter operator capitalized on his knowledge of President Trump's prepared speech text by making trades on the prediction market Kalshi. Now, this was according to two sources familiar with the matter. We did hear there from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that that person has since been taken away and is put on leave. It is an unpaid leave. But we do know that this happened as the person allegedly traded on speeches that included the State of the Union that took place earlier this year in February. And so why this sort of matters is that the rise of these prediction markets have often raised concerns about insider trading, which Kalshi and federal regulators say that they're well positioned to combat. But right now we do know that Gabriel Perez, that's the name of that teleprompter operator, is currently under investigation by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission over these allegations that he bet on Kalshi's mentioned markets using the information from President Trump's planned speeches. Now, those are according to those sources. Again, this was all confirmed for us today at this White House press secretary briefing. And so right now we do know that Perez won more than $100,000 on some of these trades, as according to reports that are now out there. And that Perez says that they are currently cooperating with this investigation, according to sources speaking with Axios. And so we wanted to give you this update here on Live Now from Fox. There was a statement that was also released to several media outlets from Kalshi's head of enforcement saying this: our surveillance team promptly flagged and referred these trades to the CFTC after an exchange investigation. We have been assisting regulators on this matter and provided evidence we collected, as we do in any referral. end quote. And so Kalshi at the time did not publicly identify that person, but they did freeze Perez's account after flagging those alleged bets, preventing him from capturing most of the profits. As you can see there, losing that feed happens from time to time. I'm going to take you back out to this live look that we have there of the White House as we are still diving into this story. And so a CFTC spokesperson has also said that the commission can't publicly confirm or deny an investigation, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was able to confirm that as well for us as we just listened here on Live Now from Fox. And so we do ultimately know that the White House says that they have strict ethics guidelines that they expect all of their staffers and officials to follow, saying that staffer is now fully cooperating with the CFTC and has since been placed on unpaid leave after these allegations were brought to the White House's attention. And so it'll continue to be very interesting here on Live Now from Fox as we wait for more details and updates about how that investigation is going and whether or not that person who has since been now identified as Gabriel Perez will ultimately be criminally charged in all of this. Still so many questions as these prediction markets are a rising thing. You may really be more familiar with them in the terms of sports betting. A lot of folks do use some of those platforms for that. But again, we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as new information comes in. I do want to put this up on your screen. This is there from Rapid Response as Caroline Leavitt also answered several other questions. It includes this. This is her statement that she had on the blockade of the Hormuz Strait. She said this: "There is a blockade of the ships directed by President Trump for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States, saying the strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and that the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place." And so we're going to continue to follow the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to put this up on your screen as Caroline Leavitt also was there speaking about the deadly ICE shootings that have been taking place across the country. We know that there have been multiple just within the past week. She went on to say this: "Vehicle stops are continuing. President Trump and DHS Secretary Mullen are on the same page that these vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country." End quote there. And so, again, we're continuing to keep you updated on the very latest. I do want to also go back to that update that we have here on Live Now from Fox as it pertains to the Strait of Hormuz and what we're really watching there today in the region. This is a live look there of marine traffic maps that we're able to track some of how those vessels are coming in and out of the region. But again, we did hear from Caroline Leavitt and others. This all comes as Iran and the United States have exchanged intensified gunfire today in this week-long escalation that has all but torn up last month's Memorandum of Understanding, which was a peace deal that was temporarily put in place. And so for the first time since the Memorandum of Understanding paused fighting last month, the United States launched 2 big waves of airstrikes in a single day just yesterday, mostly on targets near the southern coast in Iran. Iran, though, has since responded with missiles and drones fired at U.S. military bases in neighboring countries, including a major barrage at a recently expanded airbase in Jordan. And so I want to put this on the screen as we also have this response from Caroline Leavitt there during the White House press briefing saying this: "Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of the United States military. In the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the strait without ensuring that Iran pays consequences for that." And so once again, we do know that Iran has since also responded to some of these attacks. For one of its next moves, Iran signaled that it could potentially prod its Houthi allies in Yemen to close yet another key passageway for ships that's in strait at the mouth of the Red Sea. But sources have also told our partners there at Reuters that Iran had already told the Houthis to shut it if those in Washington, D.C., including President Trump, carries out threats to attack Iran's infrastructure. Yet, as these attacks unfurl, President Trump has now hailed the release of a U.S. citizen in Iran as a gesture of goodwill. We'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as any more reporting comes there out of the region. And so that's just a sort of a wrap of some of the top topics that Caroline Leavitt was discussing there through this press briefing. But of course, she took the time to really tease ahead to hearing from the president tonight. I want to put this up on your screen just to let you know here on Live Now from Fox, we've got you covered. This evening, we're going to have the live coverage of President Trump's address to the nation. That speech is set to begin at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll have you covered here with analysis leading up to this speech, talking to some of our experts and guests. We're going to be diving into the potential topics that President Trump will touch on during that speech. Again, Caroline Leavitt, she was very vocal, saying that she did not want to speak for the president today during the White House press briefing, but instead pushing ahead to hearing from him tonight. So we'll have you fully covered here on Live Now from Fox with also expert analysis on the back side of this address, coming to you live at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. there on the West Coast. All right, we are going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we go, though, I want to tease ahead to yet another feed that we're going to have coming into our newsroom. I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is a vantage point that we have live there in Hillsborough County in Florida. And so right now what we do know is that there were 2 deputies who were shot there. And so we've been getting in updates, and they were injured in Ruskin. We've been seeing that there is now a podium that is set up in this area. There have been several mic checks happening, and so we are expecting to get an update there. But the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office did put out something on their social media page, but ultimately what we know from our partners there at Fox 13 is that 2 Hillsborough County deputies were flown by helicopter to Tampa General Hospital after being shot today at the West Point Shell Road in Ruskin. And so what we do know is that the suspect was also shot during this incident and taken to a local hospital as well for some treatment. But again, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is speaking out on their social media page. The Sheriff Chad Chronister released a statement on Facebook saying 2 of our deputies shot. Pray for them. Investigators, though, have given us an update saying that there is currently no threat to public safety. And so officials, though, have not yet released the identity or condition of those deputies or the suspect involved. Authorities, though, have also not yet shared what led up to the gunfire or whether any additional suspects are being sought at this time. But again, this is the social media page that we have from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office saying that HCSO is on the shoot of this deputy-involved shooting. 2 deputies were shot and were medevac to the local hospital. We'll provide updates as they become available. Once again, expecting a press conference to also come into our newsroom in just a short period of time. But let's take an opportunity here before we slide away for a big 2-minute commercial break, my producer, Ryan, throwing this up on our screen. Thank you so much, Ryan. Sheriff Chad Chronister will soon provide this update on the deputy-involved shooting at the West Shell Point Road in Ruskin. I'm going to take you back out to this vantage point that I'm also monitoring here on our screen. Just off to the side, you can kind of see it. If you squint there at the right-hand side of your screen, there's a microphone sitting up, but that is exactly where the sheriff will be addressing the media, answering questions about this officer-involved shooting. Let's slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on today's top stories when we return. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Want to remind you that we are getting ready to hear an update soon. They are from Hillsborough County in Florida after 2 deputies were shot. We also know that that suspect was treated as well. You can see the microphone as the stand is set up. We were able to hear from the Hillsborough County Sheriff saying that it's going to be the Sheriff Chad Chronister who will be addressing the media. Once that gets underway, we'll certainly bring you out to it here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, as we're continuing to give you these updates here on Live Now, I want to put this up on your screen. We do have this live vantage point coming to us from Washington, D.C. So this is a stakeout there on Capitol Hill, as we are soon and have been told here behind the scenes that we are possibly going to get statements from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking out ahead of President Trump's address to the nation, which is scheduled for 9 p.m. this evening. I want to put this up on your screen to remind you that we will have full coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox. And so if we are able to get some of those remarks from Schumer, if he stops and speaks to those reporters who are standing by eagerly. They want to hear what his thoughts are ahead of the speech. We'll certainly bring you out to it in full here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, as we're speaking about Capitol Hill, we're just getting a lot of movement on this camera. I'm going to put it back up on the screen just so folks understand. As we're watching and monitoring this here behind the scenes, these are the cameras that are moving as we're anticipating, again, possibly hearing from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. This could happen here at any moment. So we're going to continue to hold on to this for just a few moments. You might even recognize some of those faces. A lot of these folks are prominent journalists with several different news organizations from around the country at this stakeout. But actually, also, we have this press conference there in Florida just now starting. You know what happens, and it comes to us on here Live Now from Fox. Let's listen into this.
Our suspect ambushed our deputies from the moment they arrived on scene. He was intent on taking the life of a deputy sheriff. The original victim in this case says last night that her ex-boyfriend arrives at her house, zip ties her legs, takes a sock, places it in her mouth, and places some tape over her mouth. Several times throughout the evening, as she gains consciousness and loses consciousness, he tells her, as he's holding her at gunpoint, that he's going to kill her. In the morning, she wakes up and she sees that she's unrestrained. She gets in her car. Let me back up. She sees that she's unrestrained. Her ex-boyfriend's still in the residence. She says, I have an appointment that I can't miss. I must be at. Fortunate for all of us, he allows her to leave the residence at this point. Make no mistake about it. She was a hostage. She was held captive all night long. She's able to leave in the morning, and she comes to our district office here in the south end of the county, seeking an order of protection. After telling the deputy what occurred last night, he tells her we have a lot more going on here. There's a lot of criminal acts that this suspect needs to be held accountable for. We have a much more of something larger than an order of protection. So at this time, deputies start doing what they're trained to do. They find out who our suspect is. They find out where he lives, what kind of car he drives. And as they're getting this information, they come here to Shell Point Road in Ruskin. And they now believe that our suspect's inside, and he's alone by himself, still believed to be armed. So at this point, there's no need to rush things. This is where innovation greatly assists law enforcement. One of our trained deputies that are trained in drone operations launches a drone. And now the drone is doing surveillance instead of our deputies having to be so nearby and so close to someone we know is violent, already proven that he's violent, and someone who's armed. At some point, as they're in the general vicinity, the drone deputy says, our bad guy is leaving the residence. Our bad guy is headed towards the parking lot. This parking lot now is occupied by some repair workers in this complex, and he's headed towards the car. Now our deputies, as they do each and every day, now they have to go towards danger. They're forced to face danger. They begin to move in as they identify, hey, this is our suspect, this is our bad guy, let's go take him into custody. As the first deputy arrives on scene, he pulls in by the vehicle, and the bad guy has opened now his van, opens up the side door of his van. What you can see from the body cam footage and the drone footage is that he now, our suspect, punches his hand through the car so he can get a better shot at this deputy sheriff, and he opens fire as the deputy sheriff immediately gets out of the car. The car door's not even closed, and he's faced with a barrage of gunfire. Several rounds striking the vehicle, and unfortunately a round shooting and striking him in the facial area. He immediately falls down. Almost simultaneously as the second deputy's arriving on scene, our suspect opens fire on him. He fires at our second deputy through the vehicle, is shooting now actively into the deputy's patrol car, striking him in the neck. He's never able to even get out of his car. The third deputy sheriff, who I can't commend enough for his heroic action, takes a tactical position from the rear. He gets out. As he's getting out, he sees our suspect firing on the second deputy. He opens fire, returns fire, striking the suspect multiple times. Our two deputy sheriffs were medevaced to Tampa General Hospital, where they're currently undergoing some of the best medical care they can receive in this county, if not in this state. The suspect was also transported to Tampa General Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased because he succumbed to his injuries here today. Our suspect is Chris Machowski. He's 34 years of age. He's a one-time convicted felon back in 2023 for a felony charge of tampering with physical evidence. Our three deputies. Our first deputy who arrived on scene is Deputy Moon. He was the one that was struck in the face. Our second deputy is Deputy Daniels. He was struck in the neck. Both of their families have been picked up by Sheriff's Office personnel and reunited with both of our deputies at Tampa General Hospital. Our third deputy is a very experienced deputy. He has 27 years of experience here, and that's Sergeant Harrison Bashner. Sergeant Bashner, job well done, sir. Because of the training that these deputies undergo in the hot weather, in the rain, time after time, several times throughout the year, is why you saw something textbook play out. Now, you might say, but the deputies were injured. The deputies know the danger that they face when they go to this training, and they willingly accept this responsibility, knowing that whatever they do is to ensure that no one else was injured here today. Our suspect's reign of terror ended today because of the training, the bravery, and heroic actions of each of these deputies. I can't thank the responding deputies who responded then to the calls, the pleas for help, as they're in severe agony, not knowing how badly they're injured. Thank you to every single deputy who's on scene responded to this scene today. I also be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank the men and women of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Our deputies, no doubt, are alive and in better medical to the care that they received under the guidance and medical supervision of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Thank you to each and every one of you. What questions can I attempt to answer at this point? Our suspect is a one-time convicted felon. In 2023, he was charged and convicted of a felony charge of tampering with physical evidence. And again, I'm going to release all the body cam footage that we can and the drone video. We're blurring out the deceased body. We're doing some, I don't want to make it too graphic, but I feel it's important, as I've always been as your sheriff, to be transparent. At the same time, I want you to see exactly the dangers that these deputies faced from the moment they arrived on scene. One of them not even able to get out of his vehicle.
Did your first deputy even have time to say anything to him? Did he say anything to your deputy?
No, that's what makes this. There was no dialogue. There was never any conversation. When you watch the drone video, watch the body cam footage, when he gets out of the vehicle, the door's not even shut yet, and he's faced with a barrage of gunfire. I did have a chance to meet with the deputies. Fortunate as fate would have it, I arrived on scene when both helicopters were landing, so I was able to run over to the fire rescue and be able to talk to the both deputies. As you can imagine, in severe agony from the injuries and the sensitivity of where these injuries occurred, but both of them speaking, both of them grateful to be alive.
Sheriff, this sounds like there's a documented history of possible domestic violence, but it sounds like the situation certainly might have been a case of that. Can you speak to that and what this victim/survivor did?
Yeah, we're not able to find any previous documented cases of domestic violence that are reported to us involving our suspect, but I commend the actions of this brave victim who said, I don't want this to happen to me. I'm in fear of my life, and I'm an ex-girlfriend, don't want it to happen to anyone else. So she took the time to come and report it to us. I'm sorry? You could imagine she shook up, she's distraught, but no severe injuries. Again, probably more mental anguish than any type of physical injuries. Thank you, everyone. We will provide that information and get you more updates as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, so we did want to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox, but that concludes the update we were able to get from Sheriff Chad Chronister there with Hillsborough County, giving an update on the two deputies who were shot. But really the biggest piece of information that we just learned is that that suspect is now dead. We did know that that suspect had been shot by officers, as Sheriff Chronister was able to walk us through really what has been a moment-by-moment update on how that shooting came to be and how those other deputies were shot there on scene. But again, we did know that the suspect had been shot by those deputies. It is official that that suspect, a 34-year-old man who had been convicted priorly on a felony, is now dead. And so that's the update that we've gotten there from the local police. If there are any others that come to us throughout the remainder of the afternoon, of course, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do have to give you an update. We've been monitoring how all of this is unfolding on the latest between the United States and Iran and that ongoing conflict there in the Middle East. But this now just coming into our newsroom from U.S. Central Command saying this. At 2 p.m. Eastern time today, U.S. forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran for the 5th consecutive night to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. And so this does mean that this is the latest update that we have there from the Central Command as we've been following this here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to give you an update about what we've been following over the last few hours as it pertains to the relationship between the United States and Iran. I'm going to put up this live look that we have there of the Strait of Hormuz. This is a look there at the traffic that is going through that area. But the United States and Iran have been exchanging intensified fire today in a week-long escalation that has all but torn up last month's truce, I should say. So for the first time since the Memorandum of Understanding paused fighting last month, the United States launched 2 big waves, now 3, of airstrikes in a single day just yesterday, mostly on targets near the southern coast of Iran. Iran has since responded with missiles and drones fired at U.S. military bases in neighboring countries, including a major barrage at a recently expanded airbase in Jordan. And so for one of its next moves, we do know that Iran has since signaled that they are willing to call on their Houthi allies in Yemen to close yet another key passageway for ships. It's a strait at the mouth of the Red Sea. We do know that, of course, President Trump has been speaking out, as well as White House Press Secretary, I should say, Caroline Leavitt, also speaking about the blockade there. Going to put this on your screen from Rapid Response saying this. There is a blockade of ships directed by President Trump for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States, saying the strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports. Specifically, the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that that can take place. Putting this on your screen as well from Rapid Response. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in that briefing, Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. In the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and unfortunately, they made the tragic decision for them to do that. President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the strait without ensuring that Iran pays consequences for that. And so once again, we do know there from CENTCOM a few moments ago that U.S. forces are conducting new strikes there in the region. The U.S. military said this is their 5th consecutive nights of attacks against Iran to, quote, further degrade Iranian military capabilities. We'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we learn more. In the meantime, though, as we're talking about some of these updates, want to head to Capitol Hill. Well, just a few moments ago, while we were listening into that press conference that came to us out of Hillsborough County, Florida, there was yet another update that came from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol building. We do know that the Senate Minority Leader took the opportunity to answer questions from reporters and also speak to them briefly. This all has to do and preview the speech that President Trump is expected to give later this evening. Let's listen into this update here on Live Now from Fox.
Hello.
Hey there.
Can we put you right over there?
So Donald Trump is
Step
giving
up a little closer here, we need to. Please. We're just trying to get a good shot for everybody. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, Donald Trump's speech tonight has nothing to do with the 2020 elections. It has everything to do with the 2026 elections. He's scared to death that he will lose in 2026, and so he's trying to change the subject. And it's the same tired, old lies about the 2020 election that no one has bought for 6 years, but he's going back to them because he is just so afraid of what's going to happen in 2026. The bottom line is, if Trump wants to win the American people over, instead of the bullshit that he's peddling about 2020, he ought to focus on lowering people's costs, getting rid of the chaos in administration, getting rid of the corruption. This is a gambit that won't work. It shows his desperation. It shows that he knows he's going to lose the election, but he should know one thing. In America, people choose leaders. Leaders don't choose people. And so his whole scheme is just going to backfire on him, and he'll be worse off tomorrow after he gives this speech than tonight.
Leader Schumer, with this vote on Israel in the House of Representatives and understanding kind of where progressives in the party are, do you think that if there are pro-Israel members nominated, that those folks might stay at home and that could cost you control of the Senate?
Our focus is on ending this war in Iraq. Our focus is ending this war in Iran. You saw the unanimous Democratic vote against the NDAA. Our focus has to be on ending this horrible war that has no direction and no gain.
With respect to the president's speech, CBS News is reporting that this may include some previously unreported claims about Chinese meddling in U.S. elections. Is that something you've ever been briefed on, or do you believe that might have any
merit? No one has any faith that Trump is going to tell the truth. He's lied for 6 years. He's particularly lied about the elections in 2020. No one is going to have any faith in what he says and does. And as long as he keeps appointing sycophants to the agencies in charge of the intelligence, no one has any faith or trust in what he's going to say.
Is there anything the president could do or say to invalidate the election certificates of Senator Ossoff and Senator Warnock?
All right, so that did come to us just a few moments ago from Capitol Hill, as we heard there from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking out ahead of tonight's address from President Trump. And I want to put this up on the screen because we'll have you covered here on Live Now from Fox with the very latest information, as President Trump is scheduled to address the nation starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, our coverage here on Live Now from Fox will start a bit earlier, and we'll be able to talk to some of our experts and guests really behind the scenes to be able to give us an update on what the president will possibly talk about. And speaking of that, there is some reporting out there kind of giving us a direction. We do know that President Trump is expected to speak about the integrity of U.S. elections. We do know that President Trump is likely to also bring up during that primetime address questions on election security and potentially intensifying his efforts to speak to all the other folks about whether or not certain elections in the past were quote unquote rigged. But we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we do learn more information. In the meantime, do want to take this time to slide away for yet another 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we're going to play out remarks that we have there from Capitol Hill, as earlier today there was a press conference held by Hakeem Jeffries. Of course, he is the House Minority Leader. He held a press conference for about 20 minutes or so. We'll play that out for you when we return. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, taking another live look that we have of the U.S. Capitol building. As promised, let's now listen into some of these remarks that we have from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, as he is also speaking out ahead of President Trump's address to the nation scheduled for 9 p.m. this evening.
A few moments ago, yet again, another reckless Republican bill went down to defeat on the floor of the House of Representatives. House Democrats are in the minority, but continue to control the floor as if we were in the majority, making progress on behalf of the American people, including by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits earlier this year to protect the health care of more than 20 million Americans, by passing successfully a War Powers resolution as part of our continuing effort to stop Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East. No more stupid wars that make life more expensive for the American people. And then, of course, this week, perhaps for the first time in the history of the United States of America, the majority party was forced to pull a bill relating to veterans because House Democrats, led by Mark Takano, have made clear all week that this bill doesn't benefit hardworking veterans in the United States of America. It would actually hurt them. In advance of Donald Trump's speech, let me also be clear about one thing. Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential election. Something's really wrong with this guy. I think he actually needs to be checked out. Why does he continue to focus on a conspiracy theory related to a 2020 presidential election that every rational person in the United States of America knows he lost? And yet, instead of focusing on actually driving down the high cost of living in an economy where hardworking American taxpayers are suffocating from the affordability crisis, Donald Trump continues to peddle election conspiracy theories. House Democrats are committed to making sure that we have a free and fair election in November. And when that occurs, we're confident that we're going to take back control of the United States House of Representatives. What Republicans are doing, since they were once again neutered on the floor of the House of Representatives, is to advance an America Last budget resolution that will actually provide $60 billion in additional taxpayer money for Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East that has left Iran in a stronger position than they were in before this reckless war started, and the American people in a weaker position economically as a result of high gas prices. And yet Republicans continue to double and triple down on Operation Epic Failure. The war in Iran has been a disaster for the American people, and House Democrats will strongly oppose their America Last budget resolution and fight to actually restore the devastating cuts to Medicaid and to nutritional assistance that Republicans jammed down the throats of the American people with their one big ugly bill last year. Questions?
Leader Jeffries. Thank you. Good morning. On the Israel vote yesterday, do you see the Democratic Party evolving on Israel, or does Israel change?
I think in the Dear Colleague letter that I sent to the caucus, I laid out the position that I believe we as House Democrats will take as we move forward, anchored in several different principles, including our support for Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state and homeland for the Jewish people, and at the same time, pressing the urgent need to establish an independent Palestinian state that allows the Palestinian people to live with dignity, respect, and self-determination. And that needs to be dealt with urgently. And the conditions to establish a just and lasting peace need to be acted upon immediately. And that involves surging humanitarian assistance into Gaza to alleviate the suffering of Palestinian civilians. It means not just the reconstruction of Gaza, but the modernization of Gaza, and investing, along with our partners in the Gulf states and moderate Arab nations, in a path toward prosperity for the Palestinian people. Hamas needs to be disarmed and completely removed from power. And we need to deal with the out-of-control settler violence that the Netanyahu administration has allowed to take place in the West Bank. And perpetrators of that violence should be sanctioned and criminally prosecuted. These are all things that I've laid out in the letter that I wrote to the House Democratic Caucus, and I believe provide a foundation for a path forward to get to the place that we need to get to, which is a just and lasting peace with Israel and the Palestinian people living in a safe and secure fashion in peace and prosperity. Thanks.
Mr. Leader, you referenced the president's speech tonight. Some of my colleagues at CBS are reporting that the president may touch on claims of Chinese meddling in the U.S. elections. Obviously, I know there were some intelligence assessments around that a few years back, but is that anything that you're aware of, or do you believe that it has any merit?
Based on the conversations that I've had with the top Democrat on the Intel Committee, Jim Himes, who I believe published a very thoughtful opinion piece earlier today, none of the things that Donald Trump has said or may say later on today with respect to election interference have any merit. Donald Trump is the conspirator-in-chief right now. He's the one fanning the flames of conspiracy theories, as opposed to being focused on making life better for the American people. For us, we're committed to making sure there's a free and fair election, and we will have the largest voter protection effort in the history of the country, because Donald Trump and Republicans know they cannot win this election fairly, and we're not going to let them steal it.
Leader Jeffries, thank you very much, Leader Jeffries. You talked about...
There's a lot of bass in your voice today.
And it's perfect for the rhythm. You talked about restoring the healthcare and the food assistance, and you talked about the defense increases. But if Democrats and then there have been 2 killings by ICE. Well, now it looks like 3 killings by ICE in the past week. Republicans had $70 billion in increase for ICE. If Democrats take back the House, will they claw back some of the money that was in the reconciliation bill earlier this year and in the OBBBA that was included last year? Will Democrats claw back some?
We've made clear that ICE is completely and totally out of control, that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not to brutalize or kill American citizens or violently target law-abiding immigrants, as we most recently have seen in Maine. That's been our position. We believe in a safe and a strong and a secure border. We also believe, at the same time, that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. That's not what's taking place right now. And our position throughout the year has been very clear that this entire situation with respect to ICE and their brutal behavior toward American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families has to come to an end. That ICE needs to be forced to conduct themselves like every other cop, police officer, and law enforcement agency in the country. And that's our objective. We've also made clear that Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine doesn't get a dime from House Democrats. That was our position this year. And unless things change next year in terms of the way in which ICE conducts itself, our position as House Democrats, I assume, is not going to change.
Thank you. This week it seems like you've indicated that the handling of the Massey Amendment kind of provides a preview of how House Democratic leadership would handle the Israel issue in the next Congress if you're in the majority. I'm just curious what that looks like practically. Will you not whip votes on Israel if you're in the majority? Will you not bring so many of these bills to the floor? What does that look like to you?
I think the letter pretty clearly laid out, as I amplified in my remarks earlier today, how we plan to proceed in terms of fundamental values on these issues. The situation relative to the United States' relationship with Israel, the Palestinian people, and policy in the Middle East has to change because the current status quo is unsustainable. And our approach will be one that is broadly inclusive, lift up the values that I talked about in the letter, lift up some of the bills that I've talked about in the letter, while also recognizing that Israel is an ally of the United States of America in the fight against terrorism, whether that's Iranian-backed proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, or the Houthis. And I think the way in which we'll try to approach this issue is similar to the way in which we try to approach every issue: thoughtful, inclusive, involve dialogue across the entire spectrum of the House Democratic Caucus, and then be able to land on the highest common denominator, but being guided by the effort to actually create a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Sorry, I'll go back to this side, yeah.
Thank you, Jeffries. Again, on Israel, I want to go a little bit deeper into your letter. You say that his policy in the Middle East requires a major reset. Are you talking about this reset happening under this presidency, or is this your party's vision for post-Trump presidency? And specifically, if you can talk a little bit more in the context of the current 10-year memorandum that is going to expire.
I think in the context of the 10-year memorandum of understanding that was originally entered into by President Barack Obama, I've kind of laid out the path that I think we need to take moving forward in the letter. And I believe that that's a foundation for us to talk about how things can be done differently when we move forward under the leadership of the once and future chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro.
There was a closed-door tabletop exercise this week with House Democrats about the 2026 elections and how you all are preparing. Were you at that meeting? And also, just more broadly speaking, when it comes to y'all's strategy to combat Trump potentially meddling, I mean, obviously there's a lot of reliance on courts. But beyond hoping that the courts are expedient and go your way, what other kind of steps do you all see as the most practical?
Well, it's all hands on deck in terms of the effort. And it's House Democrats, it's Senate Democrats, it's the governors, it's the Democratic Attorney Generals Association, it's the Democratic Secretaries of State Association. We're working with our state and local legislators, mayors. Of course, we're working with civil society. That includes good government groups, civil rights groups, democracy protection groups, organized labor, and the faith community. It's all hands on deck. It's been ongoing for months, and we'll continue to intensify our efforts as we get inside of 100 days, a week from this upcoming Sunday. At the same period of time, I was not part of the exercise, but was involved, of course, working with Congressman Joe Morelli in the preparation for it. He's been doing a tremendous job in working on this issue, both with caucus members traveling the country and working with stakeholders. And stay tuned, there'll be more to come.
All right, as you see there, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries taking reporter questions there on Capitol Hill, speaking a lot about President Trump's speech, which is scheduled to get underway at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we'll continue to have you covered with that live coverage for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away, though, for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But that's going to do it for my time here on the desk. On the other side, my colleague Mike Page will be with you. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Taking a look at some smoky skies in New York City, thanks to the Canadian wildfires that have been happening, and it is impacting several states like New York, also Illinois, and also our neighbors out there in Toronto. Take a look there of the sky just a little bit ago, and you can see the deep impacts there from those Canadian wildfires. So coming up at the top of the hour, about 4 minutes away, we'll be talking with Fox Weather on the impacts and talking about how it is impacting New York City in just a little bit here. We will be featuring that for you, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the extreme flooding that is happening in Texas. For more on this, Fox Weather's Robert Ray with a breakdown.
The National Weather Service is warning of a, quote, large and deadly flood wave moving down the Guadalupe River as parts of Texas brace for a flash flood emergency. 2.5 million people here in the Lone Star State are in the bullseye for additional rounds of torrential rain through Friday.
We are dealing with and responding to a flood that is likely going to break records in Texas history.
The National Weather Service said a river gauge in Kerr County is expected to reach a crest similar to last year's deadly July 4th floods. That event's still top of mind, as some areas are still rebuilding.
This is covering a road that was actually wiped out or had some washout from last year in the 2025 July 4th flooding.
In some regions, meteorologists are saying rain could fall up to 3 inches per hour.
It is not only the amount of rain that will fall, it doesn't matter where you live in Texas. 3 inches of rain an hour will cause flooding.
That kind of rain can quickly overwhelm creeks, low water crossings, and city streets. Officials are trying to keep residents informed.
They're ready to issue mandatory evacuation orders if and when the time comes.
I wanted to show them how strong the water is. I wanted to show them how dangerous it can be and how we need to stay safe in these circumstances.
Officials say that they have conducted well over 24 rescues in the past couple days, and more likely happening here today. In Uvalde, Texas, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
All right, Robert, we always appreciate those updates. We want to listen now for just a little bit. Texas officials from earlier describing the flooding scene.
This is reminiscent of last year's July 4th flood. We've taken on a significant amount more water than last year's flood. This morning there was about 200,000 cubic feet per second of water coming through the Guadalupe, which was significantly higher than last year. Fortunately, like last year, we suffered no loss of life and no significant injuries. Property damage and damage to roads and bridge is prevalent throughout the county. We're not able to do a full assessment of the damage at this point because there's still significant water. You'll notice that there is some red dye in the water by Comfort. At this point, it is not a safety concern for anyone. We've been told that it is just dye. It is nothing that's a health concern. In addition, we've had 2 official rescues at this point, but we've had multiple assists to bring people to our evacuation center. At its peak, our evacuation center has had about 68 residents. Right now, there's about 63. We're providing food and supplies to these residents. We've had multiple organizations donate their time and effort to, including HEB and some restaurants, so they're being provided for, as well as their pets. In addition, we have state assets on the ground assisting us, as well as our community partners, the City of Boerne, and all of our volunteer fire departments, law enforcement are out and about. Our wildlife agents are out and about as well. And so we have full assets on the ground assisting folks. So right now, we're at a lull. We're expecting a second wave coming down the pipe sometime this afternoon. It's nothing going to be remotely close to what we've seen. So we believe we're through the worst of it, but it's important for our residents to remain vigilant. Please do not go through low water crossings. Please pay attention to the alerts that we're sending out. We're constantly sending out winds alerts and text messages to our residents, trying to advise them of the current conditions. Those are for your safety, and we please do not disregard them. I'm going to hand it over to our emergency management coordinator to give you a little briefing about our preparedness and the steps we took in anticipation of this flood event. Brady?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brady Constantine. I serve as the Emergency Management Coordinator and the Director of the Fire Marshal's Office for Kendall County. Our day did start very early this morning, about 2 a.m. I've been in close contact with Kerr County Emergency Management, as well as the emergency managers for Gillespie and Bandera County through the majority of this weather event from several days ago. On Tuesday, the 14th, we had a coordination meeting in preparation for what could happen, what may happen without uncertainty, along with guidance from the National Weather Service. We didn't know where the water was going to hit or how much, and if it was going to affect us. So we held a coordination meeting with our law enforcement partners within our county, as well as all of our key role players when it comes to emergency services and an event like this. Transportation and resources were already secured and prepared for an event like this. After yesterday event down in the city of Boerne, we were prepared for additional rainfall. Again, uncertainty on how much or where it would land. But we did go ahead and start making notifications in partnership with the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department and with their chiefs and such that have been in this area for many, many years and have experienced this, to pre-plan and be prepared for this exact event that we have had today. Again, this day started about 2 o'clock this morning as the rainfall was imminent and that it was going to affect our county. Me and my team, once we were up here, started monitoring the Kerr County side in coordination with Kerr County Emergency Management on what that looked like. The notifications went out early on, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, to Kendall County elected officials and Kendall County Judge Shane Stolarczyk on the imminent threat. The public safety aspect was addressed in the very beginning with notifications through the federal IPAWS system for anybody on the Guadalupe to seek higher ground, that the river was going to rise rapidly. As he stated, we utilized our notification system, which is subscriber-based, the wireless emergency notification system, to do the same thing continuously all the way through this event. As the waters touched Kendall County, we had already done multiple drive-throughs of the neighborhoods in lower Comfort area, Broadway, Water Street, and those that are closest to the Guadalupe. As he stated, we had several evacuations. That being said, majority of all of those were voluntary. We never had a mandatory evacuation put in place. They were voluntary, and majority of those were assisted. I can tell you that the public did get our notices, and were very great to work with. We were able to get everyone to high ground early on. We established a shelter as well as a staging center for additional resources coming, as well as any that may have been evacuated, which we did. Just north of Comfort at one of our Comfort schools in coordination with Comfort ISD. Our law enforcement partners here in Kendall County have supported us. The state of Texas with our TDM representatives have been very helpful.
That was officials earlier today discussing the evacuations that are going on in parts of Texas from this flooding. We want to continue to bring you the coverage. Let's go out live, though, to Fox 7 Austin. They are talking about the flooding impacts. Let's listen in.
Concerns are some of the rivers. So the western portions of Gillespie County, they are under a flash flood warning right now. And then also the rivers. So we have the Llano River's under a flood warning, and the Pedernales River is under a flash flood warning. So I want to show you kind of the updates on those different rivers. So let me get to that. So this is kind of showing you off of another computer. Here we go. Of what we're seeing. So I'm going to take this to the National Weather Service. So they kind of give an update on these different rivers and kind of give you a different look at what level stage they're at, what they're headed to, kind of the forecast for that river, when it's going to go up, when it's going to go down, things like that. So let's go down towards the Pedernales River, because that's the big one. So at Fredericksburg, so that's what we're looking at here. So the levels there have been rising, and at this point, it's already in major flood stage levels. Now, this one specifically at this area is now forecasted to start going down. It looks like it already has started to go down, so that's some great news, but it's still at moderate flood stage levels. So it made it to major, it's gone down now to moderate, and it's going to keep continuing to go down as we head through the rest of the day today and into tomorrow. I was saying this earlier, that even though the rain is starting to slow down in that spot, it's a lot lighter than what it was at the start of our day today, where we're just kind of seeing light showers at this point. And it's expected to stop at some point later on tonight, where we're not going to be seeing any rainfall. And that's great news. We obviously want that. We don't want any more additional rainfall to fall there, but it's still going to take time for these rivers to recede, for the water, it has to go someplace. It always takes a few days at least to really start to see some relief from this. And for this specific river, it does look like they're saying, oh, I don't know why it keeps changing like that, that it's going to be tomorrow. It looks like tomorrow it'll start to drop towards minor flood stage levels, and then eventually going back to where it should be. I think worst part right now for that river, the Pedernales River, is in Johnson City. So the Pedernales River at Johnson City is still expected to rise. So the last time they checked it, they're saying it was at 12.23 feet. But because they were even saying a large, dangerous wave headed through that way. So a lot of rainfall falling into that river and eventually kind of moving downstream. And it's a giant wave that they're saying is imminent danger for anyone who's over there. And you can see that this forecast is showing they expect that river to go from not even in action stage levels right now, but it's going to very quickly rise to major flood stage levels. They're expecting it to go up to 21.8 feet, and then it's going to take some time for it to slowly start to recede and go back down. So anyone who lives along along this river, you're the ones that really need to be cautious here. Make sure you're kind of paying attention to what's going on. If you need to seek higher ground, you need to do that. But if you are in a location where you should be safe, then I think the best idea is just to shelter in place, kind of stay where you are. We don't want to be driving out there if we don't have to. And if you have to, if you're fleeing from water, that's the only reason really you should be out there. If you are fleeing from water and you're on the roads, please make sure you always hold in mind, turn around, don't drown. If there's a blocked off roadway, don't do it. If it looks like you're not sure how deep that water is, don't do it. Try to find a better way out. That's one of the main causes when it comes to flooding for deaths. It happens in vehicles. All right, so that's the two spots for that river. The Llano River also dealing with some flooding concerns. So I'll take you in there. This first one is the Llano River near Mason. So that one has already drastically gone up. So it looks like at this point it is around moderate flood stage levels, and it's now starting to drop. So that's the good news. We're going to continue to see the waters recede in that river at that point over near Mason. But if we take it a little farther down the river, so now we've got the Llano River at Llano. Looks like the last time they recorded it, they were saying it's at about 7.72 feet, which is not in flood stage levels, but as this water flows downstream, it is expected to impact this river and eventually raise it into moderate flood stage levels. So they're saying that it's likely going to reach 21 feet for that river. So that's still coming. So basically we've been seeing a lot of rainfall out west, and now all of that water is just going into the rivers and the lakes, and it's filling those up. And so now it's kind of the downstream areas they're going to start to see more of the impacts. But those who already saw it are dealing with flash flooding right now. So those are the two rivers. Let me take us back to some of the radar here so we can kind of see what's going on, what the latest is as far as the warnings and what the National Weather Service is saying. So there we go. Okay, so the flash flood warnings that I just told you about, that's the dark red line that you're seeing there. So you can see if I can get the pointer here. So then that way, right here. So this red line, this is the river. So this is the flash flood warning for the Pedernales River, which I just was telling you how in some spots it's still expected to rise. Other spots it's already at major or moderate flood stage levels. And so anyone along that river, you're the ones under this flash flood warning. Now, all of this area out west here, that is a flash flood warning specifically for Gillespie County. So we're not just talking about the rivers, we're just talking about the heavy rainfall that has fallen there. And so it's just causing areas to see some flooding. Let me see what they're specifically saying about that. So it goes until 4 p.m., this specific warning right here. It goes until 4 p.m. It's for Gillespie County. It's kind of the western half of the region. They're saying that at 11 a.m., so earlier today, they reported already flash flooding. That area saw between 3 and 11 inches of rain just this morning, and now additional rainfall is still falling. And we can actually see that. I know it's a little bit harder with the warning on there, but you can see the green behind it, the radar. So they're still seeing, unfortunately, more rain coming down on this spot when they've already seen some very high amounts of rainfall already. So what they're saying for the impact, they're saying there's going to be some flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. So again, remember, turn around, don't drown if you're in that zone, especially if you're encountering any flooded roads. We just want to be safe out there. If you can find higher ground, if you need to be at higher ground, find some higher ground. Or if you're in a good spot, make sure you're sheltering in place and just not attempting to go out on those roads. So that's the big flash flood warning for Gillespie County. The other warnings at this point for our area are specifically for the rivers. So you can see the one river the Pedernales River flash flood warning that kind of moves through Gillespie County, and it also goes into Blanco County as well. So that part of the river is where they're kind of seeing that main concern. Let me just show you what's happening with the radar so you can kind of see without the warnings over it. what we're seeing rainfall-wise. So pretty much all throughout the day today, we have been seeing rainfall right concentrated in the western portions of our viewing area. So this is what's going on right now. I'll take us in a little bit closer. So this is where all of those warnings were, and you can see, unfortunately, still seeing rainfall coming down. We like it to be lighter green. That's better than seeing the darker green, seeing the oranges and the reds. I'm going to back this up so you can see what we were seeing earlier today. So I'm going to go back 6 hours just to show you what was happening this morning and how it was much heavier. There it is. So look at that heavier rain coming down. That was for multiple hours. I can kind of drag this through slowly. So this is around 8. This is 9, 10. So that's 3, 4 hours of just heavy rainfall coming down. And now we're still seeing rain, but the good news is it is starting to slow down slightly. Now,
that's the coverage there. Fox 7 Austin continuing to look at the flooding impacts in the state. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about those hazy skies out in the Northeast. Take a look at this. We'll break it all down with our friends over at Fox Weather. Coming up next on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on, bringing you some of the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. We'll take a look at the skies out in the Northeast. We're talking New Jersey, New York, all being impacted thanks to these Canadian wildfire smoke invading the nation right now. Let's go out to Brooklyn, and that is where we find our friend over at Fox Weather, Bane Froney, joining us here with a breakdown. Bane, what do we know?
Oh my gosh, you guys, it has just been such a hazy past couple of days, dealing with so much of this smoke that's been coming in from the Canadian wildfires. If you look behind me, it's a very hazy look at the Manhattan skyline. I'm sitting just over at the East River, just over the other side in Brooklyn right now. And usually it's a clear, beautiful day this time of year, and you can hardly even see Manhattan at this point. It's been getting hazier and hazier, smokier and smokier as the day has gone on. I want to take you back into yesterday, though, because our air quality was already starting to deteriorate into the New York area yesterday, but we did have some storms that rolled through. It actually improved our air quality a little bit for a couple of hours, and then it started to deteriorate once again. So right now we are sitting with most areas in New York under that unhealthy range for all groups. So everybody needs to be careful. You should not be outdoors for long periods of time. It is not good for the lungs, for everybody, especially for those that are also sensitive to this kind of air quality as well. It's not only New York, though. We're seeing this all along the Northeast as well as into New England. I will say this, though, has been improving. The air quality has been improving in parts of the New England area, like Boston, Massachusetts. We've seen an improvement in the past 24 hours when it comes to all of that smoke. Now, again, back to where they're originating from, it's coming in from Canada. Now, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how is it hitting us here in the Northeast, in the New England area, if these fires are going on way up into the north, into the northern tier of the country? Well, that's all thanks to a cold front. It's been moving through the past couple of days, and it's allowing those winds to shift in and basically make a path for all of this smoke to make its way into this part of the country. They're originating over just along the border in Canada, along Minnesota, Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan as well. That is where the air quality is at its absolute worst throughout the country right now. We're entering that hazardous range for folks in Minnesota, Michigan as well. So that is a range that is the worst of the worst. You don't want to be outdoors. If you have to be outside, you want to be wearing that mask. The N95 mask is the only way it's going to be able to be out there in any healthy capacity. So this smoke, it's sticking around for quite some time. It's sinking farther south too. We've gotten some reports of some of that haziness going on in parts of Ohio, even into northern Kentucky. That's how far south it's heading. But again, here in the Northeast, we are starting to feel those impacts. Now, I will say one saving grace with this smoke, if there is any positive to come out of it, is it's actually dampened down our temperatures quite a bit. Originally, we were forecasting today to hit the upper 80s, maybe even hitting the low 90s. Right now, we're sitting at the low 80s right now, 81 degrees here in New York. So temperatures are not able to get any warmer just because that smoke cover is so thick and the sunshine cannot get through. I mean, it's been an incredibly hazy day. The sun is supposed to be out, but I haven't seen it once. So this is what we're dealing with here in the northeastern part of the country at this point, and we'll have to continue to watch that for quite some time too. So at this point, we're forecasting for a lot of this smoke to move on out of here by the time we get into tomorrow as well as into this weekend. And on top of this, we have more rain. We have storms on the way too, moving into Saturday and Sunday for the Northeast. Now, this is a severe threat. We have to watch out for that, but it'll also help dampen down that smoke threat. The haziness, the air quality will also be improving thanks to some of that rain moving through, the winds pushing a lot more of that smoke. So even though maybe some folks don't want to see the rain, the storms moving into the area for our weekend, it is going to help us out quite a bit, especially if this smoke does not get out of here anytime soon. It does all depend on the winds, the speed, the direction. So we're hopefully going to see a lot of this smoke moving out of the Northeast in the next 48 hours or so. But just a slight switch in the winds could cause this smoke to stick around for a whole lot longer. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this forecast here at Fox Weather. In the meantime, folks in the Midwest, in the Northeast, be careful. Try and stay indoors as much as you can. I'll send it back to you.
Ben, you know who I feel sorry for today is the folks that maybe booked photo sessions throughout New York City, because it's not going to happen. But maybe, thanks to AI, it could make it a sunny day again,
Right, exactly. And you know what? We have been seeing so many folks from all over the country coming in. This is a really great tourist spot. I mean, you get a beautiful view of Manhattan and the beautiful Brooklyn Bridge. So a lot of people are coming here to try and take some pictures, but everyone's been still in good spirits. We've been chatting with some people, and they were wondering what the smoke was. So I had to explain to them what was going on over in the parts of Canada, and I had to say, it doesn't normally look like this. Hopefully in the next 48 hours, it's out of here too.
Yeah, no doubt. Bane Froney, thanks so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate the updates from Fox Weather. All right. Bane was talking about even the impacts in the Midwest. We want to show you some of the scenes that were taking place out in Green Bay, Wisconsin, with the smoke. Take a look.
Smoke swept in and smothered northeast Wisconsin over the course of Wednesday. Visibility and air quality both dropping as the plume from wildfires in the region settled in. In downtown Green Bay, setup at the farmers market on Broadway was well underway, and the weather was once again a hot topic. Nick Slepsky with the Doghouse Food Trailer is used to dealing with smoke off the grill, but not from forest fires.
When it gets hot out, people don't eat as much. It's just human nature. The smoke is going to keep some people away also, just because of the, if you do have health issues and stuff like that. And by all means, if you don't come out here if you can't be out here.
Air quality index readings reached the very unhealthy level by early afternoon, the second highest level on that scale. At that point, people with lung and heart conditions, the elderly, and small children are recommended to avoid being outside. For most adults, though, some time outside is okay, as long as it's at a leisurely pace. Dana Hollitz with A Design Journey is cautiously optimistic.
I'm hoping we'll still get people. I think it'll still be busy no matter what. But it does worry me. There's a lot of health conditions, you know.
After 5 straight weeks of enduring through or canceling because of rain and storms, organizers were just hoping for dry weather. Well, they got the dry, but also all the smoke. Mary Rohde with On Broadway says they understand that it poses real health risks to everyone, including their vendors.
Told them to take the precautions that they need to for themselves and their business, and certainly with health in mind, that if any of them felt uncomfortable due to any underlying health conditions with the air quality, to certainly stay home and stay safe.
Maybe one of these Wednesdays, the weather won't be top of mind at the market, but that's going to have to wait for at least one more week. Phil DeCastro, Fox 11 News.
And here's some of the biggest impacts that are happening. Worst air in the nation. It's being put out there by Fox's own Jason Calvi, breaking this down with some of the areas there. You got Minnesota impacted, Toledo, Ohio, Lakeside, Wisconsin, Southwest Michigan, and those air quality measures not looking too good right now. Take another live look, though, in Toronto as these impacts are being felt from the Canadian wildfires. All right, everyone, we are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up in just a moment, we'll be taking you out live to Tampa, where we are going to be hearing from HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. Talking at the Tampa General Hospital. And as soon as that gets going, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the impacts of flooding out in Texas. Take a look at this. This is from our friends over at Fox 7 Austin as the flooding continues in the state. Want to go out to their coverage right now. They are talking about flooding concerns in Kerr County. Let's listen in.
Already lit up, and the emergency services got here and said, oh, everybody's already out. Okay, so, and then they moved on, which was a validation of this entire system. You know, like I said, new technology, real world tragedy avoided within its first year of use, so we're very proud of that.
These were just installed, what, 3 months ago?
3 months ago, yes.
In real world, showing it in real life early this morning.
That's right.
And we did start, we're going to walk over there and show you the one that is still up, but we did start with this one just to give you an idea of how much water and how quickly that water moved and how much force was behind it, because how much concrete is underneath that?
There's 3 foot of concrete underneath that. You can probably see it on the camera. There's 240 pounds of concrete. It pulled it out of the ground. Now, it's to be said that that was, you know, an hour or two after it had done its job, but the water was still rising at that stage. At that stage, it had done its job. We lost the equipment. Okay, we're going to come back, reinstall that ASAP so that it's ready to go for the next flood.
Awesome. Okay, let's then walk to the one that is still standing. It's right over here. There, like you said, there were 6 of them, and this one went off too. You're going to see us walk, and it's a good ways away and a good ways from the river, but the water got that high, and that is it hit all the way up here to alert people.
Exactly, yeah. So the parking lot up here was inundated in water last night. You can see these 3 towers along here. It goes off as a unit, off as a system. 6 towers along here. You know, crazy loud. Lights up the entire area. Like I said, lights up the danger on the other side. And you know, your viewers can see videos on our River Century website or on the Fox News channel as well.
And I saw you fixing this earlier. Talk to me, what goes into this to make sure that it's ready to go for the next time?
Oh, for sure. So first of all, the technology is really simple. We kept this really simple when we designed it. Resiliency is one of our things that we you know, keep in mind. We've all got backgrounds in the military and aviation and all this kind of stuff where redundancy matters a lot. It's 8 foot aluminum tower. In the bottom there is water witch switches, which are the same ones that are used in the bilges of the Coast Guard boats for the last 50 years. So they're extremely resilient. They don't have a failure rate. When our engineers asked us how many will we put in, we said 2. They said we're crazy because you don't need 2, and we said 2 for redundancy. On the front of it over here, we've got the 2 speakers, which are the same AS-124s that are used in emergency vehicles, so they're extremely loud. On the top, we've got the same lights that are used on a fire engine to light up an area when an evacuation is happening. So water is detected down the bottom, sirens, lights go off, red light down the back, and the audio from it is something that you would never expect to hear in the hill country, especially. It's the Bagram air raid siren. There's verbal commands over it saying flood danger, run to higher ground, and then it repeats for a 6-minute cycle and then lights up the whole area. And as the water keeps coming up, it keeps repeating itself to make sure that everybody gets out of the way. These towers did not, we came down here this morning to check, to recertify, to make sure they're good to go in case another flood came in the next few hours. The good news is that they're even more resilient than what we gave them credit for, because we opened them up, checked all the components in it. Batteries are still good, water witch switches are still good, no debris clogging it up, no corrosion in any way, shape or form. These things are good to go for the next flood, be it tonight or be it in 10 years' time.
Amazing. This is somewhat of a personal mission for you. Talk to me about, from last year, why you decided to then work with this company and get this going.
For sure, yeah. We, after last year's tragedy down here in Ingram and the broader Kerr County, I was working for Dell Technologies at the time. I was a vice president there. And I got a phone call from a friend of mine, Ian Cunningham, and he called me up and he said, listen, this is unacceptable. We have to do something about this, and I have an idea for a product. Can you help me bring it to market? So, of course, I did what everybody does, and I gave up my job, dropped down tools, and we went off on an adventure to try and figure out how could we build the most resilient flood technology out there. And when we looked at past floods, you know, they all have, you know, common things. The power grid goes down, the cell phone service goes down, all that kind of stuff. We can't rely on any of that stuff. We've got to come up with a brand new technology using resilient components that are tried and tested and proven, and just put them together in a new formula. We came down, we showed it to the camps down here in this area. We said, would this have prevented last year's tragedy? Immediately, a bunch of them said, yes, it would have. We said, we'll donate it to you guys for free. You guys tell us if it works or not. And then shortly after that, a consortium of camps led by Camp Mystic in the Eastlands, the Hunt Preservation Society, and a bunch of other folks got together, and they said, we want you to install enough to protect every single camp in Kerr County, and then some. We installed 100 of these over the last 3 months. 3 months leading up to the summer, we installed 100 of these to protect every single camp along the river, and now it's protecting home, other businesses, RV parks, private residences, restaurants, and anywhere really that people are staying or sleeping, that's what we're going to protect.
And y'all are working with other counties to get this in other locations. Talk to me about how y'all do want to expand this and be able to have this anywhere that it's needed.
Yeah, for sure. We did a quick visit to the Sandy Creek neighborhood just recently. Sandy Creek was badly affected last year as well when the floods came down. So we're installing one of these over the next week in Sandy Creek as well, in that same neighborhood. We were supposed to go to Burnett this morning to another neighborhood that was affected last year that we wanted to install another tower in. Again, we're donating to those communities. Ultimately, we want to work with the counties to install this system up and down rivers, protect the entire community.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. Thank you for all you've done, too, to help keep people safe in this area. That RV park and all the people that live there were able to evacuate and be safe, so appreciate your time. And Katie, I will send it back to you.
All right, Meredith, thank you. And we're now going to go out to a live look at the Arcadia Bridge in Kerrville and Kerr County. It's been destroyed. The historic bridge out there has just been ripped apart. The road has been washed away. We've seen videos of structures. It looks like roofs of entire buildings crashing up against the bridge. But yeah, you can just see the debris there. A lot of this is bringing back memories from the 4th of July floods last year. I feel like we were all kind of holding our breaths as we got through that weekend. And we made it through, and then here we are again. A lot of the same footage. It looks similar to what we were watching last year with those rivers rising and rushing rapidly. And we've seen deer floating through Cibolo Creek out in Boerne, Texas. It's a stark reminder of everything that happened last year. I know Governor Abbott was speaking yesterday. He said the 4th of July floods, we saw 20.29 inches. In this one, we're seeing 30 inches. Obviously, the state seems much more prepared this time around. At least we learned from our mistakes last year. But it's definitely still frightening, especially with one person confirmed dead today out in the same area. It feels like that area was just about to get back on their feet, still going through lawsuits, recovery, and picking up. It's just really hard to imagine for them that they just can't catch a break. And Leslie, I know we're getting new warnings and watches constantly. They're expiring, some are extending. What are you seeing currently?
Yeah, Katie, we've had multiple warnings throughout our day today, and the good news is some of them have come to an end, but we do still have more that are in the area right now, and they're still going. So I just wanted to kind of take you closer to that to kind of get a better idea of what exactly we're still seeing, just to kind of break it all down for everyone for what's active in our area right now. So this is showing the radar on top of the warnings. I'm going to take the radar off just to show you that just to show you specifically which warnings we're dealing with that are active. So, all right, there's the radar off, so now you can kind of see the different warnings. All of it, of course, is focused out west, because that's where we've been seeing the heavy rainfall for our day today. So, first one up north there, those greens that you're seeing, that's specifically for the Llano River. So the Llano River is in a flood warning over near Mason and all the way towards Llano as well. So anyone along that green line there, if you live near that river, you're the ones that need to be cautious because that river is rising. Last I checked, I know in Mason, I think it had already risen and it's starting to recede, but it's going to continue to go up as we head towards Llano. So that's still a concern. We have a flash flood warning in Gillespie County itself. So that's kind of the western portions of Gillespie County. That's going to last until 4 p.m. So we are still in it at this point. We still have about a couple hours left with it. They're saying in that area they received already, I think they said around 5 to 9 inches of rainfall. There's still more rainfall coming down additionally. So for that region, they're potentially seeing some streams that could flood. There's some rivers that could flood, all of that. So if you're in that area, you're the ones that are under that flash flood warning right now. Make sure you're getting to higher ground if you need to. And if you are in a good spot and it's safe, make sure that you're kind of not going out unless you must go out. And if you have to go out, it should be because you're fleeing from water. Because we're dealing with so much flash flooding concerns over there, they're saying that there already is some flash flooding, so you do want to just be cautious. And always remember, I'm going to emphasize this over and over and over, but turn around, don't drown. When it comes to flooding, the #1 way for us to end up seeing fatalities is when they're in vehicles. So we really want to be careful with that. Now, Besides that, we also have a flash flood warning for the Pedernales River, and I know we just were seeing that. Angela was over there looking at it near Johnson City. That area, that river is actually still expected to rise in some spots. If you're farther to the west, I believe it already has crested and now it's starting to recede. But some of the regions of that river have hit major flood stage levels. And it's going to take a day or two for us to start to see those waters going down. They also mentioned that there is a dangerous wave moving through there. So some very, very heavy rain pushed into that river, and there's a giant wave that's actually going to come through. And they were saying that is bringing imminent danger. So it is very concerning out on that river there for that flash flood warning. Again, Pedernales River in that flash flood warning, they have it going until 4:30 as the water continues to move downstream. So those are the active warnings that we're in right now. I wanted to show you the radar and what's going on. So we are still seeing some rainfall, unfortunately, out west, because that's where it's kind of feeding into all of those rivers. It's a lot lighter than what it was today. So I'm going to back this up so you can see what was happening this morning, where we were getting heavy rainfall right on that area. And that's what's causing all of this, is we've just seen consistent rain for pretty much this is looping 6 hours. So we're seeing rain over that region for more than 6 hours. And earlier it was a lot heavier rainfall. And that's what's kind of causing all of these issues. Now I'm going to give you some of those rainfall totals just to show you what we have seen. This goes back 48 hours. So I am including yesterday's rain too. I also want to point out yesterday when I was on air talking about this, we saw some strong storms west of our area, and it was looking like our spot was quiet, but there was a lot of rain coming down in those areas to the west, and they actually feed into the Llano River. So sometimes even when you're seeing rain outside of our region, it eventually will make its way towards us. And so that is what happened with the Llano River. Some of the heavier rain was to the west of us, but it still will feed into where we are. But let's go in and talk about specifically the regions that we actually are in and how much rain we've seen. So for the past 48 hours, so this is taking in today and yesterday, look at some of these totals. This is a radar estimate, but they're saying 17, 18 inches of rain. That's kind of in the heavier spots, but even just around it, we're talking 6, 9 inches of rain. And a lot of times, even if it's just kind of all within the vicinity, all of this water has to have somewhere to go. So that's been that's what the big concern is. That's why we're in flash flood alley, basically, because our soil, we actually have a very rocky terrain, and a lot of our soil isn't great at absorbing water. So when we get these heavy rainfall events like we just are seeing, they end up putting all of the water just basically into the rivers. They have nowhere else to go but the rivers, and that's why we always kind of see concerns like this. We have so much flash flooding. And also, we've been so dry lately, so we did have some drought conditions out there. They've definitely improved, but since we were kind of doing drier weather for a while, and then all of a sudden the rainfall picks up, it's a good metaphor is a very, very dry sponge. So when you put water on a very dry sponge initially, that water kind of bounces off. We kind of need the water to come slowly for it to really seep in. But when you're doing it very quickly, very fast, a lot of that water ends up just kind of immediately running off. And that's what's been happening. So when you've got 48 hours and look at all of this rainfall, it is obviously going to end up going into those low-lying areas and into the rivers and wherever else it can go. And so that's what we've been dealing with. Now, if we're just looking at the past 24 hours, I wanted to give you just kind of specifically what we've seen mostly through today and earlier this morning and earlier kind of in those early AM hours. We have seen a lot of rain from just that. So the past 24 hours, some of the higher amounts are still around 14, 15 inches. So it has just been a ton of rain pouring down on one spot, and that is why we're dealing with all of these flash flooding concerns. Now, there is a flood watch in general still in place for a lot of the region. They did actually expire a lot of areas out of it. Now it is more concentrated to the west, which is what we expected a little bit, just because we saw that the models are keeping most of the rain to our western areas and even west outside of our region. So that is still the case as we head through the night tonight. I want to show you a couple models, or this model of what it's saying for the rest of the night tonight. So it does look like it's expecting us to kind of get a break from some of that rain out west. So the rest of us that are more to the east, we will start to see some rainfall picking up, but we haven't seen this intense rainfall throughout our day today, and it doesn't look like it's going to be as intense to the east. So more of it shifting eastward, which is better for us right now. We want the western regions to get a bit of a break, and it looks like they will, but all the models that I've been looking at do show that overnight tonight we're going to start to see some rainfall returning back to the western areas. And it looks like it's going to be kind of through the night towards the morning. But the good news is, as we head more into our Friday, a lot of that is going to start to move out. And Friday actually looks, for the most part, decently dry for all of us. Those rainfall chances really taking a dive as we head into Friday and into our weekend as well, which is exactly what we want to see right now. Since we've seen so much rainfall, we really want to break from this, and we want to have some days to kind of bring more and more relief, because it always takes time to kind of come back from flooding scenarios. But unfortunately, since we do still have that opportunity for rainfall to move in overnight tonight, we are still under that flooding risk. So this is the excessive rainfall chances. The National Weather Service puts this out. Now, the color scheme, if you're looking at that, you can see, and this has been the scenario the last couple of days, that the western areas of our viewing area are much higher compared to the rest of us. So now not all of us are under that flooding risk, which we all were the last 2 days, but now for tonight, it is going to be, again, kind of the western half. But the farther west you go, the higher those chances are that you're going to end up seeing some heavy rainfall. So the point is, we are not done with this just yet. We are still in that concern. We still have to kind of be cautious as we head through the night tonight and into tomorrow, and we're still dealing with it right now. I wanted to point out, this is the flooding risk for tomorrow, the excessive rainfall risk for tomorrow, and you can see, if I back this out a little bit, that the chances are outside of our area. So they don't think tomorrow we're expecting to see any of that excessive rainfall. I am going to show you 4 different models and the rainfall totals that they're giving accumulation-wise for the next 48 hours. I think these are a little tricky to fully trust, just because they haven't been doing an amazing job of predicting all of the rainfall so far. And I'm not blaming them. It's because we get localized areas that see heavy rain, and these models can't really pick that up. They're just giving you a general idea for each city. So the good news when I show you these models is that it's a lot lower than what we were seeing yesterday. Yesterday, everyone was expected to get around ½ an inch to an inch. Now these models are thinking that it's going to be a lot lower for everyone, which just means the models are thinking, yes, we're going to get less rainfall, lighter rainfall than what we have been seeing. But there still could be some areas in here that will end up seeing more than what these numbers are showing us. So it is still a potential that we could get another few more inches in some spots. Again, it'll be isolated zones. But I mentioned that those rainfall chances are going to be going down, and once we get past Friday has a small chance for rain, but we're really going to see those chances kind of drop as we head into our weekend and beyond, and then hopefully we can continue to get more and more relief from that. But right now, of course, the main concern is that we are right now in some active warnings for flash flooding. So I'm going to take us back to that just to kind of reiterate what we are still seeing warning-wise. We've got some flood warnings for the Llano River. We've got some flash flood warnings for the Pedernales River, and we've got a flash flood warning for Gillespie County. It's the western half of that county, and it's going to last until 4 p.m. So it is eventually going to come to an end, but we're still dealing with lots and lots of rainfall, and we're still seeing some rain coming down in that spot. So we're not quite out of it yet, and we still have a lot to deal with. But we're going to keep you updated. We've got more to talk about, but we'll be right back.
And that was the coverage there. Fox 7 Austin, as they continue to track the very latest in flooding concerns. Here's another look in Kerr County right now, and you could see the flooding there along the Guadalupe River. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that here for you on Live Now from Fox, as you have people passing by and just wanting to see just how close that river is getting to the roadway. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We're keeping an eye out in Tampa soon. Secretary Kennedy is going to be making remarks talking about nutrition. We will be back here for you on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to roll on, bringing you some of the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. Take a look at how the market is doing. About 12 minutes left to go in the trading day, and it is seeing now a down day. 277 points. They're in the red. We'll be keeping an eye on that for the final moments before the bell. Live look right now at the White House, where we will have President Trump doing his address to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern. You'll see it all right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye out in Tampa soon. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. delivering remarks talking about nutrition, and that will be happening just in moments. So we'll be bringing that to you as soon as he steps up to the podium. In the meantime, I do want to continue to talk about the flooding concerns out in Texas. We've been listening in to some of the coverage of Fox 7 Austin. Let's continue to do so.
Remembering last year and the catastrophic flooding that took place, and kind of just, you know, a quote-unquote repeat of that, and a lot of people really, you know, worried for that potential and what that looks like. This morning, obviously, a lot of videos have been circling on social media, Pedernales River, and so the reason now we're headed to Lake Travis is because Travis County Emergency Services is saying that a large flood wave is moving down again from Pedernales River toward Lake Travis, bringing, you know, what we saw up there, the rising water, strong currents, floating debris. And so we are headed to Pace Bend Park. It's a park in the Spicewood area. We're hoping to get a glimpse of what Lake Travis looks like. We're going to try and figure out, you know, obviously from a safe distance, what that's looking like, when that's expected to come, what those conditions are like, to continue to keep you updated. Of course, you know, everything is ever evolving. We're going to be sure to keep you guys posted and see how far we can get and still be from a safe distance. But again, you know, like Leslie mentioned, a lot of these flash flood warnings in effect. If you don't need to leave, do not leave. I believe it's till 4:30 that flash flood warning for the Pedernales River goes. Again, that's bringing imminent danger. Those flows heading downstream to end up here at Lake Travis. So we're trying to get ahead of things and see kind of what things look like as that water progresses downstream to Lake Travis. But we're on our way now. We'll continue to keep you posted on air and online, Katie.
All right, Jenna, thank you. And she mentioned the Pedernales River. It hasn't been this high since 1979. Fox 7 Austin's Angela Shin, she's live in Johnson City, where that river is.
That is the coverage there from Fox 7 Austin. We'll check back in with them a little bit later, but I do want to take you now out live to Tampa. We have HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. about to be speaking, talking about making hospitals healthy again, part of the MAHA movement in the Trump administration. Let's listen in.
The fact that we have a leader in Washington who understands the importance of food and the power that it has in healing people is extraordinary. And I want to personally thank you. And on behalf of my team of over 15,000 men and women, appreciate your leadership and your vision. Thank you very much. Secretary Rollins, I also want to thank you, because not only have you provided great leadership for this country, but the support that you have for American farmers for fresh and locally grown food is absolutely outstanding. I'm happy to report to all of you that 25% of the food that we serve our patients at Tampa General Hospital comes from local farmers, from the Gulf of Mexico to the produce and vegetable and fruit that we put on the table for our patients, or on their trays for our patients. And we are very proud of that. And we call this sort of farm to the patient room, right to the patient room. And we're thank you for your support and your leadership related to that. And to Jeffrey Zakarian, who has become a friend and a colleague. He's a celebrity chef. He's an Iron Chef. At one point, I thought I could cook maybe a little better than him, but no.
No way.
No way, not even close. But he has become a friend and a colleague, and I met him actually through Blake Casper. And when the chef and I met, all kidding aside, when the chef and I met, it was wonderful because we were starting to think about how can we change the food we serve our patients, but we just didn't know how to do it. And then when I met Jeffrey, he knew exactly how to do it. And for 2.5 years, we went to work, redesigning menus, rebuilding kitchens, training our staff, working and collaborating with our physicians from the University of South Florida, and building a menu and building a platform that we can all be proud of. We're serving our patients food that any one of you would eat in any fine restaurant in the city of Tampa. That then parlayed itself into the work that we do in the ambulatory setting. In some of the underserved areas that we support, we have a primary care office that sees thousands of patients. Attached to that office is a garden with a food pharmacy. So when our doctors are working with those patients and we determine that the issues they're having, like type 2 diabetes, is being driven by food intake, we're able to teach them. We're able to provide them a prescription for 6 months of free food and free vegetables. And they can also bring their families and their friends to the garden to grow those fruits and vegetables. And Jeffrey and others teach them resiliency on how to prepare them, how to bring them home, and how to live healthier lives. None of this, however, would be possible if it wasn't for our secretary, Secretary Kennedy. He has supercharged this work. Secretary Rollins has helped supercharge the work that we're doing. And the fact that we stand here as the first hospital to sign the Make Hospital Food Healthier pledge is a real honor. Not only to serve our community, but to be a role model for the rest of the country. We stand ready, willing, and able to help this administration push this initiative across this country from coast to coast. And it is a real honor to be in front of you and to be collaborating with our government and our two leaders here. Now what I'd like to do is introduce GZ, because what Jeffrey won't tell you is he made this happen for us. He collaborated with Donna Tope, our Vice President of Operations, and the two of them went to work. And Jeffrey taught us, retrained us, re-skilled our chefs and our team members, and has built something that we can all be proud of because it's making a real difference in the lives of the people that we care for. Jeffrey?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here, and this afternoon, I got to cook for Secretary Collins and Secretary Kennedy, and I almost pinched myself. It was so great, and the food I cook here is the exact food I have in my restaurant. So I pick dishes that I formulated for the hospital, and it's hospital food. So they ate hospital food today, and I hope it was good. And we wanted to do, our mission here was to serve single origin food that is bioavailable, that is delicious and yummy. Because when I was telling everyone, when you're sitting in a hospital bed with half of you uncovered, it's a real depressing situation, and you want something homey and yummy and delicious, and you want that experience, because food really is transformative thing. When you imagine what we do for a living and what I get to do, I'm very lucky, is I get to cook food for people. They actually put it in their mouth, ingest it, and I help them with their day, and they feel good when they eat well. So imagine doing that for a hospital patient. So it's like a complete joy for me to be here, and I want to thank the staff here because they really let me do what I wanted to do and change the food. But really what was the most important here was changing the culture, because there's a lot of rules embedded into the system we have now that really don't work, and we'll talk about that at one point. We're trying to change that as well. But to see this food pyramid, the right food pyramid, is so shockingly happy, makes me so happy, because for 50 years it's been the other way around. And so I just want to thank both Secretary Collins and Secretary Kennedy for turning this around finally after all these years, because as a chef, the old pyramid was absolutely insulting to what I do for a living. So I just want to thank everybody here for letting this happen, especially John Corus and Donna Tope, who our team members are. So right now I'd like to introduce Secretary Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I will say that Bobby and I just had an argument over whether the chicken noodle soup was better or the chili was better, that Chef GZ and the extraordinary team of chefs that you all have, John, back in that back kitchen, and getting to shake their hands and give them hugs and remind them that they're literally part of a revolution. They are truly, with the leadership of those standing with us here today, and Donna, you and others, Blake, out in the audience, they are completely changing the trajectory of our country, and it's just an honor to get to be a very, very small part of that. That was the best chicken noodle soup I've ever had, Chef, and I mean that sincerely. It really was incredible. We had some.
I'll send you the recipe.
Yeah, please do. We had some amazing beef. We had some incredible chili. It was just so inspiring. We also wrapped up a fantastic tour of this remarkable facility, and I just want to note that getting the glimpse of the life-saving work that they are doing every single day here at Tampa General is incredibly inspiring. And I'm usually on a farm or checking out cattle, so for me it's very, very special to get to be here and with my great partner Bobby Kennedy. The dietary guidelines, as the chef mentioned, and I bet Bobby will talk a little bit about this, but this was when we released it about 6 months ago, and it is historically a USDA and HHS partnership, but never before have two secretaries come together with our teams and completely turned on its head what was decades of previous dietary guidelines work, and instead just make it about eating real food. And you probably most Americans would look at that and say, well, that's just common sense. Why wouldn't you always do that? And I would respond and say, well, this is Washington, D.C., where common sense doesn't normally prevail, but when President Trump enabled the two of us to work together and gave us the charge to do whatever it took to make America healthy again, this was a massive, massive first step in doing that. One other final thing I want to say, and then I'll turn it over to my partner in crime, Bobby. I think that the importance of the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the importance of just agriculture in general, and having an understanding that if we really are going to make America healthy again, if we really are going to reverse this just heartbreaking trend that's been happening in our country for so long in terms of chronic disease and just the health of our people, if we're really going to do that, the way to do it is through our farmers and ranchers and eating real food. And that's why this partnership is so incredibly important. Let me close by saying I walk away today from my time in Tampa and my time in this building and my time with these leaders more inspired and convicted and more resolute than ever before that we can make these changes together. That when you mention the culture, Chef, and you say there was a little bit, we had to kind of change the way that our kitchen thought about these things and our leadership did, but the fact that you've done it and done it so beautifully, I believe is a model and an inspiration, not just for hospitals around the country, but for schools around the country, for our military, feeding our military around the country and the world. And that's how important this is. And you think about America and our 250th birthday right now, and what we have been called to do to meet our moment and to do whatever we can to help those around us and to serve others and to continue to make the American dream possible for every man, woman, child, not just those of us born in certain zip codes or with certain bank accounts. It starts right here with the health of our country, and I just couldn't be more grateful again or honored to be here, to be a part of it. And kudos to you, John, and your incredible team here at Tampa General. God bless you. Now I want to turn it over. Yeah, round of applause for this leadership team. Now I'm excited to turn it over to really the reason we're here, and that is, again, my great partner, Bobby Kennedy, who has literally, fundamentally changed the way we are talking about, thinking about, executing on, and policy making around food from the White House and from our government, and it will change our country forever for the better. Please help me welcome Secretary Bobby Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Brooke. And I want to say a couple words. I was on Jeffrey's show about a month ago, and we did a show together, a cooking show, and he cooked an omelet, and he showed me how to cook it in a way that was very fast and really good, and I've been eating that omelet every day. I had one this morning, so I want to thank you for that, Jeffrey.
Yes, the egg farmers, thank you.
And I want to thank Blake for introducing Jeffrey to John Corus. Blake is an old friend of mine. He's now the vice chair of this hospital, soon to be chair, and thank you for your leadership. Brooke and I came together. We got confirmed the same week.
Same day.
Same day. And a lot of people predicted that we would have a divorce very quickly because HHS has never gotten along with USDA, but we are best friends in the cabinet. We talk to each other almost every day. And we find more and more things to collaborate on because you can't have good health in the country if you don't have good food and if you don't have strong farmers, prosperous farmers. And I love seeing Brooke's face when she learned that 25% of the food that is now eaten in this hospital is locally sourced. And that's good for farmers, too. When the processed food industry controls what we eat, they centralize that control, and they squeeze the money from both sides, from the farmers and from the consumers. And they give us low-quality food, and that is making us all sick, and that we pay for with Medicaid and Medicare in the long run. And it's not as good. And to hear that we're going back to locally sourced food benefits farmers and it benefits the consumers. And it gives us all the food that we had today that Jeffrey cooked was food, as he said, that was not hyperbole when they said it was as good as any food that you get in the best restaurants in this city. It was absolutely delicious, and it's extraordinary because when you talk about hospital food, that phrase is a pejorative. If you go to your friend's house and say, this tastes like hospital food, it is not a compliment. And it's really incredible that, we've been feeding patients this, pudding and Jell-O and sugar drinks when 50% of them are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And, we've for a long time, we've understood the relationship between food and health and recovery and recidivism and all of these issues. And it's good to see the leadership from John Corus in this extraordinary hospital. When Brooke and I came in, we were handed the dietary guidelines that have been worked on for 4 years during the Biden administration. They were 453 pages long. They were incomprehensible, and they reflected the mercantile impulses because they were written by food industry lobbyists. And the same impulse that had driven Fruit Loops to the top of the old food pyramid, which isn't even a food, it's like a food-like substance. And we brought together the best scientists, nutritionists in the country from the biggest universities in this country. And we basically locked them in a room for a year. And they came back, we said we want something under 10 pages that everybody could understand. And they came back, they met that metric, and every single recommendation is cited and sourced to scientific publications and gold standard science. You can summarize it all in 3 words: eat real food. And that's what's going to make America healthy again. And then our challenge was, well, how 70% of the food that people eat in this country are ultra-processed foods or highly refined carbohydrates. And that's why we're the 6th population in the world. 77% of our kids can't qualify for military service. 4 in 10 kids have some kind of food-induced chronic disease. And, the older population is even worse off. So how do we change that? How do we change the dietary culture? So we can start making America what it was when I was a kid. We were the healthiest, most robust people in the world. And one of the ways that we're doing that is by driving this food pyramid into what people eat on their day-to-day lives. Brooke has tremendous power, which she is exercising in an extraordinarily courageous way to make that happen. Her agency gives away $405 million a day, about $9 billion a year in food subsidies for WIC, for the Indian Health Service, for SNAP program, and for school lunches. She just announced the program this week to align 30 million school lunches that she pays for every day, to align those now with the food pyramid. So our kids are going to be starting to eat healthier, and that's the beginning of restoring health in America. We're doing it. Pete Hegseth is cooperating with us and doing it on all the military bases. 2/3 of the military meals were thrown out because the only metric they use in purchasing food commodities was shelf life. Nobody was looking at nutrition, and the troops weren't eating it. And now they're flocking. We're changing it on all the reservations. And there's Stephanie and I were at a military base in Colorado a couple of weeks ago, and before we changed it, it had 600 troops visiting that cafeteria a day. Now there's 4,000. And the food is all fresh. It's locally based. They've gotten rid of the freezers. And we're giving our troops good food now. So we're going to change it in the schools. We're going to change it in the prisons. We're going to change it on the military reservations. But one of the biggest, craziest things was the hospitals, because these are places where people come to get healthy. And we were giving them stuff that is going to actually aggravate and amplify their chronic illnesses. And Dr. Oz and I gave a challenge in June to all the hospitals in the country to sign a Make Hospital Meals Healthy Again pledge. And the great thing was, because of the leadership of John Corus and the courage that John has shown, this hospital was 2 years ahead of us. So, if hospitals come to us and say, we can't do this, which some of them have. So a hospital, one of the first hospitals that we went to said, well, we can't get rid of the Coca-Cola. And we were like, there's no nutrients in that. It's just making people sick. And when I asked John about that, he said, yeah, people told us that too. But I said, we're just going to do it, because we have to do it. And they figured out a way around it. And so we have a template here at Tampa General where we can point every hospital in the country, as we roll this out around the country. We can point to Tampa General as one of the biggest hospital systems in the country, 1,000 beds, soon to be 1,200, 8 different hospital systems. And we can say, if they did it, you can do it. And then, John and I talked about him coming to Washington to meet with all the health center CEOs around the country and do a round table and do a panel, so that there's a network now where he can share his successes and failures here at Tampa General with all these other hospital CEOs and help them roll out these programs. Oh, I want to thank you, John, for your leadership and your vision and the commitment and courage that you've shown in making this happen. It's going to change our country, and it's going to help make America healthy again. So thank you all for being here, and thank you very much to Tampa General and to all of the chefs and the workers and all the people who had to change the way that they were doing things and to embrace a new vision. And we saw, when we visited the kitchen today, the enthusiasm and just the happiness that they are providing really good, high-quality meals for people, and food makes people happy, and it makes them healthy as well. I want to thank all the staff at the hospital who have participating in making this change happen, and particularly, again, John, for his leadership, and Blake, thank you very much, too. Thank you.
We will now move along to our pledge signing. Right here. behind John. You can move right behind John. Yeah. Great. We'll do one more picture. Yeah, you can do one more picture standing. Great. Awesome, right there, Tyler. Awesome.
Look right here.
For a second. Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of our incredible speakers. We're now going to move on to our Q&A. We ask that when you're called upon that you stand and state your name and outlet, and please keep your question to the topic of today's wonderful pledge signing. Who wants to go first?
Hi, I'm Perry Ford Phoenix.
Yeah.
Mr. Kors, is it fair to say TGH has had an evolution on this? I mean, you had a McDonald's on this campus for many years that restricted some people over the years.
We got rid of that, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We don't have a McDonald's anymore. We now have a Wright's Deli, which is spectacular, actually. So yes, it's been an evolution. We're learning as we're going. I think what health systems have to realize is it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fail along the way. It's not okay to stop trying, building, creating, and partnering. So it's absolutely been an evolution, and it really changed for us when Jeffrey Zakarian came on board and when Donna Tope, our Vice President of Operations, got her hands around this project, and we started to learn, we started to grow, and we started to improve. We're very proud of the evolution that has been taking place.
Okay, next, yes, in the blue.
Brianna Redondo from Fox 13 here.
Great.
So my question is also for John. Have you all seen any measurable differences with patients since you've been feeding them the nutritional meals in terms of like either diabetes numbers or things like that?
So we're in the middle of that journey right now and sort of studying it and understanding it from an objective perspective. But we have one of our physician scientists from the University of South Florida here that I'd asked to come up for a moment and address it. As you all know, we have a very robust relationship with the University of South Florida that we're very proud of. USF Health is integrated with our academic health system. And so our physician scientists have been very involved in all of this. Maybe you could spend a second on that.
Sure.
Thank you for that question, and an important one. And I think that's something that we were hoping to discuss in our conversations today, too. I think there are some outcomes we would like to measure in the long term. Right now, we have a lot of anecdotal evidence of how it's made the patient experience better for our patients. But I'm hopeful that as we have already started a research agenda, that we can partner with our USF Health colleagues as well as our Tampa General colleagues to understand that better.
Would you mind giving us your name, please?
Shanu Gupta.
How do you spell it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, SHANUGUPTA. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, right there. Mm-hmm.
Marilyn Parker, News Channel 8.
Great.
I also wanted to ask, I mean, you flip that pyramid, obviously. Steak at Walmart is expensive. I can't imagine how much it costs for hospital systems to want to provide, you know, obviously farm fresh food. So can we talk about actual costs and what this looks like, especially if you want to implement this to every hospital across this country that's not cheap? Where's that money coming from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great question, and we had this conversation earlier. So I had the same question, actually. So when Jeffrey and I and Donna and a whole team of people got together and we started to pull this apart, one of the first questions we asked was, how do we afford this? To Jeffrey's credit, and I'm going to embarrass him for a minute, he's an outstanding person, a world-class chef, and really understands this because he was teaching us. So he looked at me and he said, John, here's the thing. You're offering everything under the sun to patients to eat. You're offering too much. And by the way, the food that you're offering isn't very good, it's not very healthy, and it's expensive. It's actually expensive to purchase. One of the ways we're going to mitigate expense is we're going to have healthier options, but we're going to have less of those options. Well, you don't have to have all this food that you're offering patients with. By the way, a lot of them are not taking advantage of the food that we were offering. So we limited the menu. We doubled down on the quality of the food. And we've seen somewhere roughly of a 5 to 7% increase in our expense overall for food, for food, purchasing. That's something that we can absorb. That's something we could absorb. Money to a degree is fungible. And so we can, especially operationally, so we can move money around to support something like this. But one of the ways that we mitigated it, less options, better options. And when we had less options, the money we saved by having less options, we applied to just better food. And Jeffrey, you might want to elaborate on this, because it's a great question. It was something that we grappled with. And what health systems will say, I'm guessing, they'll say the same thing that we did. How can we afford this? It requires you to think differently and shift paradigms. If we can do it, and we can show that we can do it, the rest of the country can. We can. We are a microcosm of what happens across the country. There are great health systems from coast to coast in this country. We can all do this. We have to do this. It's not acceptable to feed the food that we're feeding to patients the way we're doing it. We have to evolve. Part of our job is to help keep America healthy, and this is how we do it. And Jeffrey, do you want to share a little bit?
It's a good question. It's food cost, right? So when I got here, they gave me all these shiny menus. They were great, by the way, but it was like a Cheesecake Factory menu, right? It was everything on it. And I just took the inventory list, which was about this big, and I took it home, and I was like just studying this list. There was so many things in the walk-ins that were like just poison, and we didn't need. So I basically cut the menu down from, it's 25% of what it was, and I think it's still too big. And what happened was, this is anecdotal also because we just started this in October, actually serving these meals that you ate. What happens is no one was eating the food we were serving them. So we had a $3.50 cost per plate, which imagine trying to serve good food for $3.50 a person. A $12 meal, a Happy Meal at McDonald's is $12, right? So the only way to do this was to make sure they finish their food, which they do now. There's no food left over. And reduce the number of items. So we had higher quality items, less of it. So the walk-ins are a third full, what they used to be filled with junk. And there was no way to measure what the patients were eating. Just no one knew, because if they didn't eat it, they didn't count what wasn't eaten. And now it's all changed. And I think through better health outcomes, which we're going to measure, you'll see that 5 to 7% probably will be actually less given the health outcomes we expect. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's sort of where we are with that. And we're actually working with vendors now to say, here's the 400 ingredients I want you to provide to these hospitals, and we're going to do this in the country. Can you bring your price down to help us out as a partner? And every one of them has said yes. So we think that's going to be a problem we're going to mitigate in the future.
Great answer.
Okay, awesome. We'll take one more in the dark purple here.
I'm Delia Dangerfield with Bay News 9. And I have kind of a couple of questions. It seems like the TGH started 2 years ago with this transformation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. And what's been the reaction from patients? I know we don't have numbers, but what have people said? And Secretary, were you able to talk to patients to see what?
I asked the same question, and they actually, although they are not yet able to determine the impact on, for example, certain chronic diseases or food-induced chronic diseases, they have done patient surveys that are very extensive, and they've found a 53% improvement. In other words, 53% of the people are saying that the food experience is great. So I think they have seen a dramatic increase in patient happiness.
Thank you. Donna Tope, Vice President of Operations. So I can glean a little more color into what the Secretary is sharing. So we've seen very significant increases in both our meals overall scores. So that's a Press-Ganey measurement that we do, meals overall, and then also specifically around quality of food and temperature of food. So those were two that we really wanted to measure to see the improvement related to this work. And we've seen that in our results. So as the Secretary, very good memory, Secretary, really great. So the quality scores, we've seen a 53% improvement in what we saw pre-menu to post-go live of menu. And also our temperature score actually went up to 82% increase, which is huge. So we're cooking the food and we're keeping it to temp, whether it needs to be hot or cold. And then that really helped to elevate our meals overall, which increased by 38%, a 38% increase in these few months that we've been live with the program. And then just anecdotal, honestly, comments from our patients. We've seen social media posts. John mentioned that at the roundtable. Doing rounds with our posts. We track all of our quality rounds in an application that we have internally. So we're watching it every single day to ensure that what we're doing is meeting, from a qualitative perspective, the needs of our patients. Does that answer your question? Perfect.
And I also one more. What did you guys eat? You had chili, chicken noodle soup. What else?
They had chili, chicken noodle soup. We did a meze platter. We did a feta Greek salad. We did the Moroccan hanger steak.
It's amazing.
I did an olive oil cake.
Olive oil
I don't
cake.
usually eat desserts, but I ate the whole thing.
That's true. I was shocked to see him eating a dessert, but it was a good dessert.
From the cameras.
And it's all food that we feed our patients. So I actually, I might be a little vulnerable here. I had a child 5 months ago here at this hospital, and I got to eat this food and experience it, and it's beautiful. And as a new mom, being able to know that I'm nourishing my body, ensuring that I'm getting better for my child that I just had, it was truly a full circle experience for me. So it is a beautiful menu. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you all so much for coming. That concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Secretary Kennedy speaking, and other officials talking about revamping some of the menu items at that hospital out in Tampa. You're taking a look here of Secretary Rollins putting this on X in the kitchen with Jeffrey Zakarian and others as they showcased some of the food, including chicken noodle soup. We heard chili and some steak as well. So that is the shot right there. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more in just moments. back, everyone, here to live now from Fox. Live look here at the White House. President Trump's address to the nation is tonight, and you will see full coverage right here, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will showcase the full address here for you, and you get to see instant reaction as well as analysis, all in the making here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to keep you at the White House. Earlier today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about tonight's address, taking a lot of questions about it. Let's listen in.
As you all know, at 9 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. On Friday, the president will travel to New York City to attend a FIFA reception at Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child, and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure, and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have 2 people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
2 questions,
sure,
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have 2 babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard-charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have 2 beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, elections of the past, relitigating them rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the president of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to ask a favor.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world. And we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States and have been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome.
Caroline.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. To the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people look at this.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, I think the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Caroline Levitt, continuing to take questions from earlier today. We will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll get you back to some more of those questions at the White House ahead of President Trump's comments tonight, his address to the nation, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll take a 2-minute break. Be back with more. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, taking you out to the White House earlier today. Caroline Leavitt speaking to the reporters ahead of President Trump's address to the nation. Let's listen in.
Fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
Do they have access to the Trump accounts, those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Do you mind following up, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to understand.
My answer's not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report, and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But there's been, I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that. In the back, Reagan. Sure.
I just wonder,
Jasmine, go ahead, and then Reagan, go.
Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge. Not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the Save America Act and Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the budget reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The budget reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
no.
So if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions on it.
Following this, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside the executive branch of the government, doesn't that leave open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result in people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the memorandum of understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the memorandum of understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that. And that's what we are witnessing right now.
Spoke to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will. But unfortunately, Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. If I can read 2 comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran. Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country as well as political prisoners and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president, vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal, shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin. You know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave, or is he going to be fired after October?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration and especially this president are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy all of the time. You all report on it. You have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so.
Caroline,
go ahead.
We have seen with the increased community strikes a real decrease in traffic through commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So, look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras.
All right, everybody, we were just listening into Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking questions from reporters following her press briefing earlier today. We are going to pull out of that because we have another live event to get to right now. This one takes us out to Kerrville, Texas. We're getting an update from authorities following the deadly flooding there. Let's listen in.
And overnight, multiple areas across Kerrville were affected by the rain. 3 of our local creeks, Town Creek, Quinlan Creek, and Dietert Creek, as well as the Guadalupe River, overflowed their banks, and flooded significant portions of our community. City of Kerrville first responders carried out numerous water rescues and evacuations across our community, both overnight and into the early morning hours. We were assisted in our work by the state partners with the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We have to thank them for their invaluable assistance to us. As of now, the flooding in town has receded in most areas, although the Guadalupe River remains at flood stage currently. We're continuing to closely monitor all of our creek and river levels. Our thoughts are with everyone in our community that are affected by this catastrophic flooding, both in the city of Kerrville and throughout Kerr County as well. We do recognize the fear and trauma this event might cause for some of our residents, especially since it's happening so soon after the July 4th, 2025 flood event that unfortunately took 119 lives in our community. The safety of our residents, visitors, and first responders remains our top priority. And so, to that end, both the city of Kerrville and Kerr County have declared the disaster for our area. We've requested state and federal assistance to help mitigate the damage and aid us in our response. We will be providing updates as soon as additional verified information is available to us. But in the meantime, we urge everybody in the community, please avoid flooded roadways. Turn around, go back, stay away from low water crossings. They're dangerous. We don't want people getting hurt. Follow shelter-in-place guidelines. Unless there is some situation that you simply have to leave your residence, please stay home and stay off the roadways for us as a way to assist us in our recovery efforts. And then we'd encourage everybody to monitor both official channels and other information sources for the latest instructions and information. Please rely on reliable sources for that information. We don't want bad information getting out into our community. I'm going to turn it over now to our Director of Public Works, David Barrera, for some comments about the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. As far as public works, over the last 24 hours, we have continued to barricade several low water crossings, bridges, and other areas that are unsafe at this time. As Chief Haley mentioned, there's still areas that are being impacted, so please be aware of those. Crews are continuing to remove debris from all areas that are accessible, but be advised that many roadways still have debris on them, so be careful when you're out there traveling. As far as bridges, we have several in the area that are both maintained by city, TxDOT, and county. We are working with TxDOT officials to get those bridges inspected before we get the green light to get those opened up. As far as water and wastewater infrastructure, we did have some issues with that. Our surface water plant is currently offline due to river conditions and loss of power. However, we've transitioned over to our groundwater wells. We don't have any issues right now with the system pressure. We've been able to maintain at least 20 PSI and have not had to issue any boil water notice and don't anticipate that either. As far as our wastewater infrastructure, several issues that are flood related, but crews are attending to those right now as we speak. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to our mayor.
Thank you for being here today. The city of Kerrville, Texas, crews have been hard at work since yesterday evening. What I have seen today are all of our city departments working together with one goal: protecting lives by conducting evacuations and rescues, closing flooded roadways, and working to keep our community informed. I am thankful to the state of Texas and the Upper Guadalupe River Authority for working to improve our flood warning systems. Make no mistake, having accurate warnings in time saved lives today. I want to ask everyone to pray for our community, but not just our community, our neighbors as well. These floods have affected almost all the counties around us. Uvalde County, Bandera County, Gillespie County, Kendall County, Rial County, and Edwards County. This was a regional flood event. We were blessed in Kirk County with warnings, and I'm thankful that those warnings saved lives. Having to be in front of you again so soon after last year's flood is hard. But I'm thankful for the team of the City of Kerrville who is working hard to protect the citizens of Kerrville. I'm thankful for the teams of Kirk County, of the state of Texas, and even federal resources that have responded to help us. And I'm thankful that our community has come together to help those in need. They show up to help clean out homes. They show up to bring food. They show up to bring clothing. They show up to help 1,000 ways. And what that has shown me and members of our community is this community has resilience and grit. Not once, but twice in a year. I'm grateful to live here, and I'm grateful for my neighbors. And now, Chief Haley.
We don't have a lot of time, but we will take some time to answer a few of your questions. And we'll start with you, Lewis.
How many evacuations were you able to perform this morning? Do you have any numbers on the totals? And what's the situation with City Baker Bridge?
Yeah, so we did evacuations in two different main areas. A large number of the people who were evacuated were people who had driven into high water areas that they should have never gone into. And so a lot of the evacuations were just us assisting those drivers and passengers to get out of those vehicles and get to safety. We did evacuate a number of residences in a couple of areas that are flood prone and had fast water encroaching on them. Probably well in excess of about 50 different evacuations of residences and apartment complexes in some of those areas. Tammy?
Yes, can you tell me why you stood up the EOC, and can you tell me how valuable it was or was not to have the UGRA dashboard and the flood gauge report?
Sure. We had actually been working together with our county partners and partners from around the area yesterday, throughout the day, and into the evening. We actually stood up the EOC right around 2 o'clock, a little bit after 2 o'clock this morning, but that was after some aggressive texting that had been going on all night, keeping us apprised of the situation. And the UGRA system has been invaluable to us. We monitor that throughout the day and will continue to do so as we actively monitor those water levels. So, over here.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Javier Ponce. I'm a journalist in Vision TV. Do you have any more information about the deceased person?
The City of Kerrville is not involved in that, and we would refer you to the Kerr County Sheriff's Department for any information related to that event.
And do you have any reaction to that loss of life?
Please give your name and your outlet, please.
Zach Briggs with Kens.
And wait till you're called on, please.
Zach, we'll go with you from Kens 5.
Thank you. Your reaction to this apparent loss of life as a result of the flooding?
Yeah, our community grieves, and we grieve hard. We are still reeling from what happened a year ago. Those are not easily forgotten memories. And to have this happen again so suddenly is literally quite devastating for a lot of us as first responders, as employees of the City of Kerrville, and as members of this community. And so we grieve along with the people of our community. We know they're hurting. We've witnessed it ourselves. I myself today had someone in my arms crying tears out of fear and sadness. And so all we can say is that our hearts go out to the individuals that are affected, and we're grateful that within the City of Kerrville, we currently don't have any missing persons, and we don't have any reports of loss of life occurring in the City of Kerrville. Almost. Yes, sir.
Gary Berger from KSAT San Antonio. Sir, what is it
what does the property damage overall look like between homes, businesses, public infrastructure compared to last year's flood? These were similarly sized rain events.
Different events, and we are still in the process of really taking stock of what's happened. We do have several bridges that are still currently closed. We have those closed out of an abundance of precaution. We want them to be inspected before we open them back up, but we won't have any true realistic numbers until we're able to get into the community once the waters have receded and really inspect the damage throughout the area. You guys are easy. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the care and concern that you've taken for our family, and we're just going to go get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening in there. Oh, it looks like they might still be talking. Let's listen in.
Greenwald passed out an information sheet. If you didn't get one of those, they're available at the back. That has everyone's name spelled correctly, as well as their job title. And at the bottom of that is the...
All right, so just some notes from the officer there for the press that is in the room. We were just listening into that press conference there out of Kerrville, Texas. Just a live look right now at the flooding that is ongoing in Texas. We learned that the state of emergency has been declared for Texas, and everybody in that community is still being urged to avoid those flooded areas and follow those shelter-in-place guidelines. This, of course, comes after it was released that one person has passed away due to this flooding. And Fox 7 Austin is reporting this fatal historic flooding has become catastrophic. The flash flooding there in the Texas Hill Country has unfortunately left one person dead in Kerr County as the Guadalupe River crested at a near historic 37 feet. On your screen right now is that river, and you could just see that fast flowing water there continuing to flow and wreak havoc there in that Texas area. Rescuers aboard boats and helicopters saved dozens of stranded drivers and people who are trapped in homes from the catastrophic flash floods there in the Texas areas, which are still reeling from the devastating floods a year ago. At least one person has died, according to Governor Greg Abbott, adding that it appeared many of the summer camps that were hit hard last year were not in danger. After days of pounding rain, the National Weather Service said a large and deadly flood wave just barreled down that same river, wrecked by flash floods last summer when 24 children and counselors were killed at Camp Mystic. Much like last year, the floods came during the middle of the night, but this time many residents in the Texas Hill Country said that they were better prepared and they were able to flee to higher ground. Forecasters are urgently warning to move to higher ground now as those rivers rose hour by hour, turning them into those fast-moving seas of white water. And you could just see that water on your screen right now continuing to flow. And some spots of the river there rose by more than 30 feet. The governor said more than 1,300 first responders have been deployed. They've rescued well over 70 people. Unfortunately, though, one person has died. As much as 28 inches of rain fell over the past 3 days there in Uvalde County, which was spared from the worst flooding a year ago, the Weather Service said today. Other areas saw roughly a foot of rain, with more expected to go into Friday. And we do want you to know that we are expecting a press conference by Governor Greg Abbott to get underway in just about 45 minutes or so. So we will be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. He's set to talk about the authorities' rescue efforts as they continue to find people in these waters and help people safely evacuate their homes. So, of course, we will be bringing that to you as soon as we get that into our newsroom here on Live Now from Fox. Another severe weather story that we're following today in a top headline. This live look takes us out to Toronto right now. You could see an orange, hazy sky there. That comes as heavy, pungent wildfire smoke is darkening the skies in the United States today, from the Great Lakes to parts of the East Coast, really reducing the visibility and prompting warnings that breathing the air outside could be dangerous. So as we continue to follow that, we are going to be speaking with an expert on the other side of this on the impacts that this could have on you and your health. But we are going to take this opportunity right now to slide away for our first commercial break of the hour. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close. We're back in 2. Welcome back and Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Just taking a live look out in New York City right now. As you can see, the hazy sky there. As we know, wildfire smoke coming from Canada is blanketing many parts of the United States right now. Let's go out to Fox's Ted Lindner right now with the latest.
Holy crap. It's like a scene out of a movie. Massive flames surrounding a train in Canada with a crew on board. Canadian officials say 3 trains carrying combustible and flammable materials were stopped in their tracks in northern Ontario as more than 100 wildfires burn in Canada. The crew was safely evacuated. Meantime, Canadians forced to deal with an orange haze.
This is kind of like the earth smoking a cigarette, and we're getting the secondhand smoke from it.
The scene there having a ripple effect here at home, with dangerously heavy smoke hovering over the U.S., the Midwest, and Northeast this week. Wednesday, Americans getting warnings about unhealthy air conditions, extending from Minnesota, where wildfires are already burning.
Dark smoke. The whole campground was orange with the light, coming through the smoke.
Through Toronto and into New York, exposing millions of people to dangerous air pollution.
Those particles are going to contain a whole sort of soup of different chemicals and compounds.
According to medical experts, fine particle pollution from smoke can cause shortness of breath, coughing, dizziness, or fatigue, and can make heart and lung diseases and other chronic health issues even worse. People should try to cut down on time outside and wear N95 masks if they do have to go out. And experts say try to focus on keeping indoor air cleaner by closing windows and running an air purifier or air conditioner. I'm Ted Lindner, Fox News.
Our thanks to Ted for that reporting there. And I just want to put this up on your screen. This is coming from the National Weather Service. Wildfire smoke is impacting air quality across much of the Great Lakes region into the Northeast United States, with air quality alerts in effect. Poor air quality can be hazardous to anybody. So before spending time outdoors, check the air quality forecast to ensure that you aren't doing yourself more harm than good. So joining us now is Cleveland Clinic pulmonologist Dr. Joseph Cambanza to explain what these advisories mean and what you need to do to protect yourself. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me. It's kind of funny. And before 3 years ago, a pulmonologist from Ohio really had no idea anything about wildfires, but it's kind of been a yearly thing we've been seeing. And I think, right now what we're going through today is, I think, worse than when this first started 3 years ago.
And this is really interesting, I feel like around this time of year, we're seeing the wildfire smoke from Canada coming into parts of the areas near the Great Lakes. I was in Ohio at this time last year, and we saw the smoke once again last year. Do you think this is something that's just becoming more common this time of year?
Yeah, I think it sounds like right now there's a seasonality to these wildfires from Canada in those areas where the Northeast is becoming affected, to various levels, of course. 2023 was when it really stood out, when you kind of smelt it in the air, and really, when you're driving to work, it kind of had some eerie feelings. And you